Chapter 751, 751 Arrival. 751 Arrival. Sardeem, being Manison's subordinate, was a piece of intelligence that Xiao did not expect to obtain. In his previous life, Sardeem had not been considered a known NPC to the players and had no mission to trigger. He did not think that Sardeem was hiding this much. Manison was an extremely strong guy. As a member of the Ancient Ones, he created his own faction in the Calamity of the Supers version. Xiao was very sensitive to anything related to Manison and did not want to have anything to do with him. This was because of Erosia. She was a survivor of an artificial intelligence civilization conquered by Manison, and Rista was still hoping that Xiao could avenge them. Xiao still had the reboot mission on his interface. However, he was not willing to mess with this ancient and powerful being. The Mechanic Empire had no conflict of interest with him. It would be too big a loss for Xiao to become his enemy for just a normal mission. He actually did not want to do this mission, so he had been delaying it. Rista also knew that this was impossible without the help of a beyond grade as super, so he had waited patiently and did not hurry Xiao. Manison was mainly in the Central Galaxy and the Primeval Star River, but his organization had fangs secretly distributed among many star fields. His Mechanic Empire was not just a reference to his mechanical army but also signified that the number of mechanics under his command could form an entire empire. Manison likes to recruit mechanics. This is probably also the reason his subordinate in the Shattered Star Ring, Sardeem, is suddenly recruiting me. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Xiao's eyes gleamed. However, although he was shocked by Sardeem's background, he quickly calmed down. No matter what, Manison did not even know that he existed. They had no conflict with each other, so he did not have to fear him. Manison not knowing of Xiao's existence was his biggest advantage. Furthermore, he had surprisingly discovered that Sardeem was secretly under the Mechanic Empire, which was a huge gain. After purposely acting like he was hesitating for a while, Xiao shook his head. Of course, I've heard of the Mechanic Empire, but I still don't want to join you. Sardeem's confidence fixed on his face. This time, he was the one that was shocked instead. He had thought that as long as he mentioned the Mechanic Empire, recruiting this person would be a piece of cake. He did not expect Barn to reject him. Don't you know how many resources the Mechanic Empire has and how valuable they are to a mechanic? Sardeem said with an incredulous tone. Manison had been stockpiling technology and blueprints for countless years. Not even mentioning the cutting-edge knowledges, he most likely even had the ultimate knowledges for the mechanic class, as well as all kinds of secret or lost blueprints. He even had tons of spaceships and weapon blueprints of the 3 universal civilizations. These attracted countless mechanics to join under his command. Of course, those knowledges all had to be exchanged for contribution. Xiao raised his brows. I know what you mean, but not all mechanics want to be Manison's subordinates, right? He was indeed tempted by the resources of the Mechanic Empire. However, that did not come for free. He had to do things for the Mechanic Empire over the long term. Unlike joining under Sardeem, whom he had confidence that he could completely beat, joining the Mechanic Empire was different as he certainly could not beat him. This meant that once he joined the Mechanic Empire, his true identity would definitely be exposed, and he would really end up working for him. Therefore, there was no way that he was going to accept the invitation. This was like a Fortune 500 company trying to hire him, but he would rather start his own company. Although my company is not as big as yours now, I'm the one that gets all the profits. Sardeem narrowed his eyes, turned around, and sat back in the chair. With an expressionless face, he said, "Then you can leave now." Seeing that Barn had made up his mind, he did not want to waste any time and energy convincing him. He was not worried about Xiao knowing his identity. After operating Planet Macipher for more than 100 years, his background was no secret to many people. He dared to tell the truth of his background because he was not afraid of it being exposed. He was legally operating Planet Macipher, so what if people knew that he was part of the Mechanic Empire? His Excellency Manison was not a wanted criminal. Having a subordinate in the Shattered Star Ring to build a stronghold did not break any laws. Xiao did not care about Sardeem's dissatisfaction. He shook his head and left the room with a little resignation. He was not afraid of offending Sardeem, but this meant that Sardeem would definitely monitor him more closely, which would make stealing the Eternal Light blueprints even more difficult. Fortunately, Sardeem did not discover my true identity. His misjudgment of my strength works to my advantage. I should be able to fool him with some tricks, but if I still can't steal it in the end, I can only use Bame's identity to rob it. Or should I change to another identity? While thinking about murdering and robbing, Han Xiao slowly walked away. After Han Xiao left, Sardeem was the only one left in the office. He shook his head and was rather disappointed. Initially, he had thought that recruiting Barn would be simple, but he did not expect this guy to be so stubborn. DDD. At this time, Sardeem's communicator rang. As he looked at the caller, his expression instantly changed, and he immediately picked up the communicator. "Greetings, Your Excellency Psyker." The person that was contacting him was Psyker. Psyker's video call appeared on the screen, and he asked, "If I remember correctly, Planet Macipher is your territory, right?" "Yes. What can I do for you?" Sardeem's tone was very respectful, completely different from how he talked to Han Xiao. As the leader of the Star Pupil Holy Race, it was simple for Psyker to contact the owner of a known neutral planet. Furthermore, he had known Sardeem for a long time. The Arcane Church was behind him, so he had access to a lot of information. Sardeem's true identity was no secret to him at all. As he was backed by the Arcane Church, although Psyker was in the remote Shattered Star Ring, he was still quite known in the Central Galaxies beyond Grade A Circle. These powerful individuals all knew that he was a semi-ally of the Arcane Church and was a valuable chip for them. Although Psyker focused on managing his race and did not like to cause trouble like the Tyrant, in terms of influence in high society, Psyker was the one at the top among the 4 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. Therefore, Sardeem showed him a lot of respect. I have something I need you to do," Psyker said slowly. "I need you to pay attention to a Light Fox model spaceship. I will send its appearance to you later. No matter who arrives on your planet in this type of spaceship, pay close attention to them. They're very likely there to repair their spaceship, so find a way to keep them on Planet Macipher." "Okay. I got it." Without a thought, Sardeem agreed. This was basically a gifted favor. Although he claimed to be neutral, he knew what kind of people he had to give privileges to. "You must stall them and not let them escape the Shattered Star Ring," Psyker emphasized. "Understood." Sardeem nodded. Psyker then hung up. As one of the ESGA doppelgangers had used teleportation to move Colin and the others to steal the evolution cube, the Star Pupil Holy Race had no visual records of these people and did not know what they looked like. However, due to the battleship fight outside their mothership, they knew the looks of these Light Fox spaceships. The mark that Psyker had left on the evolution cube showed that the evolution cube was no longer escaping in hyperdrive and had stopped for the first time. After looking at the star map, Psyker realized that the evolution cube had stopped near Planet Macipher. Since he knew the location of their spaceship, he could guess what those thieves were planning. Therefore, Psyker came up with a plan and contacted Sardeem to get his help. While doing so, he had been heading toward Planet Macipher all along. As long as Sardeem could stall them for a few days, he would be able to arrive. With his power, Colin and the others would not be able to escape. At the same time, in the orbit of Planet Macipher, Colin piloted the heavily damaged Light Fox spaceship and slowly approached the port of Planet Macipher. Due to the superiority of their spaceship's engine, they had maintained high-speed hyperdrive and crossed a small half of the star field in dose to 10 days, leaving their pursuers far behind. They had finally arrived at this famous neutral planet. Planet Macipher was the place that they had chosen to repair their spaceship. Chapter 752, Emperor Mechanic. Chapter 752, Emperor Mechanic. The Light Fox spaceships flew toward the Planet Macipher port. Inside the cabin, Colin was speaking to his subordinates. "We will first land in a sub-city. You guys will go and find a local shipyard immediately. Have them transport our spaceships over and repair them as soon as possible. Money isn't an issue. As for the rest of us, we will be finding a relatively hidden spot in the sub-city to rest." The others replied disorderly. "Don't worry," Orozen said lazily. "Planet Macipher is a neutral planet. No one will trouble us. The Star Pupil Holy Race doesn't even know the direction we escaped in. There's no one chasing after us, so we're basically safe. We just have to stay 1 or 2 days on planet Meca and wait for our spaceships to be repaired. Then we can take the evolution cube back. Speaking of the evolution cube, desire appeared in Rosen's eyes as he subconsciously glanced at the tiny black cube hanging on Colin's neck. Noticing his glance, Colin said, "We will figure out how to use this thing after we leave the Shattered Star Ring. Don't even think about it now." With such a treasure in hand, everyone was tempted, but no one had any underlying thoughts. They just wanted to experience the evolution cube's effects at most. Although the evolution cube was a universal treasure, it was not worth betraying ES-God for. As ES-God had the data of the evolutionary civilization, they knew a thing or two about the evolution cube as well, so they did not have any unnecessary expectations for it. After all, even with the star pupil holy race having so many calamity grades, Psyker was still the only beyond grade A. However, the fact that using the evolution cube would make them stronger was an indisputable truth. This time, the spaceships entered the port, completed the simple procedures, and descended toward one of the subsidies on planet Meca. As soon as they left their spaceships, Colin and the rest started moving. They found a relatively unknown shipyard and paid them to repair their spaceships. The Light Fox spaceships were equipped with top-notch hyperdrive engines. It only took them a few days to travel the distance that would take normal spaceship months. Otherwise, they would not have arrived at planet Meca, which was at the edge of the Shattered Star Ring, in just 10 days from the Star Pupil Holy Race's territory. They insisted on repairing the spaceships because the speed of the Light Fox spaceships would save them a ton of time while traveling. They definitely would not change their spaceships unless they had absolutely no other choice. As they had escaped as fast as they could, they did not know for sure if there were any pursuers behind them. However, to them, the super high-speed hyperdrive of the Light Fox spaceship was more than enough to get rid of any pursuers. The Star Pupil Holy Race might not even know where they had gone. Of course, the connection between Psyker and the evolution cube was a secret, so they did not know that their location had already been exposed. As for their identities, they were not worried at all. They had stolen the evolution cube while using the teleportation ability of the ES-God doppelganger, so the Star Pupil Holy Race did not know what they looked like. The only time they were exposed was back in the Tyla civilization, which was already many months ago and had nothing to do with them stealing the evolution cube. No one would link the two incidents together. After all, the Star Pupil Holy Race did not announce that the evolution cube had been stolen, not even in the local news on planet Avitan. The secret war was still at the top of the news. Therefore, to Colin and the others, arriving at the planet Meca meant that they already had 1 foot out of the Shattered Star Ring. They thought that they were completely safe. As their spaceships were sent for repair, Colin and the others stayed in a hotel in the subcity. What they did not know was, the moment they entered planet Meca, they were already noticed. Only half an hour after Psyker's call. The Light Fox spaceships have already appeared. Sardeem received the information immediately. The port entry information throughout planet Meca was monitored by him. As soon as Colin's spaceships entered, they were discovered. Sardeem monitored Colin and the others closely. They went to Subcity number 2, found a shipyard there to repair their spaceship, and went to a hostel located at. The entire planet was under his surveillance. After locking onto the Light Fox spaceships, Sardeem then monitored Colin and the rest. He did not recognize them, but after his assistant artificial intelligence searched for a while, he found Rosen's bounty from the Tyla civilization. A group of wanted criminals? Why is Psyker after them? Sardeem could not help but imagine. Could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Tyla civilization? It is indeed possible for Psyker to do something like this, but the fact that he's doing it personally. Maybe it's because he wants to increase his influence. Given how much information he lacked, of course, he had no idea that the evolution cube had been stolen. Also, Sardeem would definitely not link the small black cube on Colin's neck to the gigantic evolution cube. Psyker just wants me to stall them. If not needed, I don't have to fight them. Sardeem pondered for a while and decided not to alarm them. Instead, he issued a new order to his mechanical law enforcement troops and secretly increased the patrol density of the area around Colin and the others. This would allow him to monitor them even more closely. Right? Sardeem thought of something else. He called the shipyard that had taken the job to repair the Light Fox spaceships and ordered them to delay the process. Although this shipyard did not belong to him, with his position on planet Mecha, he had the power to do this. That should be enough. Now, I just have to slowly monitor them. Sardeem gave a new order to the control center of the floating city to alert him as soon as Colin and the others did anything abnormal. He then put this matter aside. As the owner of a planet, he was very busy, so there was no way he was going to stare at the monitors all day long. After the unpleasant meeting with Sardeem ended, Xiao realized that no one chased him away. He completed the job for the afternoon as usual, but when evening came, he received some bad news. The Cornerstone Summit Corporation had moved him out of the Eternal Light project and did not let him continue participating in this project. He was no longer needed to build the spaceship parts, and the blueprints in his hands were also taken away. He had already learned all those blueprints, so taking them away did not matter to him. However, the signal given by Sardeem was very clear. He was not going to let Xiao have any chance of catching a glimpse of the Eternal Light blueprint. Sardeem has started to guard against me. If I continue to stay here, I will only become manual labor and will never participate in important projects. Xiao shook his head. I've already got the talent, so there's no need to continue staying on planet Mecha. I can leave as soon as I get the Eternal Light blueprint. Although Sardeem had raised his guard against him, Xiao already had some plans in mind to steal the remaining core blueprints of Eternal Light. Speaking of which, Sardeem was the one who had given him the idea. Initially, Xiao could not find out where those core blueprints were hidden in the database of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation, so he was at a dead end. However, after Sardeem actively told him his true identity, he now had a new goal. It turned out that Sardeem was the actual owner of the Eternal Light blueprint. This meant that he definitely had an Eternal Light blueprint in his home, so Xiao did not need to do anything to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Sardeem's home was that magnificent floating city base above planet Mecha. Xiao's target was to hack Sardeem's floating city. Sardeem doesn't know my true strength. I wonder if he will regret telling me his true identity today. Oh, I almost forgot, he definitely won't because he will never know I have hacked into his floating city. If he did not work in the Cornerstone Summit Corporation because of a talent, he would not have attracted Sardeem's attention. If he did not attract Sardeem's attention, Sardeem would not have attempted to recruit him. If he was not recruited, he would not have known that Sardeem was the real owner of the Eternal Light blueprint. Could be said that Sardeem had personally led the way for him. Xiao sneered in his mind. The floating city was the base of a grade A+ armed branch mechanic. Compared to the database of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation, its artificial intelligence defense was on a completely different level. However, Xiao was a virtual mechanic whose level was even higher than Sardeem. As long as he made sufficient preparations, he would be able to hack into the control panel of the floating city without being noticed. It's best to increase my chances even further. Xiao was now level 221. He would trigger the class advancement of Apostle Mechanic at level 225. His virtual technology would be enhanced once again after the class advancement. He had plenty of experience in his interface. As nothing urgent had happened before, Xiao wanted to hoard enough experience until he could reach level 240. Now that he needed it, he did not wait any longer. The night on planet Mecha was as boisterous as the day. The entertainment venues there were open throughout the night. Spaceships flew between tall buildings, leaving colorful flame trails like rainbows in the night sky. Due to how rich the nightlife was, no one stopped Xiao from leaving the Cornerstone Summit Corporation hostel. He went to the ground port, returned to the hangar that he had rented, walked into the spaceship and entered the training room. This was to prevent the impact caused by his class advancement from attracting unwanted attention. After closing the door of the training room, Xiao opened the interface and spent experience leveling up without hesitation. Very soon, he reached level 225 and received the class advancement mission of Apostle Mechanic. Xiao had spent 7 years stockpiling mission completion cards, so of course he still had some. He immediately completed the class advancement mission. The next moment his brain trembled. You have used a mission completion card. Formidable.com. You have completed the class advancement mission. You have received a new class, Emperor Mechanic LV.L, plus 300 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DEX, plus 8 END, plus 12 INT. You have received 10 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. You have received the talent, Machinery Emperor. You have acquired the ability, Emperor Machinery Affinity. You have acquired the ability, Emperor's Gift. You have acquired the ability, Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel, unactivated. You have acquired the ability, Secondary Dimension Army, unactivated. You have acquired the ability, Mechanical Force, Emperor's Power, unactivated. You have acquired the ability, King's Mentor, unactivated. The effect of all your virtual technology-related abilities and talents has increased by 35%. Chapter 753 Striking Furs. Chapter 753 Striking Furs. Emperor Mechanic was the next stage of Apostle Mechanic, which had a maximum level of 35. As the name suggested, an Emperor Mechanic could rule countless mechanical soldiers. Its abilities and talents provided huge bonuses to the army style while also having the ability to gather much more power into the mechanic themselves. The introduction of the Machinery Emperor talent was Machinery obeys you like your people. Its effect was a 150% increase in virtual intrusion efficiency and a 200% increase in machinery affinity, as well as an increase of 1 level to all machinery-related abilities. This bonus could exceed the maximum level. This talent also had another core effect. Just like the Apostle Mechanic J's talent, Mechanical Force Ascension Apostle Body, Machinery Emperor also caused his Mechanical Force attribute to ascend once again, acquiring the ability to gift machinery stronger powers. This was the prerequisite of many of the Emperor Mechanic's abilities. Of course, the new Machinery Affinity ability, Emperor Machinery Affinity, was stronger than Apostle Machinery Affinity, which gave 150% machinery affinity at the max level. Emperor's Gift was one of the core abilities. Its effect was to use mechanical force to enhance a single machine permanently, giving it extremely powerful additional attributes. It could only be used 3 times on the same target and had a very long cooldown. The extent of the enhancement depended on Han Zhao's own attributes, and the target had a random chance of receiving an extra special ability. To put it simply, this ability could enhance common mobs into elites or even mini-bosses. Mechanics had the ability to enhance machinery from the start, but this ability only started to ascend to another level at this stage. As for the other unactivated abilities, they could only be used once the corresponding cutting-edge knowledges or even ultimate knowledges were learned, which Han Xiao had yet to do. Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel required a few cutting-edge knowledges including Advanced Space Application. It was an enhanced method of transmitting mechanical force through the void. Due to his race, Han Xiao could transmit mechanical force across long distances, but this was only achievable because he was a void race. Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel, however, was technology that could be used widely, not just on himself and not just on mechanical force but any kind of energy. It was a much more advanced method of transmitting energy over long distances. This was also the technology that Manison used to make an AI civilization into his indestructible mechanic empire. Secondary Dimension Army could hide his army in a secondary dimension. He would maintain the connection to this secondary dimension and could then open it any time to summon the army. This was a more advanced portable technology than the compressed orbs. Mechanical Force Emperor_'s Power was an ability that could gather great forces onto himself, like an advanced version of machinery apostolization. At the same time, once the mechanical army receiving mechanical force bonuses reached a certain size, they would provide attribute bonuses to himself through the mechanical force link. This bonus depended on the size of the army. The larger his army was, the more bonuses Mechanical Force Emperor's Power would provide, which meant that the army style benefited from this the most. Once he activated this ability and provided bonuses to the mechanical army through his mechanical force, he would receive a huge amount of bonuses. Of course, the energy consumption of this ability was enormous. Normal mechanics would not be able to activate Mechanical Force Emperor's Power for a long time if they did not have the ability to recover energy quickly. King's Mentor and Emperor's Gift were similar. They were both abilities to enhance machinery. The difference was, King's Mentor was an AoE ability. Its effect was also rather special. It could store the special mechanical force enhanced by Machinery Emperor in machinery over long periods of time. With the machinery's energy furnace, that mechanical force would be kept within the machinery's body, giving the machinery self-growth capabilities. This meant that the machinery would level up on their own without Han Xiao improving them manually. As long as the enhanced mechanical soldiers were not destroyed in battle, their attributes would slowly increase, and they would turn into elites. Blue-grade mechanical soldiers might slowly become purple-grade. Level 100 mechanical soldiers might slowly acquire the attributes on par with level 120 mechanical soldiers. This was like turning the mechanical soldiers into real living soldiers that would become experienced war veteran as long as they survived. The ability introduction was, a king is one who has survived hundreds of battles. These abilities had already showcased the specialty of Emperor Mechanic, a ruler of countless mechanical soldiers that were treated as living soldiers. This was where the machinery started to ascend into becoming mechanical lives. The upgraded mechanical force could turn into a special form of energy that could become the machinery's own energy source, like the energy of the mechanical lives. Apostle Mechanic was the watershed of the late stages of the mechanic class. The later the stages, the closer the mechanic's abilities would resemble acts of God. The word Emperor was the perfect word to describe the mechanic's ability at this stage, the absolute ruler of machinery. In the training room, Han Xiao's eyes were overflowing with electric sparks as he endured the pain brought by the changes of his class advancement. This was not a race evolution, so Han Xiao's body did not change, but the energy in his body became violent as if his mechanical force was boiling. At a microscopic level, it was as if every one of his cells turned into a supernova, absorbing mechanical force continuously, then compressing themselves time after time. Through this process, his mechanical force slowly changed and ascended. Enormous mechanical force surged within his body. Han Xiao could almost hear the tide. After a short while, it was as if the cells in his body finally became exhausted, and the energy in his body started to calm. Whoosh! Han Xiao took a deep breath. His senses felt refreshed once again. Energy was fundamental to supers. It was not just the fuel of great power, it was also the catalyst of the evolution of supergenes. This class advancement caused his mechanical force to evolve to another level. Although his race was still the same, Han Xiao could feel his genes become stronger. At the later stages, every class advancement required even more levels than the 20-level promotion requirement, along with the increased benefits of the class advancement. This class advancement improved his mechanic abilities tremendously. Although his attributes did not change much, all these new abilities and talents were extremely powerful. While browsing the new abilities, Han Xiao was quite joyous. For unactivated abilities that need the corresponding knowledges to activate, TSK, I will only be able to test their effects after activating them, Han Xiao pondered. As of now, only Machinery Emperor, Emperor Machinery Affinity, and Emperor's Gift can be used. Also, the abilities and talents related to virtual technology are enhanced by 35%, so hacking into Sardeem's floating city is more likely to be successful. After contemplating for a while, Han Xiao decided not to level up any of his abilities. Level 240 was right around the corner, so he did not want to spend his experience anywhere else. He then spent the rest of his experience in leveling up to see how much more he needed exactly to reach level 240. The remaining experience only filled up 3/4 of his experience gauge and was not enough to level up. He should be just 2 levels away from beyond grade A. About the same as my estimates. In just a few days, the experience provided by the players should be able to fill this gap. Han Xiao nodded. He would have more than enough time to study his new abilities in the future, but he had another goal that night. He immediately connected himself to the quantum network. His vision turned dark. The next moment, the nodes in the quantum network lit up one after another like fireworks. The size and brightness of these nodes varied. Beams created by information transmission connected those nodes with one another, forming a network illustrating the shape of the city. Han Xiao looked up. Above the main city, the quantum network nodes of the floating city were as bright as stars, shrouded in countless silk-shaped defense measures like a crystal covered in runes. With one thought, Xiao headed directly to the floating city's quantum network nodes. The floating city node expanded in his vision as he entered right into this node. A thick wall formed by data streams entered his eyes, and many data dots patrolled around like an army. This was the most outside layer of the floating city's control center firewall. Philip, get him. Of course, Sardeem understood the threat of virtual mechanics. As a grade A+ mechanic, he had deployed many defense measures for his base. The virtual defense of the floating city's control center was many levels above that of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Usual Calamity-grade virtual mechanics would not have been able to penetrate it at all. However, Xiao's virtual technology had just been enhanced after his class advancement, so it was rather easy for him to deal with the floating city's virtual defense. After all, armed branch mechanics were not strong in this field. Furthermore, Xiao's raw strength was already above Sardeem to quite an extent. Hacking without leaving a trace and without being noticed was harder than directly demolishing the opponent's artificial intelligence. Even Xiao did not dare act too hastily. He worked together with Philip and slowly hacked through the defenses of the floating city's control panel to avoid triggering the alarm. While his base was quietly being violated by Xiao and Philip, Sardeem had no idea that this was happening. After spending quite some time, Xiao finally went around the defense of the floating city's control center and entered the control center, gaining temporary access. Got it. Xiao was content. Philip, search his database for the Eternal Light blueprint. Searching, Found it, Philip's tone was very cheerful. Xiao's eyes sparkled as he could not hold back his laughter any longer. As expected, this guy did not put the blueprint in the database of any of his businesses but his own base. Sardeem most likely exchanged this blueprint from the Mechanic Empire with contributions. Mechanic Empire's home was so far from the Shattered Star Ring, so there was no way the physical copy of the blueprint would be transported there. Hence, the initial way he received the blueprint was definitely through data transmission. It was highly likely that Sardeem still had the complete blueprint stored in the data form. As the defense of the floating city was on a completely different level compared to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation, most virtual mechanics were not able to hack it. That was why Sardeem felt safer storing it in the database of his base. Because of that, Xiao did not have to steal the physical copy of the blueprint. He just had to copy the floating city's database, which was much easier. Xiao chuckled. Philip, copy all the blueprints in his database. Since the complete blueprint of Eternal Light was in the database, all the blueprints that Sardeem had obtained from the Mechanic Empire were likely in it as well. Since he had gone through so much trouble to hack into it, Xiao did not mind taking everything that Sardeem had in his storage. While doing so, Xiao took a look at what Sardeem was doing, which made him feel rather strange. Sardeem happened to be browsing his database as well. As the alarm had not been triggered, even though they were using the database at the same time, he did not notice Xiao. He had no idea that Xiao had entered his control center and that his home was basically being robbed right now. As Philip was copying the blueprints, he had nothing else to do, so he opened the command log of the control center to see what Sardeem had been doing lately. The log recorded all of Sardeem's commands. Xiao was initially just scanning through casually, but when he noticed the history of Sardeem manually operating the control center today, his eyes stopped on that line of the log. Deploying a large number of mechanical law reinforcement troops to Subcity Number 2 to monitor a group of people? Interesting, isn't Sardeem neutral? Why is he suddenly surveilling people? It must be at least a Calamity grade like BAME to attract his attention. I got it, this guy is probably going to recruit someone else under the Mechanic Empire's name once again. If it really is a Calamity grade, I might be able to snatch a talent away from him before leaving Planet Macipher. Xiao could not help but giggle. He casually brought up the image of the target of the surveillance. When he saw the image clearly, his smile froze on his face. It was Colin and his gang in the image. Xiao has never seen these people before, but he recognized one of them. Orozen, a wanted criminal of the Tyla civilization, the killer of Herifel, and a possible subordinate of ES God. This man was the mission target of the Grade A bounty mission, Herifel's Revenge. This was completely unexpected to Han Xiao. He was stunned as guesses flashed through his mind. It's these people? They've been missing for many months. So why are they suddenly here? Han Xiao started to feel alarmed. Herifal's last words said that these people were very likely God's subordinates, whom he had sent to avenge him. Herifal was already dead, and now these people had suddenly appeared on planet Decipher after a few months. Could they have finally found him? Han Xiao did not feel that was the case. He had kept his whereabouts hidden and disguised his identity. There was no way God's subordinates would have been able to find him. This is planet Decipher, the edge of the Shattered Star Ring. Now that they're here after a few months, could it be that they're planning to leave the Shattered Star Ring and escape from the Tyla civilization? Not coming for me anymore. Han Xiao frowned, deep in thought. From his perspective, what had happened regarding Herifal was their only link. With such limited clues, he could only make very little speculations. He did not expect to meet God's subordinates there. Was this their plan? Or was it a pure coincidence? After pondering for a while, Han Xiao had made up his mind. No matter what, since these people are here, be it to avenge Herifal or to complete the bounty mission, there's no reason to let them get away. Herifal was his friend that had fought alongside him. Though Han Xiao did not have the time to search for the culprit, he would not let them go since they had appeared right before his eyes. Han Xiao looked at the surveillance footage again, and he thought that he had guessed Sardeem's goal. Humph, it seems this guy wants the bounty as well. I have to strike first. This was not difficult for him at all. Since he had already hacked into the floating city's control center, he just had to make the mechanical law reinforcement troops not trigger the alarm, and he would be able to get to these people before Sardeem. The only problem was, Han Xiao felt that these people might have God's doppelgangers. Han Xiao clenched his fists. Due to that possibility, the threat of Orozen and his gang was very close to beyond grade A to him, so he remained cautious. Currently, I'm hidden and they're not. My only choice is to kill them before they can summon the God doppelganger. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. He did not know how strong these people were except that Orozen was Calamity grade, but he could easily beat a group of normal Calamity grades. He should have a 50% chance of killing them before they could use the God doppelganger. Chapter 754, Did I Become Blind? Chapter 754, Did I Become Blind? After locking onto Orozen's location, Han Xiao immediately contacted Phaidon and Hila. Where are you? The scene of a beast fighting Colosseum appeared on the screen with a couple of beasts from different planets fighting each other in the plaza. The plaza was separated from the spectator stands with a protective shield, and the stands were filled with people. Phaidon was seated within the crowd, and both Hila and Aurora were beside him with all their attention focused on the plaza. This is the biggest gambling den in the city, so we're gambling here, Phaidon replied helplessly. Since when do you like gambling? Han Xiao asked with doubt. Cough, I don't like it, but Chun Xing insisted on coming. She said that it would be a waste to not collect free money and asked me to earn some. Han Xiao's mouth contorted slightly and asked, So, what about the other two? They insisted on following me. Just as he finished saying those words, the battle in the stadium ended. A large python with screen scales spat out a venomous fog and paralyzed the final beast. We won again. We won again. Aurora waved her arm excitedly. Sister, we've won 4 times in a row now. Hila nodded before turning around to look at Phaidon with a hint of addiction in her eyes. What will you be betting on next? Phaidon shrugged helplessly, as if he did not wish to lead them further astray. Han Xiao felt his head ache upon witnessing such a scene and said, Stop playing already. We have something to do. Come and meet up with me. I will be waiting for you guys at city number 2.1. We'll send you the coordinates later. Han Xiao then hung up and left the port for city number 2 while maintaining his connection to the main system of the floating city. Why bother waiting for another day? Han Xiao decided to move against Orozen and his gang immediately. However, Sardeem was a subordinate of the Mechanic Empire, so Han Xiao did not plan to reveal his true identity. Furthermore, he had already obtained the blueprints, and there was no need for him to remain on planet Decipher. Bame's identity was already useless, so he was not afraid of making trouble under Barnes' name. He did not need to worry about the repercussions of dealing with Orozen on the surface of the planet. Han Xiao waited at the gathering point of City Number 2 for a while, and Gila's group of 3 met up with him soon after. The moment that they saw Han Xiao, Aurora immediately detected Han Xiao's change and let out a gasp. Tor life force has been strengthened again. Fiden and Gila were both stunned as they heard that. Han Xiao did not deny it and nodded. I have a feeling that I have already touched the door to becoming a beyond grade a super. Gila's body shook, and she looked at Han Xiao with a complicated gaze. Fiden was extremely happy for Han Xiao and asked, "Are we going to leave Planet Macipher?" "Yes, but before we leave, I have something else to do." Han Xiao immediately explained to the others about what he intended to do. Gila nodded. "Since the enemies are grade A supers, Fiden and I will accompany you, and Aurora should wait on the spaceship." Fiden did not have any issue with killing a wanted criminal, but he was a little puzzled. "With your strength, you shouldn't need our help to deal with 2 Calamity-grade supers, right?" Han Xiao shook his head, and his tone became solemn. "Don't look down on them. They are subordinates of ES-God and have an ES-God doppelganger with beyond grade A strength. We need to kill them the instant the battle breaks out, so I will be going all out from the start. I will be more confident with both of you there." Upon hearing that this matter was related to a beyond grade A super, Gila and Fiden both became serious. "If the enemy summons ES-God's doppelganger, my life won't be in danger because of my strength. But it is different for the both of you. Thus, both of you must listen to my orders. We only have a single chance." Han Xiao immediately described his plan to them. He had already suffered a loss once, so he did not make any rash moves this time. Because the enemy did not know of his existence, he decided to first make sufficient preparations. City Number 2's Star Bridge Inn was where Colin and the others were staying. Starbridge Inn was located in the red light district of City Number 2, and this was a district with various entertainment facilities. This inn was located in the middle of the street and was extremely eye-catching. Colin and his gang had arrived on Planet Macipher that day. After sending their spaceships for repairs, they spent their money like water in the inn and called for hostesses of different races to serve them. The members of Fallen Ark naturally did not have any discipline and were used to indulging in their desires. Even though Colin was extremely focused on the mission, he did not reject this activity. The moment they began their long return journey, they would have to spend a few years in the desolate universe belt. Those last few days on Planet Macipher would be their final chance to enjoy themselves. Colin pushed aside the hostess who was sleeping on him and climbed out from his bed. The large bed was currently filled with more than 10 exhausted females of different species. He then put on his robe to cover his scarred body and took out a bottle of beer from the fridge. Finishing half the bottle in a single mouth, he walked to the window of the room and looked outside at the view. It was already late in the night, but there were still many pedestrians on the streets. However, at least 40 to 50% of them were drunk. Green and red lights intersected each other to form rainbow-colored lights in the sky of the city, and the entire planet seemed to be indulging in luxuries. From time to time, an aircraft would cut across the sky. They were the mechanical patrol squad making their rounds. Looking out at the scenery, Colin recalled all of his actions over the past few months. He had performed 2 great feats in the Shattered Star Ring. He had thrown the Star Pupil Holy Race into complete chaos with their local Beyond Grade A Super being tricked by him as well. Following which, he had managed to complete his mission and retreat successfully. Colin could not help but have a sense of pride in his heart. He then touched the evolution cube, which was hanging on his neck, and smirked with disdain. The Shattered Star Ring. This star field did not amount to much. Just when this thought surfaced in his head, a blinding light exploded from the window before him. Boom! The window frame exploded the very next moment. The shock wave from the explosion sent the unprepared Colin flying backward. His back smashed through the wall of the room, and he landed in the corridor of the inn. At the same time, a similar explosion happened in all the rooms, and all of Colin's subordinates were sent flying. The entire inexperienced explosions with rocks and concrete slabs flying in all directions. A huge dust cloud enveloped the entire inn, and the inn was reduced to ruins. A naked Orozen also fell into the corridor, and both Colin and Orozen looked at each other. The look of fury in their eyes revealed the same message. There is someone who actually dares ambush us? Could they be bounty hunters? The enemy was definitely after the bounty issued by the Tyla civilization, but with both of them present, the bounty hunters were seeking death. Colin glared at Orozen fiercely and was about to unleash his Calamity-grade strength to get rid of the bounty hunters. The very next moment, two mental attacks swept across the entire inn. One was dark red and the other colorless. Who? The brains of all his subordinates exploded, and only Colin and Orozen were able to endure the two mental attacks. However, they felt a splitting headache, and their minds blanked out, temporarily losing control of their body. There were actually two Calamity-grade supers among the bounty hunters. The faces of Colin and Orozen changed greatly. Freebnovel.com. But before they could even struggle, a brilliant ray of light shone in their eyes again. This was the last scene that both of them saw. Outside the Star Bridge Inn, the pedestrians were all shocked and hid as far away as they could. A moment ago, a large mechanical army had suddenly appeared and surrounded the entire inn. The mechanical army rained down heavy fire on the inn, with tens of thousands of shots being fired every second. Boom! The street that the Star Bridge Inn was located on had been flattened. The crowd on the streets were blocked out by the mechanical army and could not see what was going on inside. On the other side of the encirclement, Xiao watched as the mechanical soldiers brought two corpses before him. The two corpses belonged to Colin and Orozen. Before either of them could even fight back, they were wiped out by the ambush of the mechanical army. Xiao had tried his best to overestimate the combat strength of the enemy and was prepared to personally engage with the enemy when the mechanical army rained down their fire from the side. However, he had never imagined that the two Calamity-grade supers would die under a single round of fire. He was truly dumbfounded. This had gone much more successfully than he expected. Xiao had formulated a few backup plans but realized that they were all completely useless. The ease of this mission truly shocked him. Weren't they the subordinates of Esgod? Why were they so weak? I thought that the subordinates of Esgod would be a little bit more powerful. It doesn't feel any different from killing other Calamity-grade supers. Xiao's mouth contorted, and he felt as though he had just plunged his fists into cotton. This was no different from killing a chicken with an ox's blade. Oh, it may be because I just had a class advancement which increased my strength. Thus, I am able to suppress ordinary Calamity-grade supers more easily. Right? Neither of them have a talent that ignores true damage. I triggered the true damage attack thrice, so it's not too surprising for them to have been taken out in a single go. Xiao could only persuade himself as such. Originally, he could already suppress almost all Calamity-grade supers. After completing his class advancement, not to mention two Calamity-grade supers, he would be able to face even 20 of them. With Orozen dead, the Herifal's revenge mission was also completed. He then got Philip to use one of his mechanical suits to take Orozen's corpse back to the Tyla civilization in exchange for the bounty. At this moment, Xiao looked at the other corpse and spotted the cube on Colin's neck. What is this thing? It actually wasn't destroyed despite the attacks of the mechanical army? Xiao bent down to pick up the black cube with curiosity. The instant that he touched the black cube, an introduction of the item popped up on his interface. Glancing at the introduction, Xiao's jaw dropped, and he almost did not dare to believe what he had seen. Evolution. Cube? Did I become blind? Isn't this Psyker's universal treasure? Why would it appear here? Did I just pick up a divine weapon on the streets? Xiao held onto the evolution cube and was stunned silly on the spot. He then came to an enlightenment. Turning around abruptly, his gaze was fixed on Phaidon, who was by his side. Why are you looking at me? Phaidon felt his hair stand from Xiao's gaze. Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gave a thumbs up. Phaidon. Awesome. Phaidon had a face full of confusion. A few minutes later, Sardeem led a large machinery army and arrived at city number 2. Only a pile of rubble was left behind, along with a huge crowd watching by the side. Xiao and his mechanical army had long disappeared. The security squad hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield but could not find a single clue. The group of people being monitored were all killed without their corpses being left behind. I can't even find a single trace of their attackers. Sardeem was truly exasperated. Because of Han Xiao's control, the scouts that Sardeem had used to spy on Colin did not send any information to Sardeem. All the mechanical patrol squads did not stop Han Xiao's group, and the surveillance footage had been destroyed. Up until now, Sardeem had been kept in the dark and did not know what had happened. Just who killed Colin and his group. Just how powerful would an enemy capable of instantly killing a Calamity-grade Super be? What was the objective of the attackers? Were they bounty hunters? Were they Psyker's special force? Or was there a hidden reason? If the attackers were not Psyker's men, this meant that the people under his watch had been killed with the attackers disappearing. Just how would he answer to Psyker? Sardeem felt a headache coming on and could only report the situation honestly to Psyker. Chapter 755, Preparing for a Hot Potato. Chapter 755, Preparing for a Hot Potato. Meanwhile, Han Xiao took Gila and Phaidon to escape from the scene. He clutched the evolution cube in his hand. His expression conflicted. It was an unexpected joy to be able to pick up the evolution cube. After this ecstasy, Han Xiao gradually calmed down. Since the evolution cube had already appeared, it should have nothing to do with Phaidon. There had to be a deeper reason behind this, likely an event that happened somewhere that he was unaware of. The emergence of the evolution cube had also cleared up any blind spots of information. Han Xiao's brain moved rapidly, re-examining this series of events and speculating on the causes and consequences. The appearance of Psyker's evolution cube in the hands of these people means that they stole the universal treasure from Psyker in some way and transported it. No wonder they went silent for months after killing Hereful. Turns out, their plan was not to retaliate but to plot to steal the evolution cube. Han Xiao now understood their plan. It seems like I was mistaken. These people were not here to deal with me but to steal treasures. But why did they kill Hereful? Did he have something to do with the theft of the treasure? Or was there another motive behind it? In his previous life, the evolution cube had only been made known to the players when it was in the hands of the Arcane Church. Until Austin revealed the secret, Han Xiao did not know that the evolution cube actually belonged to Psyker during this time period. While this might not have been a secret to the higher levels, it was not something that was publicized, and with the current level of the players, it was difficult to obtain this sort of intelligence. In the later versions, players who joined the Arcane Church faction could pay contribution points and anas in exchange for the opportunity to use the evolution cube. The effect of the evolution cube was mainly for the transcendence of a species, and its specific role varied from each person. If the weaker party became stronger, the stronger would increase even more. However, the first time that it was used would give the greatest effect. Any subsequent attempts would become weaker until there was no longer any effect. The evolution cube went from Psyker to the Arcane Church. I'm not sure what happened halfway. Did God interfere in the transportation? Han Xiao suddenly paused. He recalled that, in his past life, there was intelligence about God creating trouble in the Star Pupil Holy Race. However, it did not occur during this time period, but an event in between versions 3.0 and 4.0. The players did not experience it in person, only seeing a text record on it, and there was no mention of the evolution cube. Philip, do a search on the latest news report of the Star Pupil Holy Race, Han Xiao ordered. Planet Avidon's news was quickly searched through by Philip, but due to the PR control by its government, the specific process was obscured. There was only mention that Planet Avitan had suffered heavy casualties and did not mention the name of the ES god. Because the huge star field would generate hundreds if not more of such stories every day, the event on Planet Avitan did not affect the Shattered Star Ring on a large scale. Thus, Han Xiao would not normally have paid attention to such a small story that did not involve him. Han Xiao thought for a moment. The incident on Planet Avitan should have been committed by ES God. I am 80% certain that they stole the evolution cube from Psyker, with the strategy of feigning an attack in the east but hitting the west. In that case, the attack on the Star Pupil Holy Race by ES God was carried forward. In connection with Hereful's death, Han Xiao had a feeling of shock. Could this be related to me? Is this the so-called butterfly effect? Pity, if only there was one person left alive. Han Xiao was a little troubled. He had planned for everything to be foolproof, going out with full force, but who knew that their opponents would be so weak that they would be wiped immediately? There was no chance left to interrogate any of them. Wait a minute. At this point, Han Xiao lurched to a stop. Thinking about the intelligence that he had received, a new doubt surfaced in his mind. Since God was acting secretly, and there was no sign from the star pupil holy race that the evolution cube had been stolen, then the reason Sardeem was monitoring this group would be interesting indeed. Perhaps Sardeem was not interested in the bounty reward offered by the Tyla civilization but the evolution cube in their hands? Han Zhao's brows furrowed. He thought of three possibilities. The first possibility was that Sardeem had some sort of special intelligence channel and managed to obtain news of the location of the evolution cube, thus wanting to take it for himself. The second was that the Mechanic Empire was aware of this matter and wished to be the fisherman that obtained all the benefits, thus instructing Sardeem, who was situated in the Shattered Star Ring, to obtain the evolution cube. The last possibility was that Sardeem had been asked by Psyker to help the star pupil holy race regain the evolution cube. No, Psyker might not have told the truth, as Sardeem was only told to monitor them, so he might not have known about the existence of the evolution cube. Whichever possibility it was, Sardeem was a competitor, and in the worst-case scenario it meant that a beyond-grade A super Psyker was also on his way there. Weighing the evolution cube in his hand, Han Zhao's eyes were solemn. He was no stranger to the evolution cube. At least he knew that the original shape of the evolution cube was huge, so the cube in his hands should be a portable version of the evolution cube. Austin said that he himself had not seen the appearance of the evolution cube before. Psyker has not publicly displayed the evolution cube like the Arcane Church, so there should be few people that know of it, and Sardeem himself may not even recognize it. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his face changed as he hurriedly contacted Aurora, who was on the spaceship. "How's the situation on the ground at the port?" Aurora was mystified. "Uncle, how did you know that there was a situation? We've just received a notice from the ground control that someone attacked the city, so the departure passage will be temporarily closed and departure restricted. Only when all the perpetrators are caught will they loosen the regulations." Indeed, Han Xiao kneaded his fingers. The moment he got rid of the subordinates of the god, Sardeem immediately locked down the entire planet, not allowing anyone to leave. Such a big move was not only just to arrest the perpetrators of the attack on the city, but also to keep the evolution cube on this planet. However, this would raise a new problem. With him having concealed his tracks, Sardeem had no way to pursue him. Even if they did security checks on planet Macipher, how long would it take to find the evolution cube? With the number of people present, the difficulty was just like finding a needle in a haystack. Without the corresponding detection method, just shutting down the planet was futile. Thus, Sardeem should have some methods of locating the evolution cube. Maybe it's a detection instrument that can sense the position when it comes within a certain distance. This may also be the detection method of Psyker. The detection should be limited, otherwise I would have long been spotted by Sardeem. Although he did not experience the whole process himself, based on the clues that the evolution cube gave him, Han Xiao could guess the sequence of events. His mind suddenly brightened up. With this in mind, Han Xiao told the other two to stop. His original intention was to leave planet Macipher immediately after killing Orozen, but Sardeem had already stopped the air traffic control before he could even get into his spaceship. If he wished to leave, he would have to forcibly break through their defenses, so he was in no hurry. Rather than rushing back to the port, he might as well think of how to deal with the evolution cube that he had now gotten his hands on. Han Xiao summed up his current situation. Getting the evolution cube meant having to face Sardeem, whose intentions were unknown, Psyker, whose house had been robbed, the scheming god, and the Arcane Church. At least two beyond grade as and a universal civilization would be looking for trouble with him. Han Xiao sucked in a deep breath of air, realizing that this evolution cube was a hot potato. While it was a joyful surprise, it posed a danger. Therefore, he had to be cautious when dealing with the evolution cube. Han Xiao turned solemn and quickly calculated the pros and cons in his head. There are only two ways to deal with this: hide it or give it away. If I wish to keep the evolution cube, Well, I'm not far away from the beyond grade A class myself, so I have the qualifications to occupy a universal treasure. But the consequences will be becoming an enemy of Psyker. Yes, God will also target me in order to obtain the evolution cube. I already have a relationship akin to fire and water with the tyrant. If Psyker and the tyrant join hands, things don't look too optimistic. But the benefit of keeping it is that not only can I use it to strengthen those in the Black Star Army, I can also use it to attract more forces. There are few civilizations that can resist the temptation of the evolution cube. Psyker did carrot this as he and the Arcane Church monopolized the usage of evolution cube. They did not wish to use it to cultivate more competitors. Han Xiao secretly nodded to himself. Sardeem might have locked down the planet, but he could not stop him from taking the evolution cube. Even without forcibly breaking through, he could still quietly take the cube away from planet Macipher with a void dimension jump. So long as Sardeem was unable to find the cube, sooner or later the lockdown would end, and the trio would then be able to get out through the spaceship. The issue was, if he kept the evolution cube, he would not be able to disguise it from the other organizations. The Black Star Army would then become a target of public criticism. Han Xiao groaned. Even if I hand it over, choosing the person to hand it to will be a problem. Yes, God, the Mechanic Empire, the Universal Civilization, or Psyker. Passing it over to ES God would turn him from a foe to an ally, but if things were revealed, he risked offending the 3 universal civilizations as well as many other forces. Generally speaking, the risks were too great, and the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. It would also be strange to hand it over to the Mechanic Empire. It would be in line with Planet Macipher and Sardeem, throwing the evolution cube that was the hot potato over to someone else, and using it to exchange for a large amount of resources. At the same time, it would also allow him to get rid of the danger, stay out of the fight, and avoid any struggles. If given to a universal civilization, they would turn into staunch allies. Who it was given to would affect the benefits. The Federation of Light would give a lot of resources in exchange, whereas the Crimson Dynasty would give him a ticket to the flickering world in addition to the resources. These two were possible. As for the Arcane Church, it would be detrimental for him to hand over the cube to them. If he passed it to the Arcane Church, things would be more complicated since Psyker was already considered an ally of theirs. The Arcane Church might not forsake Psyker to favor him, and either way he would lose a beyond grade A ally. However, with him turning into beyond grade A, the Arcane Church might not use force to try to snatch the evolution cube, which meant that the final result would be them returning the evolution cube to Psyker to maintain their relationship if he handed it over to them. In that case, not only would they retain Psyker, they would have him as their ally and still be allowed to use the evolution cube. Psyker might appreciate the Arcane Church, but the same could not be said of Han Xiao. Of course, the Arcane Church was a hegemon and would not be afraid of annoying Psyker. There was also the possibility of them pocketing the evolution cube. The final option would be returning it to the owner and keeping things quiet. This would undoubtedly allow him to gain the friendship of Psyker, and he might even be able to borrow the evolution cube from time to time like the Arcane Church. Just as Han Xiao was weighing the costs and benefits, Fiden asked, "Black Star, where are we going now? Aren't we going back to the spaceship?" Han Xiao regained his senses, thought about it, and shook his head. "There's no need. Gila, bring Aurora over." They could not go back to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation anymore. Sardeem would definitely suspect himself first of all as an unknown Calamity grade mechanic, and he would have reported him. Since he would be suspected whether he returned or disappeared, there was no need to keep up with the pretenses. Anyway, I was the one who did it, and I, Barn, am righteous and unafraid of trouble. Han Xiao temporarily let go of his mental struggle. He was long used to taking a rain check and calculating the best possible outcome, but no matter what, the evolution cube belonged to him alone for the moment. Enjoy it before deciding. Your Excellency Psyker, I've already locked down the planet's port. On the other side, Sardeem was communicating with Psyker. Before I arrive, don't let anyone go, Psyker blandly replied. All right, but please hurry. I cannot keep the lockdown for an indefinite period of time. Sardeem had an expression of helplessness. Luckily, there was an excuse of hunting down the perpetrators to maintain law and order, but locking the port for too long would cause Planet Macipher's business to suffer, and this was something that he could not accept. "You've worked hard." "I'm almost here," Psyker replied. "Okay, what should I do now?" "There's no need for you to do anything else. Just ensure that no one leaves planet Mecha. If anyone tries to forcibly leave, stop them personally." He could tell that the evolution cube was still on planet Mecha, but the distance was too far from it to be accurately predicted. Thus, when Sardeem informed him that God's subordinates had been killed, Psyker was slightly surprised but regained his calm afterward. As long as the treasure was still on planet Mecha, it would all be good. The moment he arrived personally, he would then be able to discover the position of the evolution cube. Chapter 756, Genetic Optimization and Ambitions. Chapter 756, Genetic Optimization and Ambitions. Along one of the continuous mountain ranges of planet Mecha, a mountain face was dug out by Han Xiao's machinery to form a cave, and the cave was equipped with a fully automatic environmental shelter, disguised as a rock. In the light of dawn, those outside could not see the existence of the cave, and the energy detection shield blocked out many of the satellite detectors that Sardeem had arranged in outer space, making it impossible for the owner of the planet to discover any energy responses here with just satellites. This area was a blind spot on their radar. Within the cave was a hollowed-out mountain belly, and Han Xiao had unfolded a portable mechanical fortress there, occupying thousands of square meters. Numerous mechanical foundations were spread across the mountain walls, supporting the hollowed abdomen of the mountain. This area had turned into a stronghold, and the multiple mechanical foundations also served as light sources, illuminating the darkness of the cave. After laying his hands on the evolution cube the previous night, Han Xiao had analyzed his situation clearly and decided to leave the planet Mecha City to set up a temporary hidden stronghold in the wilderness of the planet to prevent Sardeem from detecting their usage of the evolution cube. After Gila brought Aurora over, Han Xiao took the three of them there and built a small base with the compressed orbs that he carried with him. He always carried equipment to set up a temporary camp. After settling down, Han Xiao took out the evolution cube, explaining his hypothesis so far. Originally, the three of them were confused over Han Xiao's sudden irrational behavior, but after hearing the history of the item, they were enlightened. The trio looked curiously at the small black cube in Han Xiao's hands. Aurora was purely curious about universal treasures, while Gila was interested in its ability to promote one's strength. Phaidon, however, showed an anxious expression. "This is the evolution cube of legends? Since we've picked it up, what do we do now? Do we return it to Psyker? Will he think that we stole it?" Because he had followed Han Xiao to visit Austin, he knew that this belonged to Psyker. Han Xiao could only helplessly reply, "I haven't thought of that yet. It can't be that you're thinking of keeping the evolution cube," Phaidon said. "If you do, we'll also become enemies with Psyker. Now that you've already provoked the tyrant, if we add on Psyker, that would mean that you've provoked half of the Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star Ring." Han Xiao interrupted him. "We can discuss that later. Since the evolution cube is in my hands, let's first use." "How do we use it?" Gila impatiently asked. "If my memory serves me right." Han Xiao flipped the small black cube around, scrutinizing it. Every face was as smooth as a mirror, absent of any notches. Even when he exerted strength with his fingers, it did not leave any traces. After hesitating, he covered the two sides of the cube with both his palms, pressing down on all corners of the cube simultaneously. The next moment, the inky black surface lit up with streams of light, and a spherical black energy ball wrapped around the cube, suspending it in midair. The first step was right. Han Xiao was overjoyed. The easiest way to utilize the evolution cube was to enter it when it was in its natural state. However, when the evolution cube was fixed in its portable mode, the container needed to be opened in a specific manner to expose an opening where the energy from the cube could exit. The first step was thus to put the container into its ready asterisk status. This was what Han Xiao had just done. However, it did not mean that the cube had been activated yet. A cover would then materialize around the cube, which served as a password input screen. A series of specific passcode symbols would have to be drawn on it to open the container. This was equivalent to a password. Compared to the secret message bead, this was actually quite simple. Many players from his past life had used the evolution cube in the Arcane Church in exchange for their contribution points. Thus, there were a few that had watched the NPCs from the Arcane Church unlock the evolution cube in person and recorded it. The process was not a secret to him, and there were even others who posted a summary of the passwords for the evolution cube, which were made up of 42 different symbols. However, the exact shape and position of the symbols were a little vague to Han Xiao. Fortunately, his intelligence attribute had improved so much that his memories were already structured like a bookcase. All his memories were stored in different categories, which could be manually accessed and viewed. Such thinking modes could be mastered by ordinary people just after training, let alone for mechanics with extremely high intelligence and large brain areas. Otherwise, would it not be too difficult for them to memorize their blueprints? After pondering for a while, he slowly recalled the structure of the symbols and started to trace with his fingers on the energy cover of the cube, leaving behind golden trails. He quickly finished drawing the symbols, but the energy hood was only drawn back, and the cube dropped onto the ground. Obviously, it was a failure, causing him to stagger slightly. That's right. The password set by the Arcane Church might not be the same as that set by the ES God. Han Xiao suddenly realized the issue. He was a little depressed. If he failed to open the evolution cube, he could only smash it to allow it to regain its original size. The commotion created by that would be too big, and people would definitely notice. Frowning and sighing, he consoled himself. That might not be the case as well. The evolution cube belonged to a lost civilization, and making portable containers was also this civilization's technology. It is very advanced and is not something ordinary people can decipher. Maybe the gods can make containers such as these, but it should be difficult to improve the technology. As such, these 42 symbols should be the fixed password of the container. As to why the container was not opened, maybe my drawing was inaccurate, or the order was wrong. Han Xiao did not know that he had guessed upon the truth. This set of symbols was a fixed activation password of the portable evolution cube, which could not be changed. It was not only used to unlock the container but also the key to harnessing the energy of the evolution cube. This was the top-secret information left behind by the evolutionary cube civilization. At present, such knowledge was only in the hands of ES God. Even Colin and the others did not know how to open it, to prevent their greed, betrayal, or accidental disclosure of information. In his previous life, the Arcane Church had not been afraid of leaking out such information as no one could take away their items, so Han Xiao had become one of the few people currently who knew the password needed to open it. He tried more than 30 times, slowly replicating the symbols, refining his accuracy. Finally, on his 37th try, there was a different reaction from the evolution cube. From the center of every face on the cube, a small hole appeared, in which a black stream of ribbon-like particles escaped, surrounding the cube and propelling it in the air. "It's open!" Han Xiao exclaimed. Looking at the others, Han Xiao first took a deep breath, before stretching out his palm and releasing his mechanical force toward the evolution cube. Whew! The next moment, the black stream seemed to have discovered a vent to escape from and flocked over to Han Xiao, continuously infiltrating his body from his skin. Itchy! That was his first thought. This sort of itch seemed to be BOM from his soul. His skin, muscles, bones, blood vessels, and organs all felt the itch, but it was impossible to reach out and scratch it like scratching one's body. The symptoms could not be relieved at all. At this point, notifications started to pop up from the interface. You have utilized the evolution cube, gold grade. You have received a permanent special benefit, gene optimization. Evolution cube, freewebnovel.com. Identifying species. Identification complete. Your current species is Void Star Pursuer. Your genetic structure is now being adjusted to the best state of the Void Star Pursuer. Please do not interrupt the evolution process. The first optimization has succeeded. Your potential qualities have increased. You have received plus 6 STR, plus 4 DEX, plus 5 INT, plus 4 MYS, plus 3 CHA, and plus 30 energy. Because your energy level is above level 0, the second optimization has automatically succeeded. Your potential qualities have increased, and you have received plus 8 STR, plus 7 DEX, plus 11 END, plus 7 INT, plus 5 MYS, plus 6 CHA, and plus 40 energy. Because your energy level is above level 14, the 16th optimization has automatically succeeded. Your potential qualities have increased, and you have received plus 64 STR, plus 67 DEX, plus 72 END, plus 76 INT, plus 61 MYS, plus 43 CHA, and plus 240 energy. When he was rushing toward level 238, his energy attribute had broken through the 40,000 mark, achieving the level 14 bonus. For each additional energy attribute level, one would be able to access an additional layer of genetically optimized attributes as a reward. Hence, the stronger one's body was, the better the effect of one's first use. The attributes awarded were based on a variety of factors such as cell activity, lifespan, and species, of which the species had the greatest impact. The evolution cube would be optimized based on the race, and if one's racial species was more powerful, their benefits would be greater. When the evolution cube was used for the second time onward, it would not be calculated based on the new strength level but rather repeat the optimization process for each layer. However, the attributes given would be greatly reduced, with each subsequent usage giving out less than the previous one, until there was no effect. Only through the sublimation into a new racial species would one then regain some benefits, but even that would be far less effective than the first use of the evolution cube. Han Xiao endured his itchiness while calculating in his mind. This series of genetic optimizations had provided him with an extremely terrifying increase in his attributes. The 5 attributes of strength, dexterity, endurance, intelligence, and mystery shot up by more than 500 points, while charm was increased by nearly 400 points. As for energy, there was an increase of 2,100. This wave of soaring attributes exceeded the total amount of attribute points that he had obtained up till energy level 14. The sum of all his improved attributes added to reach more than 3,000 points, which was equivalent to Han Zhao's attributes being improved by a third. The effect was outstanding, because the potential of the Void Star Pursuer was strong. Coupled with his young age, high vitality cells, and strong energy, the increase was terrifying. When he had upgraded his profession to Emperor Mechanic, rising to level 238, his total energy count had been at 32,600. Right now, after utilizing the evolution cube, he suddenly leaped up by another 2,000 points, reaching 34,450. Even though the itchiness in Han Xiao was hard to bear, he could not help but reveal an expression of joy. This genetic optimization was too worthwhile. However, the notifications on the interface had not yet ended. The first time utilizing the evolution cube awarded you with 16 layers of genetic optimization. There will be a plus 40% experience penalty to level up, which will last for 16 months. Han Xiao nodded to himself secretly. Players would suffer from experience penalties upon using the evolution cube. After all, the attributes obtained were equivalent to gaining 10 or more levels. It was just like the saying of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It would be impossible without a cost. This principle was just like how a stronger life form would find it harder to sublimate themselves. Each time the evolution cube was utilized, there would be a 40% experience penalty, and the duration would depend on the number of genetic optimizations obtained. However, this was nothing to Han Xiao. Just a 40% experience penalty, under the influence of his 30% increase through the political asset, was essentially just a 10% penalty. Han Zhao's experience gain relied on the experience of his leak fields. He could afford to just wait for a while, using this 16-month penalty in exchange for a large increase in attributes. This was a permanent force that would result in larger combat power. Furthermore, the stronger one's attributes, the higher the energy level. As such, his chances of breaking through to the Beyond Grade A at level 240 was even higher now. At this time, the interface popped up with the last few notifications. Special conditions met. On your first time utilizing the evolution cube, you unlocked more than 10 layers of genetic optimizations. Special effect triggered. In the next advancement, you will receive an additional opportunity to perform a race evolution. Gene optimization has ended. The black particle flow finally stopped flowing, retreating into the evolution cube. Han Xiao hurriedly squatted down to take a breath, calming himself. He then slowly sensed the power within his newly increased attributes, giving him the feeling that he could blow up a whole planet. Phaidon rushed up to help, asking, "How is the effect?" Han Xiao only waved his hands, signaling that there was no need for any aid. He then slowly stood up, feeling refreshed. Seeing Gila staring at him, he could not help but laugh. "I've tested it and the side effects are small. All of you should have a go." Gila immediately nodded. "Let me go first then." Han Xiao did not hesitate, opening the evolution cube again to allow the black particle stream to flow toward Gila. From the perspective of an outsider, the black particle stream would wrap the user into a black cocoon. It took a while for Gila to break out of the cocoon, as though emerging from the cocoon as a butterfly. There was a red glow in her eyes, which then slowly faded. "Sis, how do you feel?" Aurora curiously asked. Gila clenched her fists, and her sharp look softened suddenly, as she revealed a rare smile. "I feel really great." Seeing the situation, Han Xiao smiled. He was happy to share the evolution cube, which would allow him to improve the backbone of his group. Soon, there were another 2 cocoons beside the evolution cube. It was Phaidon's and Aurora's turn to enjoy the baptism of genetic optimization. Han Xiao stood beside them, looking at the 2 people who were undergoing the process, and suddenly spotted a problem. If the evolution cube returned to Psyker, he would not know the opening symbols, only being able to destroy the container and release the evolution block, making it return to its original state. It seemed that only Han Xiao knew how to use the evolutionary block in its portable state. Once this thought was BOM, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Maybe this is a foundation for cooperation. In a short while, Phaidon and Aurora also completed their optimizations, and each experienced with their own changes. "Okay, what's the plan now?" Phaidon immediately asked. Since the evolution cube had been used, it was time for them to think about what to do next. Han Xiao's answer was out of his expectations. "You all will stay here." The 3 of them stopped in shock. "Are you planning to?" Phaidon was in disbelief. Before waiting for him to finish, Han Xiao nodded. "Sardeem has already sealed up the entire planet, so Psyker will probably catch up soon. I have my ways of protecting myself from a beyond grade A, but not you guys. We will act separately this time. You guys stay here temporarily. I have a way to leave this planet." His real objective was to utilize the void dimension jump to leave planet Decipher on his own. This way, he could precisely test the accuracy of the detection method that Sardeem or Psyker had. No matter how he planned to deal with the evolution cube, he could not avoid taking a risk. In this manner, it would be better if he just operated solo. This way, he would not need to worry about his teammates. In reality, this evolution cube was a hot potato, but since it had already fallen into his hands, Han Xiao was not willing to hand it over. Risk and opportunity coexisted side by side. This was the situation that he had analyzed, and there was no doubt that only by keeping the evolution cube in his possession could he maximize the benefits. As for whether he had the ability to keep it, if he did not try, how would he know? Thus, Han Xiao decided to enter the desolate universe belt with the evolution cube by himself, giving himself time to accumulate enough experience to reach level 240. While he did not know the exact context, he felt that the facts should be similar to his own deduction. It was likely that there would be a pursuer, which was most probably Psyker. Han Xiao had nothing against Psyker and even respected such heroes who cared about their races. The evolution cube only worked for an individual, but the descendants of powerful individuals would also end up inheriting certain genetic optimization effects. Furthermore, undergoing another process through the evolution cube would be a positive cycle, and this was exactly how Psyker had managed to evolve his star pupil holy race to its current state. To this day, the evolution cube was still a very important tool for the development of the star pupil holy race. However, what had that got to do with him? He was not a member of the star pupil holy race. He was not even the one who stole the cube. He just picked it up. Han Xiao had already made his decision. At least, he had to exchange blows with Psyker once. If he could not fend him off, it would not be too late to negotiate. Chapter 757. This is not personal. It's just too tempting. Chapter 757. This is not personal. It's just too tempting. On the floating city of planet Decipher, Sardeem was using all his law reinforcement troops to search for clues of the culprit who attacked Colin and the others. He had not slept the previous night. Psyker's order was to lock the entire planet down to prevent the attackers from escaping, but Sardeem thought that if he could find the attacker soon, there would be no need to continue locking the ports down, which affected his businesses. As it was related to his own profits, he was very motivated. Sadly, he did not acquire any clues throughout the night. It was like the attackers had disappeared into thin air. There were no traces of them anywhere on any surveillance devices. Could they have the ability to teleport or something? Sardeem scratched his head. Or did all of my surveillance devices stop functioning? Sardeem could not help but look through the command records of the floating city's control center, but he did not discover any signs of it being hacked. Xiao had cleared his browsing history there long ago while also ending his temporary access. With Sardeem's ability, it was next to impossible for him to find out what Xiao had done. Ring ring. While Sardeem was getting frustrated, Psyker's call arrived once again. Your Excellency Psyker, what is it this time? Sardeem suppressed his frustration and made his tone sound as natural as he could. He was Mechanic Empire's subordinate. Sure, he did do quite a few things for Psyker because Psyker was a beyond grade A, but Psyker seemed to be commanding him as if he was his subordinate, which made Sardeem a little unhappy. This was mainly because locking the planet down damaged his profits, the key reason his attitude changed. However, what Psyker said almost made Sardeem jump up from his seat. The fugitive has left Planet Mecypher and is running outside the Shattered Star Ring. What are you doing? Psyker's tone was relaxed no more and seemed truly grave, with a hint of blame. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the evolution cube leaving Planet Mecypher, moving away at hyperdrive speed. It had undoubtedly been taken away by someone, which made Psyker lose confidence and start to feel anxious. Impossible, I've locked down all the ports. No one should be able to leave Mecypher for the time being. Sardeem's face was filled with disbelief, and he almost thought that Psyker was deliberately blackmailing him. How did Psyker know about the whereabouts of the attacker? Psyker was not there, and not even Sardeem, the owner of the planet, noticed someone escaping. Maybe the fugitive has some kind of ability to avoid your lockdown. Anyway, he's escaped. I need you to help me do one more thing, Psyker said with a low voice. He was in quite a bad mood. He had been very close to arriving at Planet Mecypher and easily retrieving the evolution cube. However, at such a crucial moment, an accident occurred. He had no idea if this was the act of another group of ES-God's subordinates ordered to continue the mission, or that the evolution cube had been intercepted by someone else. No matter what, the situation was slowly getting out of his control. ES-God's subordinates had died, and the person who now possessed the evolution cube and was escaping was a mystery. Fruibnovel.com. What do I need to do? Sardeem put away his little thoughts. I will point you in the direction that the fugitive is running, and you follow them. My spaceship is very fast, so I will catch up with you soon. Sardeem hesitated. He was confident about his strength, so he was not worried about the danger, but that someone would cause trouble on Planet Mecypher while he was away. As Psyker had not told him the truth since the start, Sardeem had started to realize that this matter seemed to be very significant. You'll be rewarded handsomely for helping me. Okay then, Sardeem agreed in the end. Does this mean that the lockdown on Planet Mecypher can be cancelled? Whatever. Retrieving the evolution cube was Psyker's only target. Everything else was none of his concern. As the communication ended, Sardeem did not delay any longer and started to pack up and leave, chasing after Xiao with the coordinates sent by Psyker. While gathering his mechanical troops, Sardeem ended the lockdown. At this time, Sardeem suddenly recalled something and immediately contacted the upper echelons of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Where's Barn? Your Excellency Sardeem. Barn was out the whole night last night and has yet to appear. Sardeem narrowed his eyes. This Calamity grade with unknown origin was the first person he suspected. I remember he has 3 friends. Where are they? They're missing as well. They're most likely the attackers. Sardeem heavily slammed the table with a vicious look on his face. He had thought that Bame was there to steal blueprints, but it turned out that he had something to do with this Psyker incident. This guy had prepared his ambush for more than 20 days. Having thought of that, Sardeem immediately entered Barn and his friends' faces into the control center and made all the surveillance facilities notify him as soon as they discovered their whereabouts. After that, Sardeem took along a ton of elite giant soldiers, boarded his spaceship, turned into a stream of light, and chased after Xiao. At the same time, in a mechanical stronghold in a certain mountain in the wilderness of planet Mecha, 3 people were waiting. Xiao had secretly left the planet through void dimension jump while leaving the stronghold behind for Phaidon and the sisters to hide, as well as to monitor Sardeem's movements. Sis, the lockdown has been lifted, and Sardeem has left. In front of a few virtual screens, Aurora was controlling the machines swiftly with her fingers. As her Esper ability lacked combat power, she had learned a lot of other knowledge during the time she was on Floating Dragon Island. She had gained a ton of subclasses and was developing toward an all-round commander. Black Star guessed right. Sardeem left the planet and is going after him, Phaidon said with resignation. And we're left behind. Gila clenched her fists with a frustrated expression. In order to protect the 3 of them, Xiao had left alone to lure out Psyker, who might appear. It was clear that the 3 of them were a burden. Gila wanted to fight alongside Xiao, but Xiao had rejected her because she was not strong enough to deal with a beyond grade as super. She was irritated with herself for not being able to help him. She had trained 10 years with Ames and become a high-level combatant in the universe, so she had thought that she could finally help Xiao, but it turned out she was still a burden. Gila clenched her teeth tightly and felt frustrated. She had ended her training to help Xiao, but now she had become someone that needed his protection once again. She was not willing to be protected by Xiao all the time. She wanted to fight alongside Xiao. Otherwise, how could she repay him for what he had done for her and Aurora? Seeing that she was not looking too good, Phaidon said in a worried tone, Gila, don't overthink. Gila returned to being expressionless and said coldly, don't worry. I won't disobey his orders. Even if I insist on going after him to help, I'll only cause more trouble to him and become even more of a burden. Phaidon breathed a sigh of relief. After spending so much time together, he knew how stubborn Gila could be. He did not worry anymore and said with a smile, you don't have to undervalue yourself. Black Star sees you as someone very important to him, and you still have a lot of room to grow. In the future, you will definitely be of great help. Gila curled her lips and tightened her fists. You don't have to worry about him. After all, we've all undergone the effects brought by the evolution cube, which you should know about. Black Star is definitely even stronger, Phaidon said. Gila nodded. She knew very well of the evolution cube's effects. They were so significant that it almost felt like she had been reborn. Don't worry, I made many life force potions for him on the spot. He will be fine. Aurora chuckled. Don't you trust my ability? You were just telling me to make more potions earlier. Before Xiao left, Aurora had made many life force potions for him on the spot. She had learned pharmacology from Emerald Grass in the past and studied it further on Floating Dragon Island, so the level of her subclass was very high. Combined with her Esper ability, every one of those potions was equivalent to full health recovery. When Aurora was making the potions earlier, not only did Gila not stop her younger sister as usual, instead, she agreed to Aurora using more life force to make potions for Xiao. Recalling that, Gila blushed a little bit and turned away to avoid Aurora's eyes while changing the topic. The planet lockdown has been lifted, and Sardeem has left. What should we do? Stay here or leave in a spaceship? Phaidon thought about it, then said, we shall leave planet Mecha after Sardeem is further away. The safer that way. Gila and Aurora nodded. As long as Phaidon was the one that made the decision, it might not result in a profit, but it would definitely not result in a loss. Outside the shattered star ring edge, in the desolate universe belt, a light suddenly appeared. Xiao left the void dimension and appeared with his skin a little red from the universe's radiation. Before him was a gray, desolate planet. Xiao slowly landed on the cracked ground, crossed his legs, and hovered about a meter above the ground, waiting for his army boxes to arrive in hyperdrive. He had used void dimension jump to leave planet Mecha, so his army boxes were still on the spaceship. He would only be at his peak as a mechanic once his mechanical army arrived. As the Emperor Mechanic's secondary dimension army was still unactivated. His army was not with him at all times. That's a point. This is my first time actually leaving the Shattered Star Ring. Looking up at the sky, this thought suddenly appeared in Han Xiao's mind. In the last 20-odd years, he had always been in the Shattered Star Ring. There were desolate universe belts between star clusters, as well as between star fields, where the latter was much bigger than the former. He had once fought in the desolate universe belt between Clent and Purple Crystal, which paled in comparison as compared to now. The desolate universe belt that separated two star fields had extremely sparse resources and very low value. The planets were scattered, and it was deadly silent. Even if a civilization was born there, it would have no future because of the vile environment. In the entire known universe, desolate universe belts made up to more than 60% of the area. In the unexplored universe, desolate universe belts consisted of even larger areas. After feeling nostalgic for a while, Han Xiao got back to business. He opened the faction interface and started a discount event for all the knowledges in the faction store. The reason he did this was to reward the army members for having participated for many months in the secret war. The contribution point cost of learning knowledges was 60% off. In order to quickly make up the experience that he needed for the last 2 levels, Han Xiao used the promotion to stimulate purchases. Knowledges were a necessity for players, and the only difference was when they would learn it. Han Xiao needed the players to learn them right now, so having a promotion was the best method to encourage that. He was willing to earn fewer anas for that. This way, even with the 40% experience penalty, it would not take long. Before the enemies caught up, Han Xiao had quite a lot of confidence that he could level up to level 240. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Hela. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes as he read it. Sardeem has left planet Mecha? He set off as soon as I left, so it seems although their locating method is not accurate enough, they are able to remotely locate the evolution cube. This means that my whereabouts are transparent to them, and Sardeem and Psyker are heading right toward me. As Han Xiao finally figured out the enemy's detection method, Han Xiao felt more confident. The ability to locate the evolution cube should be where their confidence came from. He did not wait for his army boxes anymore and once again used void dimension jump, turning into a stream of light and heading further away. Since he was being chased, he could not stop. This battle was unavoidable. All he could do was make detours to meet up with his army boxes while stalling for the time. While in hyperdrive, Han Xiao pondered. I have quite a number of trump cards. Aurora's Potion, Dragon Emperor's Character Summon card, the rarely used, Painful Revenge, and Luck Curse. I must use everything I have that's effective against a Beyond Grade A. It's been very long since an opponent that required me to use my full strength. However, the Psychic class counters me for quite a bit. Psyker also has powerful AoE abilities. As a Beyond Grade A, he will be able to easily destroy a ton of my mechanical soldiers. Sadly, I don't have the time to strengthen my mechanical army now. As he had already tried in the stronghold, the evolution cube had no effects on his mechanical soldiers. After all, they were objects and did not have genes that could be improved. Maybe it would only be effective after they turned into real mechanical lives. Sadly, King's Mentor was still unactivated, so he would only be able to test that in the future. Without any machinery that was useful at the Beyond Grade A level, he would not be able to reach his peak performance right after his promotion. If only he could increase the power of his machinery before fighting Psyker. Han Xiao's eyes lit up suddenly. Oh, that's right, Sardeem. Chapter 758, Like Rain Pouring on a Field. Chapter 758, Like Rain Pouring on a Field. With a flashing stream of light, Sardeem's spaceship stopped outside an asteroid belt. He had been chasing Han Xiao, following the directions that Psyker gave, for a whole day. He had noticed that the target did not head directly into the desolate universe belt, but traveled in an arc around the edge of the Shattered Star Ring at a slower speed than his spaceship. He finally caught up with the target at this asteroid belt. The coordinates given by Psyker showed that the target was hiding in the asteroid belt right then. The target has stopped here. Sardeem had a serious look on his face. Countless asteroids floated in the universe like a river. Some were tens of thousands of meters wide, and some were just a dozen meters wide. They blocked Sardeem's view, and he could only use the radar on his spaceship to slowly scan the asteroid belt. Given how large the asteroid belt was, it was indeed a great place to hide. Scanning through it was undoubtedly a troublesome task. However, the moment Sardeem had this thought, the radar responded. Alert! Abnormal energy target detected. The vision on the porthole of the spaceship expanded. At the top of an enormous oval-shaped asteroid, a man was sat with his legs crossed. His face was hidden under his helmet, and his body was covered by the streamlined mechanical suit, with dark blue patterns evenly distributed across the surface of the armor. He was facing Sardeem's spaceship, clearly aware of Sardeem's arrival. Sardeem narrowed his eyes. He stopped the spaceship, opened the hatch, and walked out. Red and gold armor extended from his chest over his entire body, forming heavy armor around his body. Sardeem spoke first and sent a message to Xiao with an unfriendly tone. Barn? Is that you? Xiao smiled faintly. You can continue to call me that. Sardeem snorted. He knew that the name Barn was just an alias. As for his true identity, he did not ask back then, and he had no idea now. However, that did not matter. He would have more than enough time to find out after he captured and interrogated him. Having this thought, Sardeem's eyes started sparkling, and he came up with a plan. Initially, Psyker only asked him to follow the target. However, since he had caught up, he was not afraid of fighting. Maybe he could pry out Psyker's secret from Barn before Psyker arrived. He had no idea why this person was running and why Psyker was chasing after him, so he was in a rush to find out. I have one more question, Sardeem said with a low voice. Your real goal was attacking these people, wasn't it? That's why you hid on planet Mecha beforehand. Yet, you tried to steal blueprints while working in my business under a disguise. Weren't you afraid of getting exposed? From the way he looked at it, Barn came and stayed on planet Mecha to kill the group of people including Colin. Hence, he could not figure out why Barn was so daring to be exposed right under his nose. Would waiting in a hotel in the city not have been stealthier? Will you believe if I say it's all because of luck? Xiao smiled with resignation. At the start, he just wanted to obtain a talent. Then he discovered Eternal Light's blueprint, so he focused on stealing it. After that, Orozen suddenly came right before him. He then simply wanted to kill a wanted criminal but was dragged into the storm around the evolution cube. Could this be because of the great Fiden? Luck? Sardeem narrowed his eyes and found that very suspicious. He shook his head and said, Never mind. I know I won't get anything from you now. You will learn to speak later when you're in my hands. Right after his sentence ended, Sardeem's mechanical force erupted. The cabin of the spaceship opened. Red and gold army boxes shot right towards Sardeem like rockets and opened on the way. His mechanical army quickly formed a formation and hovered behind Sardeem. With a brief look, there were about 2 to 3 million machines. Their models were very different from Xiao's. They were bulkier and more ferocious. As an armed mechanic, Sardeem knew more blueprints for war machinery. The mechanical army under his command mainly consisted of heavily armored and large machines. There were 5-meter-tall heavy mechanical soldiers everywhere and a few thousand conspicuous giant soldiers. The biggest was more than 1,000 meters tall, even larger than many asteroids around them. Other than all kinds of mechanical soldiers, there were also many combat devices that were often used in galactic wars. Sardeem launched a ton of compressed orbs, which then expanded into huge parts that connected with his armor, forming a several 100-meter-tall giant soldier. He backed away into the center of his army. Many defense fortresses and hovering guards moved to surround him, forming multiple layers of defenses. There were also space stabilization devices around him, preventing the enemy from using hyperdrive to close the distance on him. This was the authentic army style of fighting. The mechanic was the commander in the middle of the army, focusing on utilizing the troops in formation to defeat the enemy step by step. Seeing that Sardeem had summoned his army, Xiao's eyes sparkled. As he scanned through Sardeem's army, he could not help but lick his lips. So much heavy machinery, good stuff. Han Xiao's fingers moved around slightly in anticipation. The millions of mechanical soldiers simultaneously aimed at Han Xiao. Seeing Han Xiao did not even respond, Sardeem frowned slightly. "You're a mechanic too. Where's your army?" Sardeem said with a mocking tone. "Or have you decided not to embarrass yourself and are willing to surrender?" Han Xiao smiled. He pointed behind Sardeem. "Isn't my army arriving?" Shocked, Sardeem turned around immediately. Behind his army, streams of light rocketed from far away. It was the Black Star mechanical army that had arrived through hyperdrive. As the army boxes opened one after another, more than 10 million mechanical soldiers swarmed out like a black tsunami. It was more than 3 times bigger than Sardeem's army. How is this possible? Sardeem's expression changed drastically with fear. Suddenly, he realized that this barn was not just an ordinary person but someone well known from somewhere. The size of the mechanical army represented the wealth of the mechanic. Even maintaining the army required money. In the entire Shattered Star Ring, very few mechanics could afford such an enormous mechanical army. Names flashed through his Sardeem's mind, and he finally stopped on one. Panicked, Sardeem hastily turned around and stared at Han Xiao with disbelief. "You're Black Star. That's correct. Here's a green hat as a reward." Han Xiao chuckled. With the evolution cube in hand and breaking through to beyond grade A around the corner, there was no need to continue playing the barn role. "Fire!" Sardeem's cool shattered instantly as he hastily ordered his army to start firing. The back of his army faced the approaching mechanical army, and the front of his army fired on Han Xiao. Facing millions of light beam attacks, Han Xiao did not want to take it head-on. Like pulling on a cloth, his hands pulled down strongly. Strength and void distortion caused chaos in the time-space around. Countless light beams' courses deviated. Countless asteroids around him were penetrated and shattered by the light beams, turning into dust. Even the enormous asteroid under Han Xiao crumbled. After the initial round of fire, the tens of thousands of meters area around Han Xiao became an empty space in the asteroid belt, while he remained unharmed. He was covered in an azure psionic energy shield that was rippling brightly, blocking all the stray attacks. Seeing Sardeem's mechanical soldiers' barrels lighting up again, attempting to start the second round of fire, Han Xiao immediately entered the void dimension. The next instant, he appeared behind Sardeem's army, slashing right towards Sardeem, who was protected by layers of defenses. Surrounded by enemy mechanical soldiers in all directions, Han Xiao activated apostolization. The psionic energy around him overflowed, shooting and spraying psionic impacts like they were infinite. He penetrated tons of mechanical soldiers with ease, turning every mechanical soldier before him into scrap metal, breaking through the layers of defenses extremely quickly. The evolution cube had made him much stronger. Only a tank mechanic like him would dare to go so deep into the enemy army. Suddenly, Han Xiao's vision was covered in darkness. A several hundred-meter-tall giant soldier stood in his path, covered in spaceship-grade shields and equipped with more than 1,000 artillery cannons. The gigantic mechanical palm slammed down like a mountain. Without even dodging, Han Xiao raised his hand and stopped the slam head-on. His size was like an ant compared to the giant soldier, but as his mechanical suit thruster operated at its maximum power output, he was not blown away. Han Xiao's fingers lodged into the giant soldier's palm, and he hung from it. The giant soldier clenched its fist immediately. However, the next moment, countless tiny cracks appeared on the giant soldier's palm and spread over his entire palm. Dark blue light shone from within the cracks. Before the giant soldier could react, the entire arm was blasted into pieces by the psionic energy that Han Xiao had injected. Countless parts were blown away by the impact, toppling the mechanical soldiers around. With energy enhancement aura, cosmetic, the lighting effects looked very dazzling and colorful. Despite not having any actual bonus, it looked cool. After crushing this giant soldier that blocked the way, Han Xiao's legs stomped in the air as he accelerated in an instant, shattering the machinery in his path and heading right towards Sardeem, who was in the middle. He's too strong. Covered in sweat, Sardeem hastily deployed more troops to stop Han Xiao. At this moment, the Black Star mechanical army on the other side finally clashed with Sardeem's army. The difference between them was clearly visible. Han Xiao's mechanical army was black, and Sardeem's was red. At this time, the black side formed a comb-shaped formation and penetrated right into the red side's formation, stirring up their formation. Then, like an unstoppable train, the black side pushed the red side into the asteroid belt not far away. The formations of both sides were shattered, and it became a chaotic brawl. Millions of light beams flashed every second, quickly shrinking the size of the asteroid belt. The area was illuminated by blinding lights. Countless mechanical soldiers were destroyed on both sides every second, turning into scrap metal floating in the universe. In the midst of all this, Han Xiao did not forget about virtual intrusion. More and more of Sardeem's troops started to switch sides. As a giant soldier shattered a team of Black Star mechanical troops, it suddenly turned and punched right through the head of another giant soldier. The troops sent to stop Han Xiao became vanguards that opened the way for him. Han Xiao was initially advancing alone, but he suddenly gained a few thousand traitors to protect him. Sardeem was on edge and had no choice but to keep backing away. He could still fight to a certain extent with his army in his hands and might even be able to escape, but once Black Star got too close, it would be the end of him. Authentic army-style users would not be afraid of the enemy rushing through the layers of defenses, since it would be suicide for a normal mechanic to use the tactic that Han Xiao was using. However, Sardeem did not think that he would be able to penetrate Black Star's defenses. With so many prior cases, everyone knew how terrifying the indestructible body was. He did not want to be the next case. As the intense battle carried on in the asteroid belt, the entire asteroid belt was reduced to dust. After lasting for so long, Sardeem finally had nowhere to back away to. He was caught by Han Xiao from behind. The defense measures around him were shattered by Han Xiao, and the troops around were all occupied by Han Xiao's mechanical army. All Sardeem had was this giant soldier that he was controlling manually. He had no choice but to fight Han Xiao in it. Both of them had the ability to apostolize. Psionic energy clashed time after time, spreading out like impact waves. Every punch that Han Xiao landed on the giant soldier shattered a large area of its exterior armor. Sardeem could only run around. He was no match for Han Xiao at all. In terms of the army style, Han Xiao had more machines. In terms of personal strength, Han Xiao was stronger. Plus, he had just received a chunk of attributes from the evolution cube, so their differences were even larger. It was completely one-sided. Han Xiao chased after Sardeem and tore his giant soldier apart piece by piece. The exterior armor of the giant soldier was finally shattered. Han Xiao dashed inside the giant soldier, grabbed Sardeem, and used Mountain Ape Throw to throw him right out of the giant soldier, leaving a trail of shattered parts behind. The next moment, Han Xiao instantly accelerated and caught up with Sardeem, who was still tumbling. Mechanical force covered his entire body, and his fist was instantly enhanced by Gene Liberation, Legendary Battle Technique, Overload, Mechanical Force Overload, Lethal Critical Hits, and all sorts of explosive abilities. Bang! His punch penetrated the armor and landed heavily on Sardeem's abdomen. Like a drum, his organs made a thunderous sound within his body, making his ears ring. Having taken the true damage of this punch, as a paper mechanic, Sardeem entered the stunned state instantly. Before Sardeem bent his body in agony, his chin was grabbed by a large hand, shattering his helmet. The fingers grabbing onto his skull started to tighten. "Didu. Don't." Sardeem felt like his head was going to explode. He quickly begged for mercy, but in space, no one could hear his scream. Han Xiao tilted his head. An air bubble popped out from his shoulder and shrouded the two of them. He then opened his helmet and said, "You've lost. You don't want to die, do you? Don't kill me." Sardeem hastily yelled. He was not stupid, so he was not going to use the Mechanic Empire's name as protection. The Mechanic Empire was countless miles away, and would not go all the way there to avenge him even if he died. Furthermore, Black Star was not someone that would be intimidated. Threatening him with Mechanic Empire's name would only anger him further. Wimping is the right thing to do. Then tell your troops to stop. At this time, Sardeem's mechanical army was still fighting with his mechanical army. With his life in Han Zhao's hands, Sardeem did not dare resist. He quickly stopped his troops. The two mechanical armies stopped fighting quickly. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "Give me authority over your troops." Sardeem's expression changed drastically as he ground his teeth. He was bleeding in his heart. Giving up the authority meant that he was gifting all these troops that he spent a very long time building to Black Star. freewebnovel.com. Are you unwilling? Han Xiao raised his brows. I can get your troops all the same if I kill you. The only difference is that I'll have to waste a little bit of time. If you're willing to die, I really have no problem with it. In fact, after killing you, I can even take over your planet Macipher. TSK. Everything you've worked for will be mine. Is that what you want? Stop. I'll give you the authority. Sardeem's face was pale. He had no choice but to reluctantly give the authority of his army over to Han Xiao. Don't be so mad. At least you're still alive. Han Xiao was content. He told Philip to count the troops that he had just seized. He just had to rewrite the authority, and they would all be his. Then, Han Xiao took out many electromagnetic cuffs and restrained Sardeem tightly. He was not planning to kill Sardeem. After all, he was the Mechanic Empire's subordinate no matter what. Since Sardeem was the one that started this battle, taking his resources was just considered a small conflict. Even if Sardeem reported this to the Mechanic Empire, why would Manison ever concern himself with something so trivial? On the other hand, killing Sardeem was a different matter. Han Xiao did not want to attract the Mechanic Empire's attention at this time. Nonetheless, he could not let Sardeem leave right away. While filled with hatred, Sardeem was relieved. He had worried Han Xiao would kill him after getting the authority of his mechanical army, but it seemed that he was going to live. I have some things to ask you. If you cooperate, you can suffer less. Han Xiao grabbed him. By the way, this isn't personal. Sardeem replied with an obedient attitude. I will cooperate. Seeing that Han Xiao was not going to kill him, Sardeem slowly regained his calm. He looked obedient on the surface, but he was actually resentful. If he had fought Black Star on his base, planet Macipher, he did not think that he would have lost. However, that was meaningless. The only thing that Sardeem could rely on was Psyker, who was hurrying after them. As long as Psyker arrived, he would be rescued. A Beyond Grade A would easily demolish a Calamity grade. Black Star would be no match for Psyker. Sardeem did not know the existence of the evolution cube. From the way he looked at it, Han Xiao did not know that Psyker was chasing after him. Therefore, before that, he planned to stall Han Xiao and not resist. Han Xiao glanced at Sardeem and saw right through him. Sardeem clearly felt that Psyker would save him and was looking forward to the Beyond Grade A arriving in a rainbow cloud. That was good for him. It would save him some energy. With this mechanical army, I have more to fight Psyker. I'm now at level 239. The promotion was indeed the right choice. Chapter 759 Born. Chapter 759 Born. One day later, a water droplet-shaped spaceship flew into the desolate universe belt from planet Macipher. It had a unique appearance, like a translucent azure bubble. This ship belonged to Psyker. Psyker could sense that the location of the evolution cube was still moving within the desolate universe belt. With his speed, he would catch up to the target in about 10 hours. Who intercepted my evolution cube? More than 10 hours earlier, the coordinates of the evolution cube had stopped moving for a while. During that period, he had lost contact with Sardeem. Psyker had sent many communication requests but to no avail. It was clear that Sardeem had met the target and been defeated. Psyker became more interested in this mysterious hijacker. Firstly, the fact that the target was able to defeat Sardeem meant that his strength was at the top of the Calamity grades. Secondly, the target was very mysterious. He suddenly appeared, grabbed the evolution cube and fled. This meant that the target somehow knew what the evolution cube looked like after it was shrunk down. Based on these two factors, Psyker felt that this person might either be one of ES God's subordinates, a third party that knew about ES God's plans, or an opportunist that found out about this through some foresight ability. He felt that the latter two were more likely. Since he defeated Sardeem, he should know that I'm chasing right after him, yet he's still fleeing. He knows that's the evolution cube, but he still doesn't plan to return it to me. Does he think that he can escape from my hands? Psyker could not help but shake his head, creating a simple impression of this person. Someone so greedy that he valued fortune more than his own life. Does this person not know how strong beyond grade as supers are? Among the 4 beyond grade, as in the Shattered Star Ring, the Dragon Emperor and he were the lowest profile ones. Could this person think that he was easy to mess with? As the leader of a star system civilization, Psyker had met countless strange people but rarely anyone so arrogant. Of course, Psyker would not be angered because he had been underestimated. As the leader of a civilization, he had learned to maintain his cool a long time ago. He just found it laughable. It had been a very long time since anyone underestimated him. As Psyker's thoughts drifted away, he recalled that the last time he felt ashamed was hundreds of years ago. At that time, the beyond grade as of the Shattered Star Ring had not been the same people as now. He had still been a teenager who followed his family's financial group to the mother planet of a star cluster civilization for business. However, because of his race, he had been despised and picked on by those arrogant star cluster civilization citizens. It was not personal, just an advanced civilization looking down on a backward civilization. Yet, this made him feel more ashamed than if it was personal. Looking down on the bloodline he was proud of had hurt his most fundamental dignity as a member of his race. Psyker still motivated himself using that experience. That star cluster civilization had become the civilization that had no choice but to watch the star pupil holy race rise right under their noses because of the arcane church. If not because he had acquired the evolution cube in those ruins, the star pupil holy race would not have become what it was. As Psyker regained his focus, his eyes became firm. He had to retrieve the evolution cube. Only then would his race continue to be supported by the arcane church. Central Galaxy, Abyss of Stars, the Federation of Light's mother planet, Supreme Court. There was a circular stage. Dozens of holographic projections hovered above the stage. They were clearly separated into 2 sides, sitting opposite each other. On one side were the elder representatives of the Federation of Light, and on the other side were the dynasty emissaries led by the Crimson Dynasty diplomatic ambassador. The 2 sides had been in this meeting for 2 consecutive days. In the past decade, similar meetings had happened close to 100 times, all for one topic, but it had never come to a conclusion. This time it was different. So, on behalf of the Federation of Light, I hereby announce the final conclusion of this meeting. This meeting has now ended. The leader of the elder representatives of the Federation of Light drew half a full stop to this meeting that had lasted an entire decade. The Crimson Dynasty diplomatic ambassador nodded firmly with an expressionless face. As the topic involved the ownership of an enormous star field, the 2 sides negotiated for a decade. Diplomatic means were just supportive methods. The real source of their chips came from the countless threats, resource bribes, political pressure, deterrence from beyond grade supers, and many other means in the past 10 years. After single-handedly creating the Crimson Tide that brought chaos to more than 10 star fields for an entire decade, the Crimson Dynasty finally obtained their fruit of victory today. The 2 sides had come to an agreement that both were satisfied with. The Federation of Light had compromised. This time, the leader of the Federation of Light elder representatives suddenly spoke. What is the Crimson Dynasty going to name this new star field? With a tone filled with pride, the Crimson Dynasty diplomatic ambassador replied, "We thought of the name long ago. This new star field that's going to be included in the dynasty's territory will be called the Flickering World." Inside the enormous purple crystal satellite fortress, the Section 0 Alliance was resting after a bloody battle. Damaged battleships were sent into the military factory for repairs one after another. The soldiers of the various forces wasted no time before resting and enjoying the help from their logistics departments. The privileges and treatment of the Black Star Army warriors who returned to their exclusive supply station were clearly much better than the other organizations. The NPCs were mixed with the players as they claimed their resources and repaired their equipment. The fortress was extremely crowded. Frenzied Sword, Hao Tian, and the others squeezed into the queue, sent their equipment for repairs, and then squeezed themselves out. Due to how crowded the place was, they even lost a little bit of health while they were pushed around in the crowd. "What are you guys going to do later?" Frenzied Sword asked. "The knowledges in the faction store have been discounted recently, so I'm planning to learn a few," Maple Moon said. How Tian nodded, hinting that he was going to do the same. Frenzied Sword then looked at Bun Hit Dog, only to realize that he looked very down. He could not help but ask, "What's going on? Why are you so down?" Bun Hit Dog sighed. "We fought so long on the front lines of the secret war that our mission rating has increased so many levels. But why hasn't Black Star come to join the battle recently? I'm lacking material." Maple Moon began to wonder as well. "I wonder too. The battle has been so intense. The high-level combatants of the Bloodshed Land have been rampant in the past few months. I always get killed by their AoEs. If only the captain was here." Li Gu suddenly appeared and said, "I agree. Where did you come from?" How Tian pressed Li Gu right back into the crowd. Frenzied Sword returned to the topic. "Maybe this is so that we can do more missions. Think about it. If Black Star was here, would we have so many battle opportunities? We might just end up watching cutscenes every day." Bun Hit Dog was enraged. "Cutscenes are exactly what I want. Where else am I going to get material?" The others shook their heads with resignation. Frenzied Sword and the others were not alone. Countless army players were wondering about this as well. As the leader of their faction, Black Star did not participate in the secret war, nor had he sent any messages in the past few months. It was like he went missing. Where did Black Star go? To my knowledge, Black Star has been missing for a few months and did not take part in the war during this time. As Purple Crystal lost Black Star's help, our high-level combatants were able to achieve rather good results. On planet Heber, Staff Sergeant Jord was reporting to the tyrant. Heber sat on his throne like a tiny mountain and listened to Jord's report in silence, occasionally nodding. Jord continued with excitement. New information arrived from Klent earlier. Not long ago, the Crimson Dynasty and the Federation of Light finally came to an agreement. The handover process is going to take a few months. Only then will the Crimson Dynasty deal with the issues regarding their allies. The time it will take for them to start dealing with the secret war between Klent and Purple Crystal should be about half a year. Oh! Heber's tone rose. This means that the secret war will only last half a year longer, which is shorter than we expected. Jord was exhilarated. We still have control of West Wind, Kaya, Chaida, and the border star systems. In half a year, Purple Crystal will not be able to regain control of them. Your Excellency Tyrant, this means that we've won. Not bad. Heber nodded slowly. He then suddenly asked, "How's Black Star doing?" "After he fell into my trap, he went missing for months. I don't know where he is now." Jord rubbed his chin. "However, he may know about the agreement that the Crimson Dynasty and the Federation of Light have made, so I think he should now be planning his escape." "Planning his escape?" "Yes. Black Star must know what situation he's in. He knows that he is definitely no match for you. I think that he might escape from the Shattered Star Ring." Heber shook his head. "He's not that kind of gutless coward." Maybe he will seek help from the Dragon Emperor or the Purple Crystal Civilization to stop me." Jord nodded. "No matter what, I can't let people think that there isn't a price for killing so many of my subordinates," Heber said slowly. "Klent got what they want, and I need to make an example out of someone." In the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin sat with his legs crossed in midair and explained magic theories. He was surrounded by mages of all races who were carefully listening to the Magus teachings. Therefore, it can be seen from the mistakes in the 3rd, 7th, and 19th circuits that the question asked by the Beyond Grade a holy sorcerer Mapier hundreds of years ago is flawed. That'll be all for today. The mages bowed and swamped out. Very soon, the hall became empty, leaving only Austin. Austin took a deep breath. He took out his communicator from his secondary dimensional pocket and browsed through the news that he had missed. "This is all entertainment news. TSK, this female celebrity looks quite nice. What's her na? Ahem, the situation in the Primeval Star River is still horrible. More civilization ruins discovered in the ancient Star Desert. Horrible stuff. Hmm? The Crimson Dynasty and the Federation of Light have come to an agreement. Austin was surprised. He was reminded of the situation of the Secret War and his reminder for Han Xiao a few months ago. Austin rubbed his tender chin with his tiny hand. The Secret War is about to end. The show is finally going to start. I wonder what choice Black Star made. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Outside the shattered star ring, Han Xiao took Sardeem and landed on a desolate planet. This was an extremely hot planet. Its ground was covered in cracks filled with lava, volcanoes erupted all the time, and the planet's surface was filled with tons of lava lakes and rivers. This is it. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. It had been a day since he captured Sardeem. He had already obtained intelligence from Sardeem and confirmed his speculation that Psyker could locate the evolution cube. Hence, Han Xiao decided to choose the battlefield and wait for Psyker, who was about to arrive. Philip counted Sardeem's army. After losing a few 100,000 mechanical soldiers in their battle, Han Xiao had seized more than 2 million troops, which increased his chances. Of course, his confidence did not mostly come from that machinery. A few hours ago, the experience from the players had finally filled up the experience bar of level 240. He landed on this planet to complete his level 240 promotion that he had been looking forward to for a very long time. Han Xiao suppressed his excitement, turned around, and gave an order to the mechanical troops that restrained Sardeem. Keep him under control. Don't let him go anywhere. Roger, the artificial intelligence Sparta replied coldly. It then controlled the many machines to all aim at Sardeem, ready to fire as soon as Sardeem did anything strange. Sardeem was tied up by electromagnetic chains all over his body, and even his mouth was sealed. The super gene in his body was dried out by Han Xiao temporarily as well. He was extremely weak and could not move at all. All he could do was whine through his throat. Leaving Sardeem behind, Han Xiao flew off alone. He crossed more than 1,000 miles and randomly entered a crack on the surface. He deactivated his mechanical suit and moved within the lava with his body. With his talent Cosmic Environmental Adaptation, he was resistant to all kinds of harsh environments. The 1,000-degree lava was no different to him than a shower. I wonder when I will be able to shower with fixed stars like the Tyrant. Wait a minute, why am I comparing myself with a pugilist? Very soon, Han Xiao crossed the underground lava river and entered an empty space thousands of meters under the surface. This place should be secretive enough. The impact wave won't be able to leave here very easily. Han Xiao was rather satisfied with this place. Looking down at his muscular body, the runes drawn by Logi made his body look as exquisite as a piece of art. Tisk, amazing. I've used the evolution cube. I wonder if I'll become a monster like Psyker after becoming a Beyond Grade A. Han Xiao took off the evolution cube and slapped it into the wall. He rubbed his hands and opened the interface. Come on. After taking a deep breath, Han Xiao put all the experience into leveling up. Straight toward level 240. On floating Dragon Island, Ames walked down the corridor of the palace with her long legs and feather-looking dress. By her side were Aesop and Vilna. Haven't found them yet? Ames said with an unsatisfied tone. No, Vilna replied. Damn Black Star. Where did he take my students? Ames was enraged. When Gila and Aurora finished their training with her a few months ago, she had originally planned to send people to protect them secretly. However, in the last few months, Black Star and the two sisters had gone missing together. She could not find them at all. You're too worried. There's absolutely no need. Black Star won't harm the two of them, Aesop said with resignation. You think I'm an irresponsible teacher like you? Ames raised her brows. So much hatred. Aesop wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, if you want to know where the sisters are, why don't you let me ask Black Star directly? Vilna could not help but ask that. Ames gave her a glare and said, If I have to go to Black Star for everything, why did I create your team? Vilna had no words and could only lower her head. It was actually created by Black Star. Aesop shook his head in resignation. Nonetheless, he agreed with Ames. Floating Dragon had to have their own intelligence channels. After all, Black Star might leave any day. At this time, Aesop suddenly stopped. Ames and Vilna only noticed that Aesop had been left behind after walking a few more steps. The two of them turned around only to notice that Aesop had closed his eyes and was frowning. "What did you see?" Ames asked curiously. Aesop's Esper ability would occasionally activate automatically to give him some foresight. Aesop suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with shock. The fifth beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring is born. Chapter 760, Exclusive Race. Chapter 760, Exclusive Race. Emperor Mechanic, leveled up to LV.15. Plus 300 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DEX, plus 8 END, plus 12 INT. You have received 10 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Boom! When his level reached level 240, a powerful surge of energy exploded within Han Xiao's body. The electric mechanical force violently left burn marks on the floor and walls like a thunderstorm. The level 240 promotion mission appeared. Han Xiao glanced at it. It was not difficult, but he was not going to stop now. He had 2 more mission completion cards, so he directly used one of them to complete the promotion mission. Level 240 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. END bonus increased. 1 END equals 210 health equals 220 stamina. From level 60, a race evolution would occur every 40 levels. The last race evolution was at level 220, so level 240 would usually be a normal promotion. However, with the benefits that he had received from the evolution cube, he received a bonus race evolution chance. The gene optimization evolution cube effect has been triggered. You have received a bonus race evolution. You have taken another step on the path of evolution. You have ascended in the hierarchy of life. Your genes have reformed. Under the influence of the evolution cube, the chances of mutation option appearing in this race evolution have increased. Race detected. Void Star Pursuer. Human form. Randomly drawing 9 matching evolutionary directions. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the following 10 options for your race evolution. Warning. The evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix. Evolution path feature descriptions. Void Commander, human form. 66% compatibility. Void Devourer, mutated form. 42% compatibility. Void Ripper, mutated form. 38% compatibility. Thunder Element Tyrant, energy form. 17% compatibility. New Edge Mechanical Race, human form. 58% compatibility. Void Silencer, human form. 49% compatibility. Chaos Demon, 27% compatibility. Void Pathfinder, human form. 72% compatibility. Chaos Secret Sorcerer, energy form. 35% compatibility. Child of Star Core, physical form. 9.7% compatibility. Han Xiao was overjoyed. The influence of the evolution cube was obvious. There were quite many mutated options in the 10 options. This was probably how Psyker went through atavism. As for the options related to the Void race, the 2 mutated form options were out of the question. Void Silencer and Chaos Secret Sorcerer were more suitable for mages. His best option was Void Pathfinder, which was the next stage of his current race. Void Commander was the path toward Void Lord. The other mutated options were quite good as well. Mechanical Race was the bloodline left behind by a Beyond Grade A mechanic among the primordial ones. Becoming a Beyond Grade A meant becoming a one and only being in the universe, but reproduction was still possible. Beyond Grade As had very long lives, so there would be more than enough time for them to pass down their race. That mechanic primordial one had long passed away, but the mechanical race still lived in the universe. As the name suggested, they were born mechanics. Manison of the Mechanic Empire was the leader of the mechanical race. He was the second Beyond Grade A of this race. Child of Star Core was also a very talented species. They were born in the cores of stars. After some contemplating, Han Xiao selected Void Pathfinder. Although the mechanical race was very suitable for mechanics, their potential was not as vast as that of the Void race. Since he was so far down this path, unless he encountered an extremely powerful option, he would not easily change his path. Selection complete. Undergoing race evolution. Evolution complete. Your race has been changed to Void Pathfinder. Human form. Molecular structure is improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, and adaptability enhanced. Your potential aptitude has been improved. Plus 130 STR, plus 180 DEX, plus 317 END, plus 169 INT, plus 169 MYS, plus 73 CHA, plus 3,180 energy. Energy level bonus attributes have been changed. The original 5 talents did not disappear, but Void Molt was enhanced into Void Blessing. The increase in its effect was about 25%. Also, he received a new talent, Void Path. As the name suggested, this was the upgraded version of Void Distortion, which allowed him to directly open the gate of the Void Dimension. This was also how the name Void Pathfinder came about. Opening the Void Dimension had many uses. He could throw the enemy's attacks inside like trash, or he could send the enemies into the Void Dimension. He could even connect to a certain area within the Void Dimension and let the beings in there out into the world. The only flaw was its long cooldown, or he could just hide his mechanical army in it. In terms of bringing his mechanical army along with him, the unactivated secondary dimension army was still a better choice. Maybe because he followed the direct evolution path, Xiao did not feel too much pain this time. This time, a notification that made him exhilarated finally popped up on the interface. You have satisfied the prior requirement, achieving U003E32759.1 ONA after promotion. Race mutation activated. At this instant, the pain level in his body suddenly shot through the roof. Xiao's expression became twisted. It was as if someone kept pumping air into his body and his body could explode at any moment. Race mutation. This is it. Xiao clenched his teeth and held on as he stared at the interface. This was the true evolution toward beyond grade A. You have reached the peak of the hierarchy of life. You have found your own direction on the path of evolution. You're going to undergo changes you have never experienced before. From this day forth, you are going to become a unique being like no other in the entire universe. Detecting evolution path. Complete. Your evolution have gone through carbon-based human, yellow, type 1 space human, void prowler, human form, void observer, human form, void distorter, human form, void star pursuer, human form, and void pathfinder, human form. Please select 10 from the racial talents below. The choices were all racial talents that he had once possessed. Some had disappeared, but they had now all become available choices. This exclusive race would gather the essence of his previous evolutions, Xiao realized. As he had taken the Void race path, he had no need for some duplicate talents, so the choices were easy. Firstly, he kept the 6 strongest talents of Void Pathfinder. Then, he selected 2 talents from Void Observer, Void Vision, Observer, and Observer's Mark. He had missed these 2 abilities for a very long time, and he could finally regain them. For the remaining 2, he selected Chaos Entity, Release, and Adaptability. The latter was the Jack of all trades talent of the Galaxy human race, which gave a 10% bonus to all resistances, including psychic resistance. He had selected this with Psyker's threat in mind. After confirming the choices, a new notification popped up on the interface. Please select 2 from the 5 race evolution choices below and receive 1 talent from each. 1. Chaos Apostle, human form. 2. Void Destroyed, mutated form. 3. Void Preacher, spiritual form. 4. Advanced Ethereal race. 5. Saint, Galaxy Beast race. Xiao's eyes sparkled. The previous 10 talents were all from the previous evolutions, but these 2 would be from the next stage of the evolution. As he would become a unique race after becoming a beyond grade A super, The following race evolutions would only enhance his exclusive race and grant him the talents of other races. Absorbing talents had nothing to do with compatibility, as he would not go through any mutation. Enduring the immense pain in his body, Han Xiao hesitated for a while and chose Chaos Apostle and Void Preacher. The former was to maintain his Void Pathfinder evolution path, and the latter was because it was a spiritual form. Han Xiao felt that it would increase his psychological resistance, which would help him in dealing with Psyker. The talents of these two races appeared on the interface. Han Xiao browsed through and made his choice. You have received the talent, Void Ethereal Echo. You have received the talent, Supreme Piety. Void Ethereal Echo came from Chaos Apostle, which could be used for many purposes such as applying debuffs to the enemy, restricting the enemy's movement, defending, or attacking. It could only be used for one purpose at a time and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. Supreme Piety was one of the Void Preacher's talents. It gave a 90% psychological resistance increase and immunity to all kinds of deceptive psychic attacks, as well as a 20% chance to reflect psychic attacks. Okay. I now stand an even better chance against Psyker. Han Xiao was very pleasantly surprised. This single talent gave more bonus than all the psychological resistance talents that he previously had. This time, a new notification popped up on the interface again. Please select your preference for the exclusive racial talent. This was referring to the 13th talent of this race mutation, which was the special talent of his exclusive race. It was no longer a talent from another race but creating his own talent. This special talent would be the race talent to be passed down to his descendants. The choices were attack, defense, resistance, health points, machinery affinity, and many others. The special talent would decide the direction of his exclusive race's development, and there was only one chance to choose it. Han Xiao did not dare take the matter lightly, so he selected the mechanic preference. Preference selected. Creating unique talent. You have 3 chances to recreate. Your choice cannot be cancelled after confirmation. Creation complete. Natural mechanical senses. Plus 180% machinery affinity. Plus 2 levels to all mechanic type abilities. Not limited to maximum ability level. Confirm/recreate. Han Xiao shook his head. This talent was rather ordinary, so he used 1 recreation chance. Creating. Creation complete. Source of mechanical force. When your energy attribute is mechanical force, receive 50 bonus energy every level. Confirm/recreate. This was not bad. If he selected this talent, he would gain 12,000 bonus energy, which would most likely increase his energy level another level. It was almost impossible to create a molding talent level ability, so source of mechanical force was not bad at all. He had 2 more recreation chances. Faiden was not around, so Han Xiao felt very insecure. One more time. The exclusive talent of a Beyond Grade A won't be too horrible no matter what, I think. After making up his mind, Han Xiao clenched his teeth and used another recreation chance. Creating. Creation complete. Mechanical Genius. Total machinery affinity * 1.15 plus 30% machinery creation performance. Yo, this is what I'm talking about. Han Xiao was overjoyed. With this 1.15 multiplier to his total machinery affinity and the 1.08 multiplier of basic mechanical sense, it would give more than half the bonus of Reynolds' molding talent perfect mechanical sense, which was decent. Furthermore, the 30% performance increase in his machinery creation was the most valuable bonus. The machinery that he created would have higher attributes. The 30% increase would make his mechanical army much stronger. He would definitely have to create a new mechanical army suitable for Beyond Grade A battles afterward, so this ability would come in handy. This is it. Han Xiao did not use the last recreation chance and selected Confirm immediately. You have received exclusive talent, Mechanical Genius. Tip. The effects of the exclusive talent will increase along with race evolution. The 13 talents have been confirmed. Exclusive race created. Please select a name. As the first being of this race, Han Xiao could name it. What race should I be called? Void Mechanical Race? Commercial Genius Race? A pugilist that doesn't want to be an Esper isn't a good mechanic race. The agony from evolving continued. Han Xiao decided not to waste time thinking of a name and used his own name. He still recalled that the underground mutants that he had saved back then were called the Black Spirit race, so using his own name would not be a problem. Exclusive race name confirmed. Your race has become Black Star Race. Detecting race appearance. Based on your evolution experience, you can change your appearance to up to 2.7%. As Han Xiao had maintained his human form all along, he could not change his appearance much. Nor did he want to, so he decided to keep his original appearance. Molecular structure is improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed. According to the preference of the Black Star race, you have received bonus attributes. Plus 367 STR, plus 317 DEX, plus 534 END, plus 881 INT, plus 380 MYS, plus 249 CHA, plus 5,600 energy. Energy level bonus attributes have been changed. Race mutation completed. Your grade has increased to S. Plus 100 END bonus. 1 END equals 310 health equals 320 stamina. 33,000 energy was the triggering point of race mutation. Beyond it was the territory of beyond grade A. Grade A grade bonuses disappeared. You have received grade S bonuses. Grade S bonuses. Plus 50 END, plus 25 all resistances. Plus 25% highest attribute, plus 15% other attributes, plus 750 free attribute points, plus 50 potential points. Please select 2 from the 7 options below as grade talents. Han Xiao clenched his fists in excitement. Just like how he received superhuman. When he became a Calamity grade super, grade SS had their own talents as well, which was also the main reason they were so much stronger than Calamity grades. 1. Physical resistance. 2. Psychological resistance. 3. Power bonus. 4. Status enhancement. 5. Health. 6. Explosive power. 7. Energy. Han Xiao focused and pondered. Power bonus was a must. It would enhance everything just like superhuman, including mechanical force enhancement. This was the source of the destructive power of beyond grade, as what he had a hard time choosing was the second option. He could not decide between psychological resistance and health. Psychological resistance would be great against Psyker, but so would health. Furthermore, health would be more viable. He had yet to forget his 2 other enemies that did not use psychic attacks, Yes God and the Tyrant. Is taking beatings my fate? With complicated feelings, Han Xiao sighed and made his choice. You have received grade talent, supreme power. You have received grade talent, eternal body, supreme power. You have gained power exceeding the Calamity grade. The energy in the universe is yours to control. Your ability strength has increased, including but not limited to all weapons, equipment, machinery, and other combat means controlled by you. Bonus depends on total level. LV1, LV100. Plus 4% attack every 10 levels. LV100, LV200. Plus 6% attack every 10 levels. LV200 and above. Plus 10% attack every 10 levels. Current bonus. 140%. This can be stacked with superhuman bonuses. Eternal body. The lifespan of your cells is very long-lasting. Plus 1 END bonus every 2 levels. Current bonus. Plus 120 END bonus. The enhancement brought by these 2 talents is horrifying. Han Xiao was stunned. No wonder beyond grade as were so powerful. The agony became even more apparent and violent. Han Xiao focused on feeling the changes in his body. Just as Austin had said, after he became a beyond grade A, the soul embryo in his mind disappeared instantly, directly destroyed by his beyond grade A mind. The chain of debuffs brought by it on his interface disappeared all at once. He had returned to his peak state. The pain finally faded after a few hours, taken over by the continuously expanding sense of power. Felt clearer and stronger than ever before. His sense of the world had never been this sharp. The energy in his body overflowed from his every pore. His body was covered in dark blue light. "I've finally succeeded," Han Xiao was ecstatic. From that day, he would be a beyond grade A standing at the top of galaxy. Calming himself down, Han Xiao distributed his free attribute point evenly between intelligence and endurance, then looked at his attributes. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the numbers on his interface after he became a beyond grade A. Level 240. Main class Mechanic. Race Black Star Race. Attributes 2346 STR, 2930 DEX, 4265 END, 6672 INT, 2108 MYS, 986 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points 0. Potential points 84. Health 2,533,510. Stamina 2,487,270. Energy 52,270. LV.15. LV.15 energy bonus stat. Plus 671 STR, plus 848 DEX, plus 1080 END, plus 1305 INT, plus 653 MYS, plus 141,520 stamina limit, plus 952% machinery affinity. Energy rank 43,837. Grade S beyond A. Grade S bonuses. Plus 50 END, plus 25 all resistances. Plus 25% highest attribute, plus 15% other attributes, plus 750 free attribute points, plus 50 potential points. Remark, beyond grade as are far more powerful than Calamity grades. No matter which star field it is, you stand at the peak of it. Way too powerful. Han Xiao's eyes widened with excitement. Becoming a beyond grade A made him way stronger than Calamity grade. He was in completely new territory. With these attributes, no wonder no Calamity grade could ever match a beyond grade A. Even he could not have beaten a beyond grade A before this. It was just like how a human would never be able to beat Godzilla with their bare hands. Even he had more than 2.5 million health, so he wondered how much Tyrant had. If those primordial ones never penetrated this limit, maybe the current universe would still have thought that Calamity grades were the limit of individual strength. This is the power of a beyond grade A. Han Xiao felt the changes in his body. He felt like he could punch right through this planet under his feet. And this time it was not an illusion. Beep beep. Before he could test the limits of his power, Philip suddenly sent a message. Master Hum. The radar has detected a spaceship in the outer atmosphere. Hum. Han Xiao looked up immediately, as if his sights could penetrate the thick rock walls. His eyes locked onto a water droplet-shaped spaceship outside the planet. Psyker? He's finally caught up. Han Xiao's eyes became firm. This was the perfect opportunity. He could test out how strong he was among beyond grade as in the battle with Psyker. Chapter 761, Negotiations. Chapter 761, Negotiations. The water-drop-shaped spaceship slowly entered the atmosphere and descended. The scene of fire and cracked lava jumped into Psyker's sight. Psyker had already sensed the position of the evolution cube just below the planet, so close that he could accurately sense its position now. The coordinates have stopped at this planet for a few hours now. Did he give up on the evolution cube and choose to escape? Or did he purposely stay here just to meet with me? Psyker tried to guess the intentions of his unknown enemy, and felt that the person might have set traps for him, causing him to be unable to continue pursuing him. As a precaution, he gave up the thought of flying down using just his fleshly body, instead flying over to the coordinates he detected in his spaceship. After flying for a while, the detection radar suddenly pinged as it had spotted a life signal hundreds of kilometers away. The distant area was expanded, and it could be discerned that there were hundreds of mechanical warriors around a living body, as though keeping it in captivity. That looks like Sardeem. Psyker's expression grew grim, and he immediately flew over to Sardeem. The troops on the ground raised their muzzles, opening fire at the spaceship overhead. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of invisible mental power formed a shield, distorting the space like a wall of air. The particle cannon blasted, shattered into blue specks of light upon hitting them. Explosions continued to move, but the shield remained motionless. The next instant, a pale white mental shock wave materialized, sweeping across the ground. Swoosh! The hundreds of mechanical soldiers below did not possess the bonuses of mechanical force and were naturally shattered in a single blow. The mental wave avoided Sardeem, and he was the only one left standing after the shockwave had passed. The psychic profession was the profession specializing in mental strength. Its strength lay in its mental attacks, and at the same time, it possessed the means to perform physical attacks. The driving force behind this was using one's mental strength to affect the surroundings in order to generate the physical attack. Psyker crushed the restraints on Sardeem's body with his mind before beaming him up into the cabin. Cough cough. You're finally here. Sardeem held onto the cabin door weakly with an expression of joy. He was saved. A beyond grade A super was so reliable. Believing in Psyker was the correct thing to do. Who's the enemy? Psyker did not waste time talking, going straight into the main topic. It's Black Star. Black Star? I've heard this name before. Oh, it seems like someone from the Colton Star Cluster. He took part in the secret war and ended up provoking Tyrant. Yes, it's that beyond grade A seed. He claimed to be invincible among Calamity grades. Invincible among Calamity grades? So, is it his moniker that gave him the confidence to go against a beyond grade A? Psyker shook his head. The Colton Star Cluster was far away from his star pupil holy race, and while news about Xiao had passed through him, he did not pay attention to him. To him, a simple Calamity grade was just an ant no matter how famous he was. He had no interest in the secret war. If he had the time, he would have spent it worrying about the fertility problem of the star pupil holy race. Your Excellency Psyker, Black Star threw me over here a few hours ago. He should still be on this planet. Just now, when you wiped out the mechanical soldiers, you revealed yourself. I believe we should hurry to capture Black Star, lest he runs away again. Sardeem immediately raised that suggestion. He could not wait to see Black Star get into trouble. He could not forget the humiliation that he had suffered and wished to take back his mechanical troops. Psyker was his backer, and in his eyes, a Calamity grade would never be a match for a beyond grade A. No matter how Black Star struggled, he would only become a punching bag for Psyker. Sardeem gritted his teeth, viciously thinking, I'm not only going to get back my mechanical army, I'm even going to steal yours. Oh, that makes sense. We should settle it quickly, Psyker said as though it was natural. With his perception pointing the way, he was not afraid of Black Star running away, but rather more afraid that if Black Star had nowhere left to run, he would smash the portable container of the evolution cube to pieces, revealing the true form of the evolution cube. In that case, he would have to gather all the manpower of his star pupil holy race to move the evolution cube back, and he hated such trouble. Just as he was prepared to pilot his spaceship over, he felt the evolution cube in his perception begin to approach them. Very quickly, a tiny black dot grew ever larger toward their location. Rumble! The fast-moving shadow shot over the ground, raising up gales, and the magma flowing on the surface was split to the sides due to the wind pressure. The next moment, the black shadow stopped in midair not far off, facing squarely with Psyker. That's Black Star. Sardeem immediately pointed as he exclaimed. To think he came knocking on his own. Psyker felt a little mystified. He roughly understood the intentions of the other party, to negotiate with him. His gaze was fixed on the small evolution cube hanging from Xiao's neck. With his perception, he knew that this was the compact version of the portable evolution cube. Without waiting for Xiao to open his mouth, Psyker raised his hand, and a blast of psychic power roiled out, hitting Xiao on a spiritual level. He was too lazy to speak pleasantries to Xiao. He knew that the other party planned to use the evolution cube as his bargaining chip, but what qualifications did Xiao, as a Calamity grade, have to speak on equal grounds with him? Psyker was unwilling to give him the upper hand. Thus, without a single word, he attacked directly. If you have anything to say, wait till I get the evolution cube. Before Xiao could speak, a wave of mental energy struck at him. Fortunately, He had been mentally prepared to use his new talent Void Dimension from the Chaos Apostle race, drawing a large amount of power from the void to offset the psychic energies. The barrier he created diffused close to half the mental damage. The remaining amount of psychic energy pierced through, invading his brain, and he felt pain in his mind as though countless nails were being hammered in. However, his talents such as supreme piety, advanced mental toughness, and soul lock had more than doubled his mental resistance. This blow shaved off more than 80,000 of his overall HP, with the interface showing that Psyker had utilized his skills to deal extra damage. This was the true strength of a beyond grade A super. However, with Han Zhao's current HP, this attack that was enough to destroy Calamity grades did not even count as a light injury to him, and he recovered in the blink of an eye. This jerk is really decisive. Han Xiao turned solemn. However, this was what he wanted. Only by first showing his strength to the other party would he be qualified to negotiate on equal grounds. While his thoughts moved, Han Zhao's hands did not slow down as well. Without a second word, he immediately applied the luck curse on Psyker, and without retreating, he activated apostolization as well as void blessing. With an arrogant bearing, a sea of psionic energy was launched, akin to a river of stars in a galaxy as it rushed towards Psyker's spaceship. Boom! The surge of psionic energy violently smashed against Psyker's mind barrier, akin to a waterfall against a rock. The light blue-colored sparkles resembled the splashing of water, and the surroundings vibrated endlessly, with roaring echoes. This strength isn't quite right. Psyker could not help but be surprised. The pressure withstood by his spirit was totally different from his original expectation of easily blocking the attack. While there was only a bit of pressure, having been a beyond grade A for so many years, this was the first time that he had felt pressure coming from a Calamity grade. Clank! The next instant, Han Xiao poured out more energy, summoning his mechanical army. Flashes could be seen around the sky as the army boxes arrived one after another, releasing an overwhelming number of mechanical troops. A black-colored wave of soldiers occupied every inch of the sky. Not only was Han Zhao's mechanical army there but Sardeem's too. The total scale was over 10 million. Buzz! Mechanical force resembling sparks of electricity rushed out from Han Xiao, connecting to each mechanical soldier like a ginormous lightning web. At this moment, all the mechanical soldiers' actions were synchronized. Han Xiao then released his full strength. The level of energy that he emitted sharply climbed, and his momentum continued to expand. It was at this moment that Sardeem had a bad premonition in his heart. Right on cue, Psyker opened his mouth. "You're wrong." Sardeem regained his senses and replied in confusion. "What's wrong? You said he was a beyond grade A seed." "You're wrong." Sardeem could not help but turn to Psyker, and to his shock, he found out that Psyker's expression was no longer easygoing. At some time, his expression had turned stern. "He's not a beyond grade A seed." Psyker's tone was grave. "He's a true beyond grade A." Like a bolt of lightning blasting apart his mind, Sardeem's thoughts turned blank. His whole body stiffened, and his eyes slowly grew larger, as his expression turned from disbelieving to terrified. Black Star was a beyond grade A. This meant that the Shattered Star Ring now had 5 beyond grade A supers. Sardeem's face was pale. If Han Xiao was still a Calamity grade, he would have had no issues making him an enemy. However, the other party was now a beyond grade A. What sort of revenge would he dare perform? When did this happen? 2 days ago, when I was exchanging blows with him, he was still a Calamity grade. Could it be that he purposely hid his strength? Maybe, when he had disguised himself as Barn, he was already a beyond grade A. Then, has he been fooling me all along? Seeing that he was so vocal about managing to have a contact with a beyond grade A, Sardeem now felt utterly speechless. If Black Star and Psyker start fighting, the aftermath of a beyond grade A battle. Sardeem now started to panic. He had thought that once Psyker arrived he would be safe, but now it seems like he would die there. At this time, the mechanical army surrounded Psyker's spaceship, and dense rows of muzzles aimed at him. At the same time, the dim glow of accumulating energy could be seen. Psyker's 7 eyes immediately grew huge, and his psychic energy was poured out, weaving layer after layer of barriers that wrapped around the entire spaceship. Fire! Han Xiao pressed down sharply with his palm. Pew! 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 Millions of particle cannons were fired in unison toward the same target, and the next moment, the various psionic rays converged at a single point, triggering a chain reaction. At the center point, a dark blue energy ball was formed and quickly expanded. The mechanical army retreated as this energy ball swelled to more than 100 kilometers in diameter before exploding. Boom! The sound was akin to a mountain collapsing. A dazzling blue beam shot up toward the sky, heading for the atmosphere. Without dust nor a mushroom cloud, all the psionic energy vanished as though it had never existed. The area was transformed into a deep pit, with the land seemingly having vanished into thin air. This explosion almost blew through the crust of the planet, and the remaining power had penetrated the mantle, causing it to turn into a bottomless hole. Rumble! The veins in the surrounding thousands of kilometers had all been affected, with several earthquakes happening simultaneously. All the volcanoes in the area erupted, and the cracked ground produced countless deep rifts. The crust was shredded by the tectonic movements, and magma raged from the rifts, rising like red-hot dragon ridges. Seeing the extreme changes, Han Xiao could only sigh in appreciation. Just how many times has my offensive strength multiplied? His attributes and machinery affinity had soared, and the bonuses given by Supreme Prestige allowed Han Xiao's strength to step into the realm of beyond grade A. My mechanical army has not yet been renewed. The moment I return and create a set of stronger machines, as well as a large number of planetary obliteration cannons, that will be the peak of my combat capability. Han Xiao settled his mind before turning around to look for traces of Psyker. While the picture of devastation that he had wrought was shocking, Han Xiao never let his guard down. He would not expect such a blow to pose much of a threat to another beyond grade A. After all, the strong aftermath meant that his control of power was still not precise and concentrated. Even with that huge explosion, the damage inflicted was only 250,000 HP. This was already inferred on his interface, and the majority of his attacks were stopped by the beyond grade A psychic mental barrier. In the epicenter of the explosion, there was a cracked light sphere, red in color. That was the psychic barrier of Psyker. Even his mental and psychic energies had been superheated by the psionic blast, turning into lava red and constantly emitting steam. The mechanical army gathered once again, and upon seeing this, Psyker glanced at Sardeem, who was trembling beside him, and shook his head. After staying silent for a while, he dissipated his mental barrier, opened the hatch, and flew out, facing Han Xiao. Good strength. Psyker first lowered his head to start at the bottomless pit before turning back to face Han Xiao. He did not reveal any emotions on his face as he said, "Let's talk." After this simple exchange, Psyker understood that the other party was on the same level as him. Thus, he could only change his attitude and acknowledge that Han Xiao was qualified for equal conversation. While he had never made any contact with Black Star before, he would have no choice but to remember this person in the future. Making this gesture also showed that he was ready to negotiate with Han Xiao. In fact, Psyker was a little pissed. He had originally thought that his opponent was just a Calamity grade that was too full of himself, but it turned out to be a real beyond grade A super. The worst-case scenario actually happened, and this made the situation even more complicated. Psyker was not afraid of Han Xiao, but as the leader of a civilization, he was not willing to easily provoke a new beyond grade A as his enemy unless there was no hope of negotiating. As the saying went, whenever talented people emerged, they would leave their mark on the world. Every new beyond grade A expert signified some sort of change in the star field. While the Shattered Star Ring had not had a new beyond grade A expert for a long time, it did not mean that the same went for many of the other star fields. With Psyker's long lifespan, alongside with his contacts in the Arcane Church, he could follow the news beyond the Shattered Star Ring. He was well-read, so he did not lose his composure, but upon witnessing the birth of yet another beyond grade A, it was unavoidable that he would be surprised. He just chose not to show it so as not to affect the negotiations. Seeing this situation, Han Xiao bade his mechanical army to stop before flying in front of Psyker. The two stood opposite each other, sizing the other party up. State your conditions. What do you wish to do with my evolution cube? Psyker took the initiative to speak. He did not wish to speak in riddles and immediately approached the main topic. Han Xiao raised his brow. This guy's personality is really direct, probably not too good at talking. However, that made sense. Their exchange just now was merely a simple blow, exchanging shots to prove their strength. It was far from what a beyond grade A super could do. Psyker was willing to communicate mainly because Han Xiao had proven this strength and because it was impossible to eliminate him in a single blow. Han Xiao's mind was full of nasty words, but he thought about it and spoke solemnly whilst holding onto the evolution cube around his neck. Actually, there's a way for us to cooperate. Speak. Psyker remained expressionless. Han Xiao nodded before explaining the need for a password to crack the evolution cube in its portable form. Following which, he said, I know how to unlock this evolution cube so I can allow it to maintain this portable state and carry it around with me so it won't be stolen. As for you, since you do not know the password, you can only release its original form and one day it might be stolen by the ES God again, leading to many deaths. Thus, I propose that I hold on to the evolution cube. Let me divert their attention. You can borrow the evolution cube whenever you wish, and both of our forces will also be closely allied to each other, so you do not have to worry about it being stolen and still can continue to utilize its strength. It's a win-win. Psyker patiently listened before passively saying, then I'll also propose something. How about you give the password and the evolution cube to me? The Star Pupil Holy Race will be your closest allies, and you can always use the evolution cube anytime you wish. Furthermore, I'll help you to get rid of the tyrant. How about that? Han Xiao's eyes twitched. And if I don't agree, then I'll help the tyrant get rid of you. Psyker interrupted Han Xiao without hesitation, pressuring him. Now give me your reply. Will you hand it over? Chapter 762. Apologies. I won't let you support my ass. Chapter 762 Apologies. I won't let you support my ass. Is that a threat? Han Xiao was mystified. This was really too direct. No. I'm just helping you understand your current situation. Psyker's tone remained calm yet steely. With them both being beyond grade A supers who wielded immense strength, the laws of the various civilizations had already lost their purpose in front of them. Beyond grade A supers were the class that represented prestige, and they had already stepped out of the rules of society. Thus, any nonsense from Psyker was useless, and he chose to immediately strike his opponent's weak points. This was more useful than exchanging a lot of Bulker *P pleasantries. As for Black Star's current situation, Psyker was not too aware, but he knew that the tyrant had set his sights on him. Thus, no matter whom he joined, the balance would be broken. What he was betting on was that Black Star, as a new beyond grade A, would choose stability as a priority. He still had to accumulate his strength and influence, splitting apart the benefits in the star field as he had just risen to beyond grade A. Thus, facing the threat of two older beyond grade as he would likely choose to compromise. The Star Pupil Holy Race's genes were already almost optimized to the bottleneck. The function of the evolution cube had no use for them, and what Psyker needed was to use its value, to trade it with the Arcane Church in exchange for its support. Over the past few decades, the Arcane Church had repeatedly proposed generous conditions in exchange for the evolution cube, and their latest bid proposed that they would support the Star Pupil Holy Race into becoming the designated spokesperson of the Arcane Church in the Shattered Star Ring, allowing it to become a true star cluster civilization. This promise moved Psyker. However, his bargaining chip was then stolen. As such, it did not really matter if the evolution cube was portable or not. Han Xiao's conditions were not attractive in his eyes, as he did not need to borrow it but rather needed the evolution cube itself. No matter what, the evolution cube had to be returned to his hands, or else he would lose the support of the Arcane Church. After all, without the evolution cube, there was no need to discuss anything else. Han Xiao thought a little and could understand Psyker's rationale as well as his bottom line. The other party could not compromise, which gave him a headache. This little comrade refused to perform the win-win cooperation and only wished to take back the evolution cube. He could not fulfill Psyker's wishes in any way. Threatening another's race would do more harm than benefit as well. All galactic civilizations were covered under the Civilization Treaty but not mercenary groups. This was the difference in the nature of their organizations. It would be okay for others to hit him, but he himself could not attack other civilizations. This was how sad and pathetic the life of a mercenary was. Psyker cared about his own race, and this was a well-known weakness of this. But if he gave in every time someone threatened him with his race, the Star Pupil Holy Race would not have reached this current stage. One could even say that Psyker had received threats his entire life, leading to his tough stance in dealing with problems. Unless Han Xiao decided to abandon his Black Star Army and turn into a wanted man in the galaxy, like ES God, he would not use the Star Pupil Holy Race to threaten him. However, he knew of this point and is not willing to use the Black Star Army to threaten me. This means that he still has some morals left and is not willing to force me into a corner. Han Xiao's heart was moved. The focus of this competition was for the evolution cube, and both parties had some sort of restraining fear. In order to avoid the losses of both, they had not mentioned their respective forces. However, Han Xiao was unwilling to hand the cube over to Psyker so easily. For most civilizations, the evolution cube was an unprecedented opportunity for development, and no civilization would be able to reject this opportunity. If he controlled the evolution cube by himself, it will form a huge collective of interests, and the Black Star Army's influences would soar hundreds of thousands of times higher than it currently was. Taking a step back, with his identity as a beyond grade A, if he took the evolution cube to work together with the Crimson Dynasty, he would be able to obtain the support of a universal civilization. The Star Pupil Holy Race obviously enjoyed such a benefit from the Arcane Church, and they would also be able to join in the forces for early exploration to the flickering world, laying the groundwork for future versions. At the same time, the evolution cube would still be able to attract countless Calamity grades and maybe even beyond grade as that was not impossible. He was not someone like Psyker who only had his own race in mind, keeping all the good stuff only for his race to utilize. There was only one evolution cube, so the benefits were huge. He did not have a chance before, so that was it. However, this opportunity had been presented to him, and he had the strength to keep the treasure. If he gave it up too easily, it would be letting himself down. When it was time to fight, Han Xiao would never retreat. Taking the evolution cube for himself would give the best benefits, accompanied by the same amount of risks. However, with his body and Aurora's medicine, even if the Tyrant and Psyker joined forces, they might not be able to kill him. His forces would be able to improve even further without any threat, as the supporting ability of the evolution cube was top class. However, if he gave the cube back to Psyker, while there would be no danger, he would have given up a lot of benefits, only being able to obtain the scraps once they had been distributed. This was the choice of wanting a single tree or taking the entire forest. Han Xiao no longer thought about it and asked, "Is there no room for compromise at all? If a civilization wishes to develop, it is inevitable that they fight for resources. For the future," Psyker blandly said. Since ancient times, no matter how advanced or backward a civilization is, you cannot escape this rule, and you cannot fight it. In the end, if you don't follow these rules, you'll be eliminated. I believe you've heard the saying, a civilization without ambition has no future. He would not say things like the evolution cube belonged to him and that he should get it back, as they were both standing at the pinnacle of individual strengths. It was useless to reason. In essence, the evolution cube was ownerless, but the other influences considered it his only because he had held it for a long time. If it was something that the Star Pupil Holy Race had created, Han Xiao would probably have handed it over. However, this treasure did not belong to Psyker, and even if the other party wished to use it for righteous causes such as upgrading his own race, this universe was not only made up of the Star Pupil Holy Race. Resources were obtained by fighting, so why did others have to make way for him? The Star Pupil Holy Race was an intelligent civilization, but so were others. Psyker occupying the evolution cube and transforming his race would make him regarded as a hero by his people but a selfish enemy by others. The judgment of one's position was purely based on their perspective, especially in galaxy where relationships were complex. The development of a civilization had long been a process of sailing against the flow. In Han Xiao's view, the Star Pupil Holy Race had already enjoyed the benefits of the evolution cube. Even if they lost it, the star pupil holy race would still be a strong civilization. Psyker only grabbed onto this benefit and did not wish to let go because he was not satisfied with the status quo, wishing to take his civilization to a higher level. A civilization without ambition has no future. This sentence makes sense. You, as the leader of a civilization, indeed have to place the burdens of the entire civilization on your back. It's just that, Han Xiao sighed. I don't intend to pay the bill for your ambition. Psyker paused before his tone got even more severe. Have you thought it through? There's only one evolution cube. Neither of us wish to let it go, and there's no way to reconcile, so there's nothing left to say. Han Xiao shook his head. He had never been a good person who would turn his head away from money. After weighing the cost and benefits, he came to this decision. Good. I hope you don't regret this decision. Psyker suddenly moved, and boundless psychic energy in the form of shock waves burst out, distorting the air as they attacked the mechanical army behind, directly penetrating the formation. Boom! Thousands of fireworks exploded in the mechanical army, and the broken parts flew all over the sky. Nearly 100,000 mechanical soldiers were severely damaged, and their bodies were broken. Some were even directly scrapped. Those mechanical soldiers constructed at the Calamity grade were indeed too brittle before a beyond grade A, even with the mechanical force bonus. Spread the formation. Han Xiao ordered the battle artificial intelligence from his mind, and his mechanical arm changed its shape to form a spiral drill entwined with psionic energy as it thrust towards Psyker. Psyker hand-eye coordination was swift, and he quickly gripped the drill. Buzz buzz. The drill in Psyker's hands spun rapidly, and his palms were covered with a psychic shield that was in contact with the drill. Sparks were constantly being emitted from the friction between the two. Psyker's eyes gleamed at this moment. Han Xiao felt a burst of pain in his mind as he was attacked in the spiritual state once again. Without waiting, Psyker released white light all over his body, and ripples of psychic energy spread rapidly, smashing into Han Xiao like a block. He was pushed back thousands of meters. Immediately, Psyker's hands clasped together strongly, and a loud blast of energy surged into the sky. Han Xiao stabilized his body, and upon looking, he found that Psyker's appearance had changed dramatically. Psyker's body had swollen to become a circle, and the two jade-like corners of his forehead had elongated. The small hair-like tentacles around his head merged to form a huge white tentacle, like a tail on his head. It waved around, seemingly extremely tensile, and 3 pairs of wings spread out from the vents around his body, turning him into an arthropod. His 7 eyes lit up with a dazzling white light, and the deep purple lines on his skin all lit up, exuding immense energies. Within the joints of his bone armor, sharp bone blades emerged, and a white cloud like psychic power was continuously released around his body. Psyker had revealed his true combat form. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. Not everyone would be willing to work with him, and since Psyker had rejected the support, he decided to keep his own ass and speak with his fists. In the end, using their fists was still the most direct way to resolve any issues. When negotiations failed, they could only persuade people in such a way. I just spoke about flipping the table, and this guy really did so. What a fine temper. But don't think I'm afraid of you. Boom. Han Xiao no longer conserved himself and activated all his buff skills before exploding out with all his mechanical force. Whoosh! The mechanical army lined up, firing towards Psyker, and the psionic rays from the particle cannons were akin to a sea of destruction. Compared to the hasty confrontation previously, this was a real battle. freewebnov.com. This was also the first Beyond Grade A battle that Han Xiao had personally taken part in. Chapter 763, Intense Battle. Chapter 763, Intense Battle. 2 figures, one white and one blue, collided like 2 meteors. Boom! The shock wave from their collision sent the densely packed mechanical soldiers flying in all directions. The surging psionic energy in Han Xiao's body was unleashed without any restraint, and Han Xiao's fists hammered down heavily on Psyker's psychic shield, sending out intense shockwaves in all directions. Han Xiao did not retract his fists as his armor transformed into a gigantic hand cannon, with a burning red glow charging up in the barrel of the cannon. Boom! Violent dark energy shot out from the barrel of the cannon and swallowed Psyker in a tower of light. However, Psyker remained unmoved like a rock within the tower of light. Han Xiao frowned. This fellow's psychic shield is too powerful. The shield durability is far too high and he can easily generate another shield after the old shield is destroyed. Although he isn't able to ignore true damage, my attacks would have to first hit him. A psychic shield was like a mage's magic shield and even more powerful in certain areas. A psychic shield was able to defend against both physical and mental attacks, and Psyker was able to freely control the state of the shield. Since Han Xiao only had physical attacks, Psyker could reduce the strength of his mental shield by 90% and channel his energy to physical defense. As such, the shield was extremely durable. Thankfully, Psyker's physique was not particularly strong, and he did not have any talents to ignore true damage. Han Xiao could also trigger true damage attacks on the shield to multiply his damage. However, damage done to the shield was not the same as damage done to Psyker. The psychic branch was his nemesis, and the most direct solution would be to compete in firepower. Boom! The mechanical army got into formation and spread out in the sky, unleashing their never-ending fire down on Psyker. Particle cannons, dark energy cannons, psionic cannons, and many other different weapons rained down on Psyker, including the Ice Age Star freezing cannon. More than 10 satellite cannons shot into the sky, and thick beams of light smashed down on Psyker's shield. At this moment, Psyker spread out his arms, and a white whirlpool of psychic energy burst forth from his body and sent Han Xiao flying. The psychic shockwave swept all the mechanical soldiers near Psyker away, and these soldiers were all smashed into pieces. Following which, Psyker's knees bent slightly, and he looked as though he was about to jump, treating the sky as flat ground. Bang! Psyker's body exploded forth, with every step producing a sonic boom as he charged straight into the mechanical army. The psychic energy surrounding his body began to spin rapidly, and Psyker seemed to have transformed into a drill. He weaved through the army with unstoppable momentum and released mental attacks while crashing through the army. The formation of the mechanical army was immediately ripped into shreds, with many soldiers being reduced to scrap metal. The intense battle between the two continued and left giant craters on the planet that they were battling on. The planet's diameter was reduced by a few thousand meters. It was as though a layer was shed from the planet. Han Xiao tried to approach Psyker to engage in a close combat fight, but Psyker refused to tangle with Han Xiao and focused all his attention on destroying Han Xiao's mechanical army. Whenever Han Xiao came close to Psyker, Psyker would use his psychic force to push Han Xiao back. Psyker was extremely swift and his shield extremely thick. Many of Han Xiao's attacks were avoided by him, but a portion still managed to find their way to him. A portion of Psyker's attributes were displayed on Han Xiao's interface. His level had a question mark, but his health was not as high as Han Xiao's. Psyker only had slightly more than 2 million HP and had already lost a little more than 100,000 HP. Psyker's HP was recovering slowly, and he could recover 10,000 HP every second. His normal recovery rate was about 0.5% per second, but with his high total HP, the amount of HP that he could recover was not too low. Han Xiao glanced at the interface and thought to himself, he doesn't have the beyond great a talent, everlasting body, and should have chosen a talent related to energy. Energy was the foundation of the psychic class, and psychics expanded energy extremely rapidly. Upon seeing that the almost 1 million mechanical soldiers were destroyed, Han Xiao waved his arm, and his mechanical force stuck onto the spare parts like a spider web. All the spare parts gathered together, and Han Xiao combined the spare parts with his waste modification and basic machinery construction skills before throwing them back into the fray. His mechanical army was not too powerful, but he had many methods to repair his army in battle, and it would not be destroyed so easily. However, he did not have a relaxed expression on his face. This fellow knows that I have not rebuilt my mechanical army yet and is treating my mechanical army as his breakthrough point. His energy is recovering too quickly, and it'll be difficult for me to fight a protracted battle with him. He had lowered Psyker's HP by about 100,000, but he had lost about 700,000 HP in return. As Psyker destroyed his mechanical army, Psyker would occasionally send him a few psychic blasts or mental attacks. Even though Psyker suffered from the luck curse and had a decrease in critical rate, his normal damage was not low. The mechanic class lacked skills that guarded against mental attacks, and he had no way to avoid the opponent's mental attacks. However, his HP had already recovered to the maximum. His middle-grade cell proliferation control talent converted energy to health with a 1:5 ratio. Because of the upper limit of his energy, he could regenerate 250,000 HP every second. Although the psychic attacks did not allow him to absorb energy, he could control the Watcher instruments around him to attack him to regain his energy. I'll be on the losing side if this continues, and I cannot allow him to attack my army without restraint. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and a machine appeared beside him. This was a high-grade control-type machinery that could use a powerful magnetic force to control the target. A golden mechanical force shot out from his palm and struck the machine. This special bolt of mechanical force then merged together with the machine, and the stats of the machine were immediately multiplied. Emperor's Gift. The next moment, more than 10 thick bolts of electricity exploded forth, and an intense magnetic force was released towards Psyker. Psyker, who was flying at high speed, suddenly stopped in midair as though he was grabbed by an invisible hand. Without the boost from the Emperor's Gift, it would be impossible to catch Psyker. The control duration was extremely short, and Han Xiao immediately entered the void dimension and appeared behind Psyker the very next moment, grabbing both of Psyker's arms. His mountain ape mechanical suit then transformed into handcuffs to lock onto Psyker's body. Buzz. Han Xiao activated his gene liberation skill, and the damage of his entire army was increased. The next moment, the entire mechanical army fired at both of them. Boom! A new gigantic crater was left behind on the surface of the planet. Han Xiao was sent flying far away and only managed to stabilize his body after traveling a few hundred kilometers. His first priority was to recover his HP before looking around for Psyker. Psyker was also sent flying and was not in a good state. At this moment, Psyker had a couple of burn marks all over his body. He had been obstructed by Han Xiao previously, and his psychic shield could not block the full force of the explosion. A small portion of his HP was lost during the blast, but he had various talents to guard his mind and would not be affected by a dizzy status or such. Right at this moment, Han Xiao could feel a sense of danger approaching from behind him. He hurriedly unleashed his psionic shield toward his back and saw a white, mist-like figure appearing behind him. As though the shield did not exist, the white figure went through the shield and into Han Xiao's body. Han Xiao could clearly feel this white figure entering his mental region and creating destruction all around before detonating itself. His mind was severely wounded, and his entire head felt heavy and woozy. Psyker's attack had wiped out almost 200,000 HP, and Han Xiao immediately retreated. However, he also heard Psyker letting out a soft grunt at the same moment. Bearing with the intense headache, Han Xiao looked over and saw Psyker bleeding from his every orifice. This is, right? Han Xiao immediately looked at the combat information and almost burst out laughing. Psyker's sneak attack had triggered the 20% mental rebound of Supreme Piety. Psyker had suffered from the rebound damage. Although his luck was low, Psyker had suffered from his luck curse and did not have very good luck either. I wonder if this is because of my good luck or his bad luck. Right at this moment, Psyker lifted his head up, and 6 of his auxiliary eyes lit up to form a white circle on his face with his main eye being the center of the circle. Following which, his appearance transformed again, and the skeleton armor covered his entire body, only revealing his 7 eyes. The combat information displayed that Psyker entered a new state with all his attributes explosively increasing. A new white layer appeared on his health bar, which was a full 60% of his max HP. Again, Psyker said with a deep voice, and his voice resounded like a bell. Han Xiao's mouth contorted. Transforming again? Do you think you are Frisia 1? This is against the rules. Do you think you can do as you wish just because you are a combat race? A beyond grade A is truly perverse with never-ending methods. Han Xiao felt his balls ache. Although Psyker did not have regenerative capabilities like him, he had many different forms that provided him with extra HP and defense. When he was in the Calamity grade, He had an almost bug-like ability among the Calamity grade supers. However, every beyond grade A existence was like a bug-like character, and not a single one was easy to deal with. Hiss! Han Xiao took a deep breath and circulated his energy to the maximum. Letting out a loud roar, Han Xiao led his mechanical army to clash with Psyker again. After their previous exchange, Han Xiao had a rough estimate of the Psyker's strength. Both of them were on par, and it would be extremely difficult for either of them to get rid of the other party. However, with his mechanical army being destroyed, his damage would decrease over time. Since his mechanical army had to be rebuilt anyway, Han Xiao decided to ignore the damage to his army and make use of this opportunity to measure his combat strength. He would only have the chance to go all out when facing another beyond grade A super. Bang bang bang. Their battle lasted a few hours, and they flew around the entire planet a few times, destroying its surface. The surface of the planet was riddled with many unfathomable craters, and the intense vibrations on the surface of the planet caused lava to shoot out from these craters a few thousand meters into the sky. The entire planet seemed to have become an orange that was riddled with holes, and all its juice was being squeezed out from it. The lava that spurted out into the sky cooled down rapidly and rained down like meteors. Bang! This was the umpteenth time that both the figures had collided and separated. Han Xiao floated in midair, and the surface of his mechanical suit shattered into pieces to reveal his body. This was already his fourth mechanical suit. His machinery continuation skill reached its time limit, and his mechanical suit was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The mechanical army in the surroundings had become sparse. Han Xiao had used his waste modification skill to reform the wasted machines too many times, and the upper limit had been reached. But even if this was the case, his mechanical army still had the size of about 4 million soldiers. On the other side, Psyker's skeleton armor was half destroyed with blue blood all over his body, and his psychic energy was much weaker than before. More than half of my mechanical army has been destroyed, and I'll be on the losing end if this battle continues, Han Xiao thought to himself. He won't be able to deal with me, and I can't do anything to him. There isn't a need to continue this battle. I should rebuild my mechanical army first. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he threw an observer's mark onto Psyker. He would not be able to remove the psychic mark that Psyker had placed on the evolution cube and could only return the favor. With both of them aware of the other party's location, he would not be on the losing end. Psyker's eyes narrowed. His mental sense was acute, and he could clearly sense the feeling of being spied on but did not know where it came from. He was not a mage who could grasp multidimensional energy, and although he could feel the observer's mark, he could not get rid of it. Furthermore, Han Xiao was already a beyond grade A super, and it would be even more difficult to get rid of his observer's mark. At the very least, it would be impossible for a Calamity grade mage to do so. Clank! Han Xiao then waved his arm and stored his mechanical army away. Without saying a word, he activated his void dimension jump and disappeared in the blink of an eye. During the battle, he had intentionally destroyed the other party's spaceship, and it would be impossible for Psyker to catch up to him in terms of flying speed. Psyker watched as Han Xiao disappeared and did not make a move. He had already gone all out, but Black Star was not at a disadvantage. It would be difficult for him to snatch the evolution cube back with just his own strength. Han Xiao was not the only one who felt that they would not be able to do anything to each other. Psyker also had such a feeling. He could not count the number of times he had attacked Black Star with his mental attack. However, the other party only seemed to have lost his mechanical army but remained as lively as a tiger. Such a situation reminded him of the Tyrant. A new beyond grade A mechanic who has a powerful physique like Tyrant, Psyker muttered to himself. Indestructible body? Right at this moment a figure flew over. It was Sardeem. His appearance seemed extremely pathetic, and he was equipped with a simple thruster made from spare parts. You're still alive? Psyker looked over. I hid myself when the two of you were fighting. Sardeem had a sense of lingering fear in his heart. He did not have any equipment on him, and the battle of two beyond grade A supers was enough to threaten his life. He had long escaped from Psyker's spaceship and escaped from the battlefield. Looking at Psyker's appearance, Sardeem asked with a trembling voice, You weren't able to defeat Black Star. Psyker glanced at Sardeem and replied, he escaped. I couldn't keep him back. Sardeem took a deep breath. He had already expected such a reply but wanted to confirm it. Although he was already mentally prepared for such a reply, he was still filled with shock. The fifth Beyond Greatest Super has been born in the Shattered Star Ring, and the starfield will experience a huge change, Sardeem murmured. I'd better send this piece of news to His Excellency Manison. Not just the Shattered Star Ring. Psyker interrupted him with a profound tone. Perhaps the attention of the entire galaxy will be drawn. Psyker's eyes gleamed. The evolution cube isn't so easily taken. With Black Star carrying the evolution cube around with him, it would be extremely difficult for him to snatch it back alone. Psyker decided to find a few allies and make further plans. Before this, I shall leave the item in Black Star's possession. Since his psychic mark was still present, Psyker felt that things were within his control. He then looked up at the sky. Psyker was not planning to fly with his body, so he looked at Sardeem. Freewebnovel.com. You're a mechanic, right? Air. What's the matter? Sardeem was stunned for a moment. Psyker pointed at the spare parts on the ground. Build a spaceship. Sardeem. This is a Dragon Ball reference. It's where the "this isn't even my final form" meme comes from. Chapter 764. The Impending Storm. Chapter 764. The Impending Storm. Han Xiao left Psyker, who did not have a spaceship, on the unlucky planet and made use of his void dimension jump to return to the Shattered Star Ring. He contacted Gila and the others who had left planet Macipher and got them to fetch him with the spaceship. Both parties finally met up in the desolate universe belt. Whoosh! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Han Xiao was greeted by Gila and the two others the moment he entered the spaceship. Faiden walked forward and studied Han Xiao. After making sure that he was completely intact, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like you are all right. We've been extremely worried about you. Gila snorted. Speak for yourself. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao could not help but chuckle. Actually, it wasn't very dangerous. All of you should be extremely clear about how robust my life force is. Talking about life force, Aurora had a look of confusion on her face, and she said with disbelief in her voice, if my senses aren't wrong, has he what? Gila interrupted. Han Xiao had a smile on his face and took out the evolution cube to play with it. Your guess is correct. I fought Psyker and the outcome of the battle was a draw. He didn't manage to snatch the item back. Fought Psyker to a draw? Gila was stunned for a moment, and it took a second to understand what Han Xiao meant. She took a deep breath, and a look of disbelief could be seen on her usually expressionless face. She looked at Han Xiao with her eyes widened. Could it be that? Beyond grade A. It was by luck. Han Xiao waved his hands but had a look of pride on his face. After hearing him admit it, Gila, Aurora, and Faiden revealed looks of shock. Black Star is really a Beyond Grade A Super already? Although the three of them had looked forward to Han Xiao achieving a breakthrough and standing among the ranks of the Beyond Grade A Supers, their trip with Han Xiao had felt more like a holiday, and they did not notice any signs of breakthrough from Han Xiao. All of them had felt that the chances of him achieving a breakthrough were not high. However, he had achieved a breakthrough just like that. While they were not mentally prepared for it, Black Star had suddenly risen into the next grade and even fought a Beyond Grade A Super who had long made a name for himself to a draw. They truly could not imagine how Han Xiao did it. The three of them felt their heads blank out at this moment. After snapping out from their daze, they all erupted with surprise. Although they were very surprised, it was a good thing. Faiden was overjoyed. Wonderful. I've always believed that you had such potential. We don't have to escape from the Shattered Star Ring if this is the case. I never intended to escape, Han Xiao said helplessly. Aurora then looked at Han Xiao and asked with shock on her face, does this mean that you are already at our teacher's level? Ames? It is time for me to have a talk with her. Han Xiao thought to himself and nodded in response. You? Gila hesitated for a while before swallowing what she wanted to say. Congrats. She had a complicated feeling in her heart. She had always wanted to chase after Han Xiao. When Han Xiao was still in the Calamity grade, she could still spur herself to work harder. However, things were different this time. During the 10 years when she was on Floating Dragon Island, she had experienced AIM's strength many times and was extremely clear about the strength of a beyond grade A super. At the same time, she was extremely clear about how difficult it would be to become a beyond grade A super. For so many years, the star field only had 4 beyond grade A supers. Together with Han Xiao's advancement, there were now 5. Gila had known Han Xiao for almost 20 years and witnessed his weak appearance, his invincible Calamity grade appearance, and his every stage of development. He had taken him a mere 20 years to go from an ordinary man to a new beyond grade A super. He would probably be the individual who took the least amount of time to become a beyond grade A super in history. Because she understood Han Xiao's past, Gila knew how difficult it was for Han Xiao to have achieved what he had. Even if Gila refused to admit defeat on their surface, she could not help but admire Han Xiao's achievements in her heart. If Gila had originally possessed any thoughts of competing with Han Xiao for glory, at this moment, she was willing to become the shadow behind Han Xiao's splendor. She had a feeling that she was witnessing the birth of a legend. Of course, it was impossible for her to reveal her true thoughts. Gila then changed the topic and asked, "Just how did you do it? Can you teach me?" I can't teach you anything since you don't know how to harvest crops." Han Xiao coughed dryly before placing his hands on Gila's shoulders with a solemn expression. "No, you don't need me to teach you anything. What do you mean?" Gila was puzzled. Han Xiao then looked at Gila and said, "I have always believed in your potential. Just like how you believe in me, you will stand by my side at the peak of the galaxy one day." Gila pushed Han Xiao's hands away and turned around to prevent Han Xiao from seeing her flustered appearance. She then said with a soft voice, "Thank you. So, it turns out that you have so much trust in me. I didn't even know that. There isn't a need for thanks between us." Han Xiao waved his arms. "We've known each other for 20 years. At this moment, Aurora pulled on Han Xiao's clothes and whined, "What about me? Do you believe in me?" Han Xiao rubbed her head helplessly and said, "Wait until you reach the Calamity grade." Humph. So biased. Aurora turned around. After soaking in the excitement of Han Xiao becoming a beyond grade A super, they then got back to the main point. "Black Star, you took away Psyker's evolution cube. He won't give up so easily, right?" He said that he will work together with the tyrant to deal with me. Compared to the benefits of the evolution cube, this risk can be considered extremely low. There isn't a need to bother about him in the near future. He's still busy with something else. Han Xiao shook his head with a smile. From the observer's mark, he could see that Psyker was still on the planet and rushing Sardeem to build a new spaceship from spare parts. Phaidon frowned and said, "It'll be very dangerous if the tyrant and Psyker work together." Han Xiao waved his arms and said, "It isn't a big deal. Although I am a new beyond grade A super, I do not belong to the bottommost rung of this level. Besides, I have allies as well. Isn't this a competition of numbers? You're not the only one who knows how to play that game." Frueval.com. As compared to the other beyond grade A supers, his largest advantage was his clear path of advancement. The other beyond grade A supers would have to find their own path after entering beyond grade A, and it was akin to searching around in the dark. However, it was as though he had a torchlight with him, and he could easily progress by harvesting crops. His growth rate would completely outstrip the others. "How are you planning to deal with the evolution cube? Take it back to the camp first and let the officers enjoy the effects of the evolution cube." Han Xiao stroked his chin. "I will then use it to find allies and a new backer." Psyker had the support of the Arcane Church, and he could achieve the same effect with the evolution cube in his hands. Compared to Psyker, his advantage was the fact that the evolution cube was now portable. With him carrying it around, the likelihood of it being stolen was much lower. News of him having the evolution cube would spread throughout the galaxy eventually, and it was impossible for Psyker to help him keep the secret. Psyker might even choose to create more enemies for him. At that time, all the organizations eyeing the evolution cube would have their attention drawn to him. It would be impossible for him to hold onto the evolution cube in the long term with just the strength of the Black Star Army, so he needed to find a backer. Beep beep. Right at this moment, an emergency transmission lit up on his communicator. Han Xiao glanced at his communicator, and it was a communication request by Ralph. Han Xiao waved his arm to ask Hila and the others to pilot the spaceship. He then walked to the side and picked up the call. Black Star, I have a heaven-breaking piece of bad news. You make it sound as though we had good news in the past. Han Xiao was in a good mood and joked. Ralph ignored his joke and said with a solemn tone, We verified a piece of news a few days ago. The Crimson Dynasty have concluded their negotiations with the Federation of Light. After the Crimson Dynasty takes over the new star field, they will turn their attention to the storm that they created in the various regions. Our secret war with Clint will also come to an end in half a year's time. Oh, Han Xiao muttered. This is a piece of bad news indeed. The Bloodshed Land still controlled a few star systems around the borders of the Colton star cluster, and Clint was the loyal lackey of the Crimson Dynasty. The Crimson Dynasty would definitely make use of this excuse to demarcate these territories as part of the Clint Kingdom. The authority of deciding borders was something that the three universal civilizations gave to themselves, and if Section 0 were unable to chase Bloodshed Land out before then, Purple Crystal would probably lose those few territories. The Shattered Star Ring belonged to the management zone of the Federation of Light. Unless Purple Crystal gave up their neutrality and chose to submit to another civilization, it would be impossible for anyone to come out and uphold justice for them. The Crimson Dynasty and Federation of Light would be exchanging benefits at a higher level, and Purple Crystal did not even have the right to interfere in their negotiations. They could only watch as their territories were taken away. Of course, Purple Crystal could strongly protest against the decision made by the three universal civilizations and unilaterally decide to reject their decision. However, the outcome of such a decision definitely would not be a pretty one. As the ones setting the rules, the three universal civilizations would not allow anyone to challenge their authority. All three civilizations were powerful civilizations who had been through dark times and definitely were not merciful characters. With the strength to overlook the entire galaxy, they had countless methods to make a civilization submit. The rules were completely irrelevant to those who set the rules. Thus, Han Xiao was not too surprised about the appearance of the Silver Revolutionary Army. However, it was still far too early to talk about that. Black Star, your holiday is over, Ralph said with a solemn expression. We need your strength to snatch back as many territories as possible. Han Xiao stroked his chin and came to a decision. The biggest backing of the Clint Kingdom is the Crimson Dynasty. However, I have an idea to get the Crimson Dynasty to stay out of this matter and not help Clint negotiate with the Federation of Light. This way, it will be useless even if the Bloodshed Land occupies the border star systems. Ralph's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, What idea do you have? Han Xiao then thought about something and decided against telling Purple Crystal that he was a beyond grade a super. It is extremely likely for my plan to succeed, but I have to keep it a secret for now. You just need to believe in me. In any case, the situation can't be worse than it is right now. It was not that Han Xiao wanted to hide his beyond grade a strength. If Purple Crystal knew about his newfound strength, they would announce it to the entire world to serve as a deterrent. This was not good for him. His original plan was to remain low profile after entering beyond grade A and accumulate his strength. When the tyrant attempted to kill him, the tyrant would then underestimate his strength, and he would be able to deal a low blow to the tyrant. However, the sudden appearance of the evolution cube spoiled his plans, and it would be impossible for him to hide his strength. Despite that, Han Xiao did not want to fight the tyrant immediately. He needed some time to build a new mechanical army and beyond grade A base. He still had to activate many of the Emperor mechanic skills and allow his combat strength to reach the peak. Compared to letting Purple Crystal announce his strength to the world, he would rather let Psyker slowly reveal news to the star field. This way, he would have a bit more time. There was another reason he did not wish to let Purple Crystal know of his strength. Han Xiao wanted to increase his value. If he was an ordinary beyond grade A, his best choice would be to form an alliance with a star cluster civilization just like Heber had done. Although universal civilizations also welcomed beyond grade A supers, they would not place such great importance on these beyond grade A supers compared to a star cluster civilization. After all, that which is rare is dear. However, things were different with the evolution cube. The evolution cube was a unique universal treasure, And with Psyker as an example, the universal civilizations would offer an even higher price. This way, their Black Star army would be raised to the next level. Because of the existence of the flickering world, Han Xiao had already decided that the Crimson Dynasty would be his most suitable ally. If he formed an alliance with the Crimson Dynasty, he would be able to resolve the secret war and foil the plans of the Klent Kingdom. If he allowed things to develop normally, the outcome of the S-grade secret war mission would probably be failure. Although it was because of the uniqueness of the mission, and they would still have some reward, their mission rating would be lowered, and the players of the Black Star Army would not be able to gain the best reward. Considering the need to maintain the players' reliance on the Black Star Army, joining the Crimson Dynasty was the best choice. Before Ralph could continue questioning him, Han Xiao hung up and walked to the cockpit. Aurora sat on the pilot's seat and asked, "Where are we going?" Han Xiao smirked. "Back to the army." A few days later, Sardeem finally returned to planet Macipher. At the same time, he brought with him a piece of shocking news. He said that he had personally witnessed the Beyond Grade A Seed Black Star, who had the title of Indestructible Body, becoming a Beyond Grade A Super. This news rapidly spread through planet Macipher, and many visitors on the planet did not believe it. Why would Black Star become the 5th Beyond Grade A Super in the Shattered Star Ring so suddenly? Why did Purple Crystal not react? Could it be a rumor? This piece of news was not backed by any evidence, and the galactic residents who had been exposed to a wide variety of information were not convinced. However, Psyker, who was a guest on planet Macipher, actually personally admitted it. All doubts disappeared, and the entire planet was filled with shock. The 5th Beyond Grade A is born. Oh my goodness! This is big news. The residents of planet Macipher who had received this news were dumbfounded and immediately posted this piece of news on the net. News of the battle between Black Star and Psyker spread rapidly like a virus throughout the entire star field. A storm that was about to sweep through the entire Shattered Star Ring began brewing. Chapter 765 Prelude to Change. Chapter 765 Prelude to Change. In some transit station at the border of the Shattered Star Ring. In an olden-style inn, Hadavy sat in the corner and drank a glass of strong wine. There were mixed blood elves performing on the stage with a beautiful tone lingering in his ears. The customers of the inn were of many different races, and they were laughing merrily. The atmosphere was soothing, but Hadavy had a depressed look on his face. A few months ago, Jord had made use of him to launch a sneak attack against Black Star. Hadavy had terminated the cooperation with them in a fit of rage and left the secret war. He had chosen to join the Bloodshed Land because he wanted to spar with Black Star and stimulate his potential through battle. After fighting Black Star more than 10 times, he could not help but feel a sense of appreciation for Han Xiao. In his eyes, Black Star was an opponent worthy of respect. Hadavy would rather lose to Black Star time and time again than use despicable methods to deal with him. After this event, Hadavy no longer had the face to find Han Xiao to spar. He planned to leave the Shattered Star Ring and roam the other star fields. This was the reason he had visited the borders of the Shattered Star Ring. Just when he was drinking and depressed, a conversation caught his attention. "Have all of you heard? The 5th Beyond Grade A Super has appeared in the Shattered Star Ring." "What? A new Beyond Grade A?" He was a Beyond Grade A seed, and his target had always been becoming a Beyond Grade A Super. Thus, he paid close attention to this topic. With his senses of a Calamity Grade Super, the conversation of the table beside him seemed to be right beside his ears. "You have heard about it, too? I know about Black Star. There were reports about him a few years ago saying that he was the most likely person to become a Beyond Grade A Super in the Shattered Star Ring. I thought that it was no more than a farce at that time, but never imagined that it would actually become the truth. He is the leader of the Black Star Army. All of you should know about the Black Star Army, right? It is the famous armed organization in the Colton Star Cluster. I have a friend who is a merchant. Once, his merchant ship was robbed, and he sought help from the Mercenary League to solve the problem. They sent the Black Star Army, and the mercenaries of this organization are extremely friendly and reliable. Didn't he become low profile over the past few years? Someone else asked curiously. I heard that news of him becoming a Beyond Grade A Super is only a rumor. It isn't a rumor. Even star pupil Psyker admitted that he only fought Black Star to a draw. If he is able to fight a beyond grade A super without losing, he can only be a beyond grade A super. Calamity crushed the wine glass in his hands, and wine splashed all over his body. However, he was still in a daze with a look of shock on his face. Black Star has actually become a beyond grade A super already. Upon hearing news of his old opponent, Calamity could not help but be filled with envy and jealousy. He had spent a few decades but not touched the door of beyond grade A. He had already given it his all but was still overtaken by others. After being filled with shock, his heart was filled with bitterness. Why can he do it? What trick did he use? Calamit's face changed color, and he hammered down on the table before standing up abruptly. The sudden commotion attracted the gaze of all the customers present. Ignoring the strange looks on their faces, Calamity left the inn. He came to a decision. He would not leave the Shattered Star Ring but make a trip to the headquarters of the Black Star Army. This time, he would not go on behalf of the Bloodshed Land but using his personal identity. Perhaps Black Star would not recognize an old opponent like him, and his life might be in danger. However, he had been troubled by the problem of becoming a beyond grade A super for many years. He decided to take this risk. Regardless of whether Black Star showed him any respect, he wanted to give it a shot. The headquarters of the Mercenary League in the Jellic Star Cluster was a gigantic space fortress built by Black Star, Sky Ring, Blades, and many other large-sized mercenary groups. Surrounding the gigantic space fortress were more than 20 armed satellites that were the branches of the respective large-sized mercenary groups. The Black Star Army also had a branch located there. To all the members of the Mercenary League, this was akin to a second headquarters. The million or so new players who were on planet Deirdre had participated in many different storylines. Some of them had chosen to join the Secret War, while others had chosen to remain in the Jellic Star Cluster and follow the storyline of the Mercenary League. The storyline mission of the Mercenary League also gave huge rewards, and with the background of the Black Star Army, the players had plenty of mercenary missions to choose from. After a few months, the average level of the players had risen rapidly, and they were all approaching level 60. Han Zhao's legends had spread to the Mercenary League, and the players in the branch had also heard about it. After the news spread, a huge commotion was created on the forums, and the players were all shocked. Han Xiao was an NPC that the players were extremely familiar with, and many of the players respected him as the leader of their faction. They had witnessed his growth from version 1.0 to version 3.0, and Han Xiao was a legendary character in the Shattered Star Ring to the players. At this moment, a new chapter of this legend had begun. All the players who participated in the Secret War were even more shocked. Black Star had disappeared from the battlefield for a few months, and many of them had been guessing Black Star's whereabouts. However, none of them had guessed that he would return as a beyond grade A super. This news became a hot topic on the forums, and all the players of the Black Star Army were extremely agitated. As part of the Black Star Army, the promotion of their leader brought them glory as well. What else is there to say? Our army commander is the coolest. Black Star is the coolest. There were only 4 beyond grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring before this, and Black Star is the 5th. Does this mean that our army is going to become a beyond grade A organization as well? Of course. Wahahaha. Our planet Aquamarine faction leader is too awesome. We can match up to all the other factions in the other player regions alone. A growth-type faction is too tyrannical. At Summer Night Flower, stop hiding. Get over here. At Summer Night Flower, how's life in Bloodshed Land? Come out and share your experiences with us. We won't laugh at you. Ha ha ha. At Summer Night Flower, please begin your performance. At Summer Night Flower's post from a few months ago was now trending, and many players were gloating at his misfortune. Seeing the excitement of the other players, Summer Night Flower did not dare show himself. What is going on? The storyline shouldn't be like this. Some were feeling their nuts ache while others were overjoyed. Compared to Summer Night Flower, Bunhitdog was overjoyed. Bunhitdog had been frustrated over not having any good material the last few months, but Black Star had gone and become a peak expert in the galaxy during this period. There was no better material than this. He already had some ideas. This can be a milestone episode in the Black Star series. Many of the older players were having merry conversations on the forums while the new players read the posts from the side silently. The newbies from version 3.0 did not have very deep feelings toward Black Star, but after participating in the conversation, they had a much deeper impression of Han Xiao. Very quickly, the news became an official report that was placed on the desks of various large organizations, causing an even greater commotion at a higher level. Compared to the galactic residents who only wanted to join in the fun, the various organizations of the Shattered Star Ring had to consider how the birth of a new Beyond Grade A would affect the situation in the Shattered Star Ring as well as how they should interact with Black Star. On planet Heber, George stood up abruptly after reading the report and had a look of disbelief on his face. Black Star is a Beyond Grade A. How is this possible? Didn't I? All of a sudden, his heart was thrown into a mess. His scheme had originally forced Black Star to back out from the war, but Black Star had now become a Beyond Grade A. All his plans were disrupted. Jord hurried over to the tyrant's abode and looked at Heber. Just when he was about to give a report, Heber took the initiative to speak. I know about it already. Clint just contacted me about it. They are extremely flustered. They are trying to verify the truth at the moment and told me to make preparations. Heber sounded as though he was a little excited. Upon hearing that, Jord calmed himself down and asked, "What should I do?" "You don't have to do anything," Heber said slowly. "When Black Star or Purple Crystal admits that he is a Beyond Grade A, it will become my business." Jord could not help but gulp in anticipation. The tyrant, His Excellency Heber, was about to take action. Heber shook his head and got Jord to leave. Heber was the only one left in the palace. Do. Right at this moment his communicator rang. Heber looked at the caller, and his eyes narrowed. "Psyker? It has been a long time since he last contacted me. Why is this fellow looking for me?" In some region of the Shattered Star Ring, the final Lightfox spaceship was escaping. This fellow was the last of God's subordinates who was lucky enough to survive. I lost contact with Orozen and the others, and don't know where the evolution cube went. What should we do? They should be dead. Black Star became a Beyond Grade A super and fought Psyker. The evolution cube may be in his hands. Quickly report this matter to God. We failed. Very quickly, news spread across the star field to every level and region, and more people found out about this piece of news. The entire Shattered Star Ring was shaken. As long as a new Beyond Grade A was born, it would definitely become the headlines of the star field for a long period of time. Every Beyond Grade A figure had once been in the spotlight of the entire world. It was now Han Zhao's turn to enjoy such treatment. The attention of the Shattered Star Ring was gathered on the Black Star Army. Rumors were rumors after all, and everyone was waiting for the new Beyond Grade A to announce his status in the starfield and admit his strength personally. However, regardless of the rumors in the outside world, Black Star did not appear, and the Black Star Army did not release a statement. The media was blocked out of the headquarters of the Black Star Army, and even their ally Purple Crystal was unusually quiet. The longer this lasted, the more anxious the other organizations became, desperate to confirm Black Star's strength. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. By that point, Han Xiao had returned to the Black Star Army and summoned all his officers. Chapter 766, Setting Up the Black Star Guards Regimen. Chapter 766, Setting Up the Black Star Guards Regimen. The spaceship sailed into the private port of the Army headquarters and slid through a secret channel to arrive at Han Zhao's personal dock. This dock was not open to members of the Black Star Army and was a dedicated back door for the senior officers. Compared to the boisterous harbor, this place seemed quite deserted, and the atmosphere was more somber. Standing around the dock were the dozens of senior officers that had been called over. They had long gathered in this place, with solemn expressions on their faces. Among them were the Calamity grades who had been at the front line just a while ago. Due to the rumors of Han Xiao advancing to Beyond Grade A, the situation of the secret war had started to show strange changes. Before this, the two sides had been fighting for several months, but as soon as the news came out, both sides tacitly gathered their troops and began to reduce the number of battles. All of them began the game of wait and see, so the Black Star Army was able to transfer their officers back. Both sides knew that if a Beyond Grade A appeared on both sides, then the direction of the secret war would no longer be left to them. While Han Xiao had not shown himself, he had already started to subtly influence the situation as a Beyond Grade A, directly affecting the secret war. Whoosh! The cabin door opened, and Han Xiao stepped forward. The eyes of many of the officers, including Sylvia's, lit up. They contained excitement, joy, and expectation. All the officers present sized Han Xiao up. While there were no outward changes to his appearance, everyone could feel a sense of pressure, which came from the natural suppression of a higher life form. The crowd exchanged glances, with confused looks, and looked toward Fiden, who was standing behind Han Xiao. Fiden only smiled and nodded at everyone else. Han Xiao stepped onto the dock, sweeping his gaze over everyone present before giving a slight nod. As he walked forward, the officers all made way for him to pass through before walking behind him, entering the inner quarters of the Black Star Army headquarters. The group arrived at the Army Commander's office in the headquarters. Sylvia was at the back and shut the door after everyone had entered. Han Xiao then turned around to address everyone. He nodded as he said, "I know that many of you are curious if the rumors outside are true. I only told you that I would be issuing a notice, but right now, I can say that the rumors are not wrong. I'm now a Beyond Grade A Super." Upon hearing the personal confirmation, the taut expressions of the majority of them relaxed. Some even showed expressions of joy, and some expressions of respect. Sylvia, Herluz, and the older officers had the most excited expressions. They were the ones most loyal to Han Xiao and had been with the army the longest. Reynold could not help but immediately wish to beg Han Xiao for some tutelage. He was the one most excited about it. As for the few Calamity grades who had joined the Black Star Army a few years prior, they were betting on Han Xiao being a Beyond Grade A seed that would rise to a true Beyond Grade A with time. The moment Han Xiao turned into a true Beyond Grade A, they would also become the backbone of this strong force. It seemed like their bets had paid off, and their futures were bright. The Vice Commander Loggy sighed, his face bitter as he said, "Now that you've become a Beyond Grade A, we'll likely be involved in the battle vortex of Beyond Grade as in the future, encountering stronger and stronger opponents. I feel that my life is less safe, so I would like to step down as the Vice Commander." "Reynold, are you lacking people in the logistics department? Is there a more leisurely position?" Reynold remained expressionless. "That's fine with me. I'm currently lacking a senior enchantment engineer. I'll pay you a daily salary of 2,000 anas, and you have to work for 15 hours a day. There will occasionally be overtime. Do you want to try it out?" "Forget it, I'll stay as the Vice Commander. I get paid without having to work. That's so much better." Han Zhao's brain started to cramp up. "Talking about skiving in front of me, do you think that I don't exist anymore? Oh, by the way, where's that Tomar guy that I handed to you? How's his progress?" Hearing this, Loggy's expression became even more twisted. He seemed to be filled with a negative aura, as though he would squat down at any moment and begin to draw circles on the floor. "Just where did you find that genius? He's beginning to make me feel as though my years of learning magic are all wasted. Indeed, I should not have chosen the mage profession all those years ago." "Okay, that's enough. You can go to the corner and reflect in silence." Han Zhao's mouth twitched, but he forcibly suppressed the words he wished to say and regained his impassive expression. "Today, my reason for gathering all of you is for two things. The first was to inform you that I've reached Beyond Grade A. As for its importance, I don't need to emphasize it, but the business of Black Star Army will be able to expand far beyond what it is currently, rising to a real Beyond Grade A organization and fighting head-on against Bloodshed Land." Upon hearing the gravity of this matter, other than Loggy, who was still murmuring nonsense, the rest all turned serious. By all means, this matter should have been announced in a high profile so that the entire star field knows of my existence. Han Xiao shook his finger. "But for certain reasons, it is temporarily inconvenient to confirm the rumors that I've become a Beyond Grade A. I also do not intend to announce it within the headquarters yet. However, this acknowledgement is basically formal, high-profile behavior, and most organizations already believe in the truth of this rumor. Thus, even if I do not step up, there'll still be messengers that will come and contact us. Therefore, I'll need you all to cover up this fact to a certain extent. Secretly contact those forces who intend to cooperate with us, screen them, and handle the cooperative relationships. This matter involves us becoming a beyond grade A organization, so the earlier we get this done, the better. As for the specifics, you guys are veterans at this and should know what to look out for. Everyone else nodded. Was it not just getting support? They had long learned this from their army commander himself. Xiao then raised up his second finger. The second thing is regarding benefits for you. As he spoke, he took out the evolution cube, letting it float in midair as he smiled. This is the evolution cube. That's right. It's the universal treasure that was originally with Psyker. After a series of coincidences, I intercepted this thing and had a fight with Psyker. Thus, this is now in my hands. He then went on to describe the benefits of the evolution cube. As soon as this remark was made, everyone stood stunned, their mouths open in disbelief. It was rumored that Black Star had fought with Psyker, which led everyone to speculate why they would fight. The officers had also been curious about this but did not expect the reason to be about the evolution cube. The evolution cube has changed owners. It's now in the hands of our army commander. One of the Calamity grades, Missisek, gulped and stuttered with a look full of expectation. Do you mean to allow us to enjoy the benefits that the evolution cube brings? Xiao nodded and laughed. I've already let Fiden and the rest use it. Since the cube is now in my hands, I'll definitely allow my own officers to enjoy the benefits. You're all the backbone of my army, and helping you all get stronger means that the army will also become stronger. Most of the Calamity grades who came later were overjoyed. They did not expect to receive such benefits. For most of the Calamity grades, they were extremely enthusiastic whenever it came to ways to enhance their strength. Loggy also stopped his murmuring and immediately lunged forward to grip Xiao's hands, his face solemn. As your vice commander, it's my responsibility to inform you that the priority of benefits should be given by our ranks. I've shed so much sweat and blood for the army, and as your vice commander, you should know what I mean. Xiao swatted his hands away, glancing at him sideways as he retorted, You might have sweated for the army, but you've never bled for us before, so this makes things difficult to place. Loggy clutched his chest painfully, putting on a helpless expression. Actually, I was heavily injured once on the battlefield. Scram aside, you won't lose your benefits anyway. Xiao could not be bothered to argue with him any longer. When we talk about work, you lie there like a corpse, but the moment we mention benefits, you immediately jump up. This guy, you're getting more and more sly. Even Loggy, who was like a salted fish, not interested in anything happening around him, was excited. This spoke volumes about the attractiveness of the evolution cube. The evolution cube was provided to the senior officers free of charge, and for the other members of the organization, Xiao did not intend to hide it. He first intended to form an alliance with the Crimson Dynasty to completely protect the evolution cube before opening it to the entire army. According to their ranks, they would pay a corresponding amount, which would allow them to enjoy the evolution cube while comprehensively improving the combat capability of the entire army. This could also attract countless supers to the army. At the same time, this was a new service that would be provided to players. The 40% experience penalty only applied to upgrades, which was not a big problem for the players. As long as it was used after reaching the upper limit of the current version, there was no problem in having the experience penalty. Even if the players could not resist and used the evolution cube before their level cap was reached, it was also not harmful to Xiao. Since there would be a penalty for upgrading, players would use their experience to improve their skills or learn new knowledge, which would still flow into his pocket. This was perfect. With this in mind, Xiao could not help but smile. After that, he shelved the unnecessary thoughts, returning to the actual topic. Basically, these are the two matters. I'll use the evolution cube to help you all optimize your genes in a while. But before this, I would like to announce new personnel appointments. Formidable.co. Hearing his words, everyone quietened down as well. Xiao tilted his head toward Hila, saying, From today onward, the Black Star Guards will be formally established. selecting the Calamity grade supers to be part of it. This is an elite combat team that takes orders solely from me. With regards to officer rankings, Xiao will serve as the first captain of the Black Star Guards. Does anyone have any objections? While the Beyond Grade A did not require bodyguards, they would always have an elite force under them that was well known. For example, Heber had his vanguard officials, Austin had the forbidden sorcerers, Psyker had his grand priests, and Ames had her Black Star Army, because Beyond Grade as usually did not deign to personally act, only serving as deterrents. Xiao also planned to establish a small elite team that would be used to act in most situations. A Beyond Grade A super had their own dignity and should not move so easily. Xiao stepped forward and faced everyone with a passive expression. Who agrees? Who wishes to object? While she had only been in the army for a few months, most of the old officers recognized her and would not have any issues. As for those that had joined later, they recognized her for her identity as the disciple of Dragon Emperor Ames and naturally did not doubt her strength. Seeing the situation, Xiao slowly nodded and returned to standing behind Xiao without a single word. Xiao tilted his hand as he asked, Fiden, would you be interested in joining the Black Star Guards as well? While Fiden's status in the army had been more of a guest, after months of getting along, Xiao felt that their relationship should have improved, and they were ready to take things to the next level, inviting him to become a direct officer under him. Fiden thought for a while before revealing a warm smile. All right, this guy is finally mine. Xiao secretly exclaimed to himself before turning back to look at the rest of the officers. He then picked a couple more battle-hardened Calamity grade officers for his elite forces, one of which was Marion. The Black Star Guards had a total of 4 members, which could be considered barely established. This was just a prototype, as he would recruit more once his status as a Beyond Grade A was publicized to the Starfield and they recruited more experts. After finishing all his official matters, Xiao then activated the Evolution Cube, performing genetic optimization for all the officers at once. As long as the energy output of the Evolution Cube was adjusted, multiple people could be optimized at the same time. Once all of that was finished, Xiao dispersed the crowd before locking himself in the machinery modification room. He began to create his Beyond Grade A combat equipment. This was the most important task at present, as strength was still fundamental. Other matters would be placed behind the priority of restoring his combat capability. His mechanical army, mechanical suit, weapons, and so on needed to be remanufactured and updated with his Beyond Grade A class level. He's already achieved Beyond Grade A. Aroshia returned to her home, and Rista emerged in midair, saying, he has the ability to save our race now. Aroshia, go talk to him. However, Aroshia slowly shook her head. We've got to at least wait for him to pass this current hurdle and for the Black Star Army to stabilize. Else he won't help. There's no harm in waiting a while longer. We've already waited for a long time, and thinking of my comrades being oppressed by Manison, I really don't wish to wait any longer. Rista was a little unsatisfied. I can see that Black Star has always been trying to put us off, but Aroshia blandly replied, I don't think so. Just the two of us are enough to give Black Star the motivation to deal with another Beyond Grade A. She had already regained her memories and was now the combination of her 3 personalities within her mind. She was still her, but she was no longer so ignorant. If you're not willing, I'll look for a time to talk to him, Rista said. There must be a way somehow. Rista then severed the connection, disappearing in midair. The Black Star Army's silence did not result in the excitement of the star field dying down, but in fact gave them a mysterious vibe, attracting even more attention from others. Practically everyone was guessing that Black Star should have certain problems that did not allow him to speak up, but he could not remain silent forever. As the news continued to spread and Xiao's influence stewed even more, in an area where no one knew what was going on, many things were happening. In the presence of this undercurrent, another half a month passed. Xiao exited his machinery modification room. He had built the prototype of his new army. Chapter 767, 767, Announcement 1. 767, Announcement 1. In Xiao's personal factory, dozens of army boxes were lined up in a row with a few hundred different mechanical soldiers lining up neatly. They were arranged from tall to short and light to heavy, as though it was an exhibition. 70% of the soldiers weren't changed, and the new blueprints that came from Sardeem's collection were mostly giant soldiers. Another portion of blueprints are those newly merged blueprints. Although there isn't an upgrade in my knowledge, I managed to unlock new blueprints after becoming a Beyond Grade A and got a good amount of new blueprints from gambling. Han Xiao placed his hands behind his back and studied the different models. A new army was usually created by using the new skills that he obtained after reaching Beyond Grade A to forge more powerful machines with better attributes. The introduction of new models was not that important. Because of the lack of time, Han Xiao did not have the chance to learn any new knowledge, and the majority of his mechanical soldiers were still old models. However, their attributes were far stronger than his previous army. With the increase in his intelligence, the bonus from Supreme Prestige and Mechanical Genius largely increased the attributes of his mechanical army. However, even if they were old models, these mechanical soldiers were the elite products that had gone through many generations of improvements. The ordinary soldiers were all rebuilt, and all his elite forces such as the Oathkeepers and Phantoms were also reconstructed. At the same time, he had plenty of new additions such as the Giant Soldiers, Planetary Obliteration Group, Black Knights, and so on. As for the weapons with large firepower, Han Xiao had modified the various satellite cannons. Because he had not learned the relevant knowledge, he was not able to construct a true planetary obliteration cannon. However, the satellite cannons that he modified had comparable strength to the Ice Age Star Freezing Cannon. Furthermore, its penetrative and explosive abilities were even more powerful. Although it would be impossible to destroy a planet now, destroying a continent wouldn't be a problem. With his firepower reaching the Beyond Grade A level, Han Xiao also built a new mechanical suit to replace his Mountain Ape suit. The new mechanical suit had a black theme with some yellow accents. It looked extremely sturdy and was like a growling beast. The mechanical suit was made from precious alloys, and the nano-transformation technology was further strengthened to improve its self-repairing capabilities. The strength of the mechanic suit was its movement speed. It was equipped with a high-speed hyperdrive thruster that enabled Han Xiao to swiftly avoid enemy attacks in battle. As for its firepower, apart from the normal energy and close-range weapons, it also had a psionic energy furnace to increase damage. The name of this mechanical suit was Battle Tiger. The Mountain Ape suit was suitable for those at level 165, and this Battle Tiger suit was level 215 orange equipment. Its attributes were increased in every way. Its armor was over 100,000 points, and its energy was over 10,000 points. Before obtaining new knowledge and forging a new trump card suit, Han Xiao planned to temporarily use this suit to increase his strength. The mechanical suit came with many additional abilities, including a variety of close combat abilities and a sound wave attack called Tiger Roar. It was even more powerful than the Mountain Ape suit in terms of violence and was far superior to the Mountain Ape suit in terms of armor and damage. This was a killing machine suitable for many different battlefields. These machines have all reached Beyond Grade A. As long as there's enough of them, I will be able to fight normally. There were other larger machines that he had not had the time to build, such as the Eternal Light and a new base. When he activated Secondary Dimension Army, he would be able to break through the limits of the compressed orb. At that time, he would be able to carry an entire satellite fortress and different supersized machines with him. Boom! Right at that moment, the room trembled slightly. Fruobnovel.co. Is there a problem? Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he contacted Philip. What happened? Someone forcefully broke through the defensive line of the headquarters and landed on the satellite base. I will now send you images of the satellite, The next moment, the image of the satellite appeared before him. A man broke through from the barricade of the battleships and landed on the surface of the satellite, resulting in an alarm being set off. The warriors of the army then flooded out and surrounded the man. Upon seeing the appearance of this individual, Han Xiao was slightly shocked. Hadavi? Master your guards regiment have rushed over already. Are you going to take care of matters personally? Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and the Battle Tiger suit transformed into a bracelet on his arm. He then opened the door of the workshop and walked out. Tell Gila to not let him escape. I will go over immediately. At the same time, A few hundred spaceships were floating around the Black Star Army headquarters and recording the scene before them. These spaceships were the news spaceships from the various galactic media groups. In order to get first-hand information of Black Star's true strength, they had been waiting there for half a month. However, they had been blocked out by the defensive fleet of the Black Star Army and could only float in space nearby. When a Calamity-grade super appeared and broke through the defensive line of the Black Star Army fleet, the commotion immediately drew the attention of the galactic reporters, and they all became energetic. The rumors said that Black Star had already become a beyond grade a super, but there were still those who dared to provoke him. These reporters could keenly sense that this was the chance to dig up some interesting news. As such, they all gathered around to watch. I know this person. He's Hadavi, and he had appeared in the Secret War before. He is someone on the Bloodshed Land side. Could this be provocation from the Bloodshed Land? Are they announcing war with the Black Star Army publicly? There will be a nice show to watch. In the entrance of the satellite, the soldiers formed 3 layers of encirclement around Hadavi with numerous cannons being aimed at him. Hadavi was not flustered in the slightest and said, "I am here to see your army commander. Since your fleet wouldn't let me in, I could only barge in." Because Xiao had issued the order that he would not meet anyone before going into seclusion, all miscellaneous issues had been handed over to Sylvia and her Luz. The defensive fleet had strictly followed Xiao's orders, and Hadavi did not manage to get an exception after reporting his name. He had thus barged in. At this moment, a beam of red light appeared in front of Hadavi. "Don't move," Gila said with a frosty expression. Hadavi paused for a moment and sized Gila up. "Who are you?" "Captain of the Black Star Guards." "Gila, Black Star Guards." Hadavi's eyes lit up. Chapter 768. 768 Announcement 2. 768 Announcement 2. This was the first time that Hadavi had heard of the Black Star Guards. However, this was not the first time that he had seen Gila. There was a period of time when Xiao had taken Gila around the various frontline battlefields. Before leaving the Bloodshed Land, Hadavi had once looked through Gila's file, and this was the first time that he had met her. He looked around the surroundings, and the densely packed warriors blocked all avenues of escape. "Where is Black Star? I want to see him," Hadavi shouted. "Our army commander isn't someone you can meet whenever you want to," Gila then replied coldly. "Hadavi, you have provoked our headquarters. You'd better surrender yourself right now." Upon hearing that, Hadavi looked at Gila and said provocatively, "And if not, are you going to catch me?" "Who?" Gila lost her patience and immediately took action. Blood-red energy gushed out from her body and smashed into Hadavi's chest. It sent him flying into the sky, and a small red shockwave exploded. The light faded, and Hadavi floated in midair with a solemn expression on his face. As a well-known beyond grade A seed in the Shattered Star Ring, ordinary Calamity-grade supers would not be able to harm him at all. However, Gila's casual attack made him feel a wave of deathly energy invading his body. A portion of his cells became inactive, and he felt as though his life force was being absorbed. Although the damage was not large, the destructive force of the red-haired woman before him was something that an ordinary Calamity-grade super would not be able to match up to. After obtaining the benefits of the evolution cube, she had experienced an obvious rise in combat strength, and her destructive force had become much more frightening. The death energy that she gave out could reduce the activity of her target and inflict special damage. Even Hadavi was not able to block it completely and had to treat her seriously. Bang! Gila's stomp generated a sonic boom, and she shot toward the sky. The dense death energy was like a tsunami crashing down on Hadavi. The two collided in midair, and an intense battle broke out. Rings of visible energy waves exploded forth, and the warriors by the side did not interfere in the battle between them. They left the battlefield to those two and watched from the side. A portion of the Calamity-grade officers who were currently present watched the battle by the side and had no intention of interfering. "Sylvia, do we really not need to intervene?" a Calamity-grade officer asked. Sylvia shook her head and said, "His Excellency Black Star wants to set up the Black Star Guards. It isn't to protect him, but to let the various organizations know that he has an elite force under his command. Hadavi is a powerful fellow, and Gila will be able to gain a great amount of fame as long as she doesn't lose to him. This will be the first impression the world has of the Black Star Guards. But if she loses, someone personally chosen by my teacher won't lose so easily. The scene of Gila and Hadavi fighting was recorded by all the galactic reporters in the surroundings. This group of reporters watched the fight unblinkingly as they wrote their draft, recording the entire process of how Hadavi charged into the Black Star Army headquarters and was stopped by the Black Star Guards under Black Star. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them were Calamity-grade supers, and the impact of their battle was not small. Gila trapped Hadavi in the center and unleashed her death energy on him. Hadavi's body-hardening Esper ability had been developed to a perverse level. Despite that, plenty of scars were still left behind on his body. It was not that he did not have the ability to escape, but he naturally would not escape since he was there to meet Xiao. The dense, red waterfall of death energy knocked Hadavi out of the sky, and he crashed onto the alloy ground. Boom! Hadavi hurriedly got up and avoided Gila's follow-up attack while looking back at Gila with a strange gaze. Gila's attack would not threaten his life but made him seem extremely pathetic. Her strength had truly shocked him. The Black Star Army had a few Calamity-grade officers. In the past, Lagi was the only one who could give Hadavi some pressure, so Gila was the second. Black Star has more and more experts under him, Hadavi thought to himself. What a powerful body. Gila frowned. Death energy then surrounded her body as though she was on fire. Hadavi's expression turned solemn, and he got into a defensive position. His muscles then bulged up like steel. The army members watching the battle by the side also began backing off. They knew that the following attack would create a large shockwave, and they might be injured if they were to close. Just as Gila was about to launch her attack, a deep voice sounded from behind the crowd. Gila, that's enough. Everyone looked over and saw Xiao floating over slowly with an immense pressure bearing down on everyone present. The entire place fell silent, and even a falling needle could have been heard. Everyone's gaze was locked on Xiao. Upon hearing those words, Gila snorted coldly and retracted her death energy. The crowd then opened a path, and Xiao walked in front of Hadavi. You want to see me? In truth, Xiao had arrived a long time ago and allowed both Gila and Hadavi to fight for a short while before stopping them. Just as Sylvia had suspected, since he had set up the Black Star Guards, he had to help Gila build up her prestige in the star field. Hadavi was a classic meat shield, and his attacking strength was low. With Gila's current strength, she would be able to fight Hadavi for some time without losing, and this was the best chance to build up her prestige. The galactic reporters by the side all grew excited. Ever since the rumors began to spread in the outside world, this was the first time that Black Star had appeared in public. Thus, all their attention was placed on him. You finally came out. Hadavi's eyes lit up. This was the result that he wanted to see. Do you still remember me? How can I forget you? Xiao said with a tinge of interest. Aren't you a member of Bloodshed Land? Are you coming to my headquarters to provoke me? I have already left Bloodshed Land, and I am here to represent myself only, Hadavi explained. Oh, then what do you want? I wish to issue you a challenge. Hadavi suddenly said loudly. I am willing to use myself as the stakes for this battle. Xiao was stunned for a moment, and doubt could be seen in his eyes. What exactly do you want? If I lose, I will join the Black Star Army and fight for you like I once fought for Bloodshed Land. If I win, Hadavi paused for a moment. If I win, I want you to be my subordinate. Upon hearing that, Xiao could not help but laugh in his heart. He had already seen through Hadavi's true thoughts. This fellow has probably come here because I became a beyond grade A super. For him to insist on challenging me even after knowing that I have become a beyond grade A super, he probably has two motives. First, he wants to spar with a beyond grade A super and thinks that I won't kill him on account of the fact that we are old opponents. Second, he wants to join me after losing to me. Hadavi had always wanted to become a beyond grade A super, and his heart was becoming itchy after witnessing Xiao becoming a beyond grade A. Thus, Hadavi wanted to join Xiao so that he could seek help from him. However, although Hadavi was tempted by such a thought, he was not willing to directly join the Black Star Army because of his pride. He did not want to lower his head before his old opponent directly and thus chose to put on a show and use the excuse of losing the battle to join the Black Star army. Defeat was not humiliating to Hadavi, but lowering his head was. After thinking for a moment, Han Xiao nodded and agreed without exposing Hadavi. When they were opponents, Hadavi was truly annoying and was a **T stirrer. However, if this meat shield wanted to join him, he would be a rare treasure in Han Xiao's eyes. After all, there were very few beyond grade A seeds. Putting on a show to gain a powerful fighter, such a deal was very much worth it. Furthermore, Han Xiao felt that he could make use of this chance to display his strength to the star field. The influence of him becoming a beyond grade A could only be utilized if he admitted it personally. He had already constructed a new army, and he was able to display the strength of a beyond grade A. Furthermore, the tyrant would not allow him to drag things on for too long. Han Xiao was extremely clear about the thoughts of his enemy. If he continued dragging on as such, Clint would then announce to the world that he did not dare to reveal his strength because he was afraid of Heber. They would then be able to suppress his influence while boosting the tyrant's prestige. He had stayed silent for half a month already, and Clint was already showing signs of doing so. He decided to avoid such a situation before Clint took action. Han Xiao shook off all these thoughts and looked at Hadavi. Come. Boom! Hadavi stomped on the alloy ground and shot toward Han Xiao's chest like a cannon. The muscles on his arms bulged up, and an explosive strength burst forth. However, Hadavi's fist was stopped 10 centimeters before Han Xiao, and the immense strength of the attack generated a powerful gust of wind. However, Han Xiao did not even blink. At this moment, his arm, which was covered in the Battle Tiger suit, grabbed onto Hadavi's throat. Hadavi's powerful attack could not even shake Han Xiao's arm, and Hadavi was not able to move forward even an inch after being grabbed by Han Xiao's arm. Advancing to beyond grade A and the boost from the evolution cube had largely increased Han Xiao's attributes and allowed him to completely suppress a Calamity grade super. Even Hadavi, who was famous for his body's strength, was not an opponent for Han Xiao. Hadavi's eyes narrowed. Before he could even react, the mechanical suit on Han Xiao's arm began spinning around rapidly and sent a powerful shockwave into Hadavi's body through his arm. The special sound wave attack flowed through Hadavi's skin and echoed in his flesh and bones. Hadavi heard a ringing sound as though all the noise in the world had been pumped into his ears. Tiger roar. With the target's body as a medium, the special shockwave attack would pass through all forms of armor and echo within the target's body. If this attack was used in a vacuum, it would only be effective in close-range battle. This was an attack that Han Xiao had created by mimicking Stephanie's Esper ability. Pooh! Hadavi spat out a mouthful of blood. Because it was not true damage, he was not immune to it. Following which, Han Xiao slammed him into the ground. Bang! A crater was created, and Hadavi was stuck in the crater. Not waiting for him to get up, Han Xiao placed his hands together, and his body lit up with brilliant bolts of electricity. The mechanical force that he gave out then combined with the alloy ground. Boom! The next moment, the alloy ground sprang into action, and the alloy ground transformed into a whirlpool to trap Hadavi in the center. The alloy ground then began spinning upward and formed a small spinning mountain. Hadavi could not move an inch. Pa! Han Xiao then clapped his hands, and 2 cannons were revealed behind him. The barrels of the cannons were aimed straight at Hadavi. If Han Xiao shot at Hadavi, who was currently in the air, his cannon would shoot toward outer space and would not destroy the headquarters. The barrels of the cannons lit up, and the frightening energy being gathered made everyone's hair stand on end. My destructive force isn't the same as before, Han Xiao said slowly. You may become paralyzed if these 2 cannons hit you. Admit defeat. Hadavi gulped in horror, and his heart was shaken. He had challenged Han Xiao because he wanted to verify the difference between the beyond grade A Black Star and the Black Star from before. In the end, he realized that the gap between them had widened to the point where he did not have the ability to make Han Xiao get serious. Was this the difference in a beyond grade A? Hadavi felt his heart burning. I admit defeat. Hadavi took a deep breath and admitted his loss. Han Xiao had already expected this and said, Hila, bring him down. Clank. The alloy mountain then collapsed, and Hadavi fell to the ground. Gila immediately walked forward and slapped a pair of electromagnetic handcuffs on his wrists. The handcuffs were not very useful and were only for show. Hadavi was then led into the headquarters of the Black Star Army. Han Xiao then turned around and looked at the numerous spaceships in the surrounding area. With a simple shake of his head, he connected to the quantum network. The reporters on the spaceship were currently recording the scene before them and writing about how Han Xiao had easily taken care of Hadavi. All of a sudden, Han Xiao's face appeared on every screen in the spaceships, and all the reporters were startled. Following which, Han Xiao's voice sounded on the screen. I know that all of you have been lingering in the vicinity to hear me admit the recent rumors. Yes, I am already a beyond grade A. Please help me spread the news around the entire star field. After saying what he wanted, Han Xiao's face disappeared from the screen, and the screens returned to normal. The jaws of the reporters dropped, and they finally snapped back to reality. They immediately jumped to the window of the spaceship and looked toward the Black Star Army satellite, only to see Han Xiao turn around and walk back into the headquarters. He admitted it. Black Star admitted it personally. All the reporters were overjoyed. After camping for such a long time, they had finally gotten some exciting news. An official announcement was completely different from rumors being spread around. Rumors were like sparks to ignite the flames of curiosity in the star field. But Han Xiao's admission was like pouring hot oil on top of the fire. The influence of a new beyond grade A would reach the peak in a single step. Chapter 769, Huge Sensation. 769 Huge Sensation. Hadavi was led to a room by Gila and tied to a chair. Gila stood with her arms folded by the side, staring coldly at him. Wait here. Black Star will arrive in a while. Hadavi did not struggle as well. After quietly sitting for a while, he seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He looked at Gila and asked, "What's your Esper ability? I've been roaming around the Shattered Star Ring for so many years, yet I haven't heard of you. Someone like you would not be able to mask the news. Which civilization are you from?" Gila did not even bother to reply, keeping a passive expression. Seeing that she had no interest, Hadavi could only cough dryly. "Seems like you don't like to converse." This time, the door opened, and Han Xiao walked in, smiling. "She's from my hometown. We're both from planet Aquamarine." Because she was learning under Ames. She only appeared recently to help me with my matters. The Dragon Emperor's disciple? Hadavi was stunned, and the look he shot toward Gila changed, filled with admiration and envy. Planet Aquamarine, a surface civilization, could actually give rise to people like Gila and Black Star. This intrigued Hadavi. Kala. Moving his hand, Han Xiao freed Hadavi from the restraints. He suddenly had a thought, saying, "Okay, you may leave now." Hadavi was given another shock, and his mouth gaped open as he said, "You're letting me go?" "That's right." Han Xiao smiled. "No matter what, we've fought so many times, and I respect your abilities. This time I'm letting you go. The bet can be nulled." "No, no, no." Hadavi immediately stammered. "I'm a man who keeps his word. Since I've lost, I must accept my promise and work for you." "Well, such a strong super like you would not agree to simply being someone's subordinate in such a manner," Han Xiao replied, half seriously and half jokingly. "I might have reached the beyond grade A level, but to peak level Calamity grades such as you, I have my respect and will not force you." Hadavi was so anxious his face turned red. He had initially thought that his plan would be successful and that he could succeed in his gamble and join under Black Star's flag. He did not expect Black Star to actually reject him, with the reason so moving that even he could not reply to that. "You?" Hadavi was speechless, unable to voice his thoughts. Should he just say that he wanted to serve Black Star? Hadavi felt that this was a little shameful, and he could not bring himself to do it. However, if he just walked away, that would defeat his purpose of going there. In that instant, he fell into a dilemma, not knowing what to do. Seeing this situation, Han Xiao smiled. "I won't mess with you any further. If you wish to join the Black Star Army, I'll welcome you with open arms. If you are trying to use such tricks to fool me, we can stop the discussion." Hadavi's face turned red. You already knew. Upon having his thoughts seen through, he was so embarrassed that he wished to find a hole to hide in. For Gila, who was standing by the corner with a passive expression, the corners of her mouth curled up into a barely discernible smile. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow, leisurely saying, "In that case, I'll formally extend an invitation to you. Hadavi, my legion requires your strength. Are you willing to come under my banner?" Hadavi found it hard to open his mouth at this time. His mouth seemed to be glued shut, and he applied all his grade A level strength just to unlock his jaw. I am willing." After saying those 3 words, Hadavi felt as though his entire body had gone soft. The feeling was as though he had just finished 10 consecutive gladiator matches. "Good." Han Xiao nodded with a smile. "On behalf of my army, I welcome you." Seeing that Han Xiao was no longer fooling around with him, Hadavi finally breathed a sigh of relief, putting down the embarrassment in his heart. "What role do you require me to take?" Han Xiao thought about it before pointing to Gila. "You can join the Black Star Guards, which is under Gila." With Hadavi having a well-known reputation, him joining the Black Star Guards would also increase their renown. "Black Star Guards?" Hadavi stroked his chin before replying, "That's fine, but I have a request. I hope that you will be able to impart some of your experience in achieving beyond grade A to me." Han Xiao nodded before shaking his head. Every beyond grade A has a different method for their promotion, and everyone has their own path. I'm unable to pass down my experience to you, but what I can do is spar with you, allowing you to feel the difference between your level and that of a beyond grade A to give you more inspiration. This, Hadavi shook his head helplessly. That works as well. While this was a little different from his expectations, being able to spar with a beyond grade A was also what he wanted. He originally loved to squeeze his potential out through battles. The average person could not give him much pressure, but facing Black Star would remind him of his fear of the beasts when he was young and weak. This sort of fear would be a catalyst for growth. Han Xiao waved his hand, allowing Gila to take Hadavi to meet his new colleagues. He now had a total of 5 guards, of which Hadavi, Phaidon, and Gila were the strongest, all high-level Calamity grades. The other 2 were Marion and a pugilist named Deluno. Both of their combat capabilities were average, not extraordinary in the Calamity grade, but it was good enough to be a mini-boss. In this manner, all his guards were actually elites. After dealing with Hadavi, Han Xiao called Sylvia over to talk about the expansion of the Black Star Army. Since he had personally announced the matter of reaching beyond grade A, he would have to start making some big moves, increasing his influence, and making more allies in the star field. His plan was to make the Black Star Army reach the level of a true beyond grade A force. But before that, there was still another matter he needed to address. "Sylvia, help me prepare a fleet. I'm going out." "Noted. Where are you going, teacher?" Han Xiao paused, his tone strange. "Floating Dragon." The countless interstellar news outlets released the article about Han Xiao personally acknowledging that he had broken into the beyond grade A class. At its peak, 95% of the entire news channels in the Shattered Star Ring were occupied by news about this matter, setting off a new storm of public opinion. Most of the official news sources had acknowledged this matter, making it a sure bet. During this period, almost all the media outlets in Shattered Star Ring were covering the topic. With so many media channels, this was far larger than compared to the rumor and word-of-mouth influence that had spread earlier. As long as the citizens had internet, there was no one that would not have heard of Han Xiao's name. Similarly, this sensational news had also been shared by the media of other star fields, and their organizations had also learned that the Shattered Star Ring had given birth to yet another beyond grade A super. The player forums almost detonated from this situation. Although Han Xiao's name often dominated the forums, it was because of the players' discussion. That day, even the players from other star fields could also see their news channels commenting on Han Xiao's name. Those belonging to other star fields were shocked. At version 3.0, players had yet to cross between star fields. In their eyes, each star field was currently an independent server. Now, the NPC character from the Shattered Star Ring had actually broken this barrier due to his fame. Since the previous versions, Han Xiao had constantly established his main storyline character position in the Shattered Star Ring. The players from the other star fields also knew of his name. This wave of public opinion had generated a strong interest within the player base. Not only was Han Xiao filling up the screen in the Shattered Star Ring news channel, his name was also within the forum channels of the other star fields. On all channels, he was within the top 3 topics. The official news channels also had their own rules, and the various great organizations of the Shattered Star Ring responded appropriately. The Purple Crystal Civilization was extremely happy now. They had seen the potential revealed by him more than 7 years ago and decided to hedge their bets on him. Finally, Black Star had stepped into the realm of the Beyond Grade A, and the Purple Crystal Civilization now had a Beyond Grade A super just like Clint. Within the 7-star cluster level civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, only 2 of them had such powerful allies. Their bet had truly paid off. Freewebnovel.com. Furthermore, Black Star had only spent around 20 years to reach the Beyond Grade A rank, with his total age not even being close to 50 yet. With the lifespan of a Beyond Grade A super, he was considered an infant, and this spoke volumes of his potential. The moment Han Xiao admitted his promotion in person, the Purple Crystal Civilization had adopted a variety of measures such as adding a huge investment to the Black Star Army, as well as putting out more favorable policies and resource conditions for them. They were committed to building a more stable relationship with Han Xiao as an alliance. At the same time, the Purple Crystal Civilization also issued announcements to the entire star field through their media channels. In the name of the civilization, we congratulate Black Star for reaching the Beyond Grade A rank. This sort of behavior expressed their attitude to the entire star field and conveyed a message that their relationship was extremely stable. Those outside parties who wanted a share of the pie should just save their energy and get lost. Ghidorah was unwilling to be left behind and followed suit by having Serbia V coming out to explain Han Xiao's role in saving Ghidorah, as well as emphasizing that he was the recipient of the Golden Gal Badge. Finally, he represented all Ghidorahans in congratulating Han Xiao on his advancement before revealing that he was planning to add a celebratory festival named Black Star Day to thank Han Xiao for all that he had done for them. Were it any other civilization that had done this, it would have sounded very much like bootlicking. However, Ghidorah was different, as their ties with Han Xiao ran extremely deeply. Be it the eradication of Darkstar or the discrimination transformation movement, it had a huge impact for their entire civilization. Thus, a festival to thank Han Xiao was nothing extraordinary. Purple Crystal and Ghidorah quickly took their stand, and to jump on the bandwagon, hundreds of civilizations began to congratulate Han Xiao. This was as though they were attempting to form a trend. Most of these galaxy-level civilizations were half-allies that had chosen the Black Star Army, and they had allowed the army to set up bases on their planets. At this moment, they scrambled to speak up, as though afraid that others would not know they were in an alliance with Black Star. The behavior of these civilizations was actually understandable. Purple Crystal was the boss of this star cluster and thus got the ball rolling. The other civilizations jumped on the bandwagon in order to have a good relationship with this Beyond Grade A faction. But this crazy chain left those on the sidelines speechless and shocked. The entire Colton star cluster was basically standing behind Black Star, shouting and congratulating him. An entire star cluster was celebrating for one man. In such a situation, those on the sidelines could not even reply due to their shock. The reputation of Black Star in the star cluster was so shocking. Even when the other Beyond Grade As had advanced, they did not receive such a resounding celebration. At this moment, the entire star field remembered the name Black Star. Just like the other 4, he turned into an icon of the Shattered Star Ring in everyone's minds, the 5th Beyond Grade A seat. However, it was at this juncture that unexpected events started to appear, allowing the public opinion to skyrocket to unprecedented levels. The Tyrant Heber and Star Pupil Psyker both openly made a declaration of battle toward Black Star. Heber's reason was because of the secret war. Since the Purple Crystal also possessed a Beyond Grade A now, he would personally act. Because both Beyond Grade As were fighting for different sides, there was no problem with that. However, Psyker's reasoning caused a huge outburst. He openly admitted the existence of the Evolution Cube, announced that Black Star had taken the Evolution Cube from his hands, and requested for Black Star to return it. The Evolution Cube is now in Black Star's hands? 2 elder Beyond Grade As are challenging a newborn Beyond Grade A. Those two pieces of news caused a stir. The entire star field burst into an uproar. The Beyond grayed as, "We're going to fight openly." How long had it been since that last happened? Just as the major organizations and those on the sidelines were shocked at all the ongoing news, Han Xiao had taken his spaceship and arrived on Floating Dragon Island. Chapter 770, Independence. Chapter 770, Independence. A large fleet appeared not too far away from Floating Dragon Island, with Han Xiao's spaceship being at the very front. Aurora was seated in the pilot's seat with Han Xiao standing behind her with his arms crossed. Floating Dragon now had 3 different islands and a second field team in charge of guarding Floating Dragon. Looking out at the scenery, Han Xiao could not help but lament to himself. "I haven't been back for quite some time, and the changes are truly great. So many years have gone by in just a blink of an eye. I still remember the first time I came to Floating Dragon. Do. Vilna's face appeared on his communicator, and she said, "Your Excellency Black Star. Her Excellency Dragon Emperor is waiting for you." It seems like she knew that I would come and meet her. Han Xiao nodded. The second field team opened a path and allowed the Black Star Army fleet to land on Floating Dragon Island. "Black Star guards, follow me. The others remain here and await my orders." Han Xiao instructed and led Gila and the others onto Floating Dragon. On the dock, Jenny and the other officers were already waiting for him. "Your Excellency Black Star." The various officers saluted him. Although they had once been colleagues with Han Xiao was now a Beyond grade super, and his status in the galaxy far exceeded theirs. He was a figure who stood at the same level as the Dragon Emperor, and they could only look up to him. Even Jenny, who had a terrible relationship with Han Xiao, also had her head lowered with a respectful appearance. Aesop stepped out from the crowd and said with a complicated expression, "I knew that you would return. This day had to come eventually." Han Xiao then looked around at the faces of his colleagues before looking back at Aesop. Shaking his head, he said, "Didn't you already start making preparations? I just didn't think that it would be so sudden." Aesop let out a sigh before turning around to lead the way. "Follow me. Ames is already waiting for you." Han Xiao followed behind Aesop and entered the palace, only to see Ames seated on top of a floating throne with a calm expression on her face. "You're here, Black Star. I have been waiting for you," Ames said, as though she had already expected his arrival. Han Xiao stood a few meters away, and Aesop's group walked behind Ames. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible barrier separating the two groups. Neither of them spoke immediately. They looked at each other silently instead. The Black Star and Floating Dragon officers who were by the side all could not help but gulp as their hearts tensed up. The officers of both sides were aware of Han Xiao's intentions and could not help but feel nervous upon seeing the tense atmosphere. They were afraid that the two Beyond grade supers would start fighting because of some disagreement. The new member of the Black Star Guards, Hadavi, was probably the only exception. He was currently sizing Ames up carefully, looking as though he was eager to test her strength. After a silent standoff of over a minute, Ames shifted her gaze toward Aurora and Gila, who were beside Han Xiao, and asked, "How have both of you been over the past few months?" Aurora did not dare face Ames' gaze at this moment and lowered her head with guilt. "Fine," Gila replied. Ames showed care and concern for her two disciples but ignored Han Xiao completely. Han Xiao was not too bothered by this and watched silently by the side. The teacher and disciples chatted for a while before Ames changed the topic. "Are you two going to stand on his side?" Gila and Aurora's expressions changed slightly, and everyone felt their hearts tightened up slightly. Before waiting for them to reply, Han Xiao waved to his Black Star Guards and said, "Gila, leave with them. Let me talk to Ames alone." Gila heaved a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of facing powerful enemies, but she did not wish to be sandwiched between her teacher of 10 years and Han Xiao. Ames tacitly approved of the departure of the Black Star Guards, and upon seeing this, Aesop had no choice but to take the officers of Floating Dragon away as well. Aesop felt that it was extremely normal for Black Star to seek independence. If he was Ames, he would not stop Black Star but provide his support instead. However, Ames was not like him and tended to act in a willful manner. Furthermore, Black Star was the subordinate who she placed the greatest importance on, and Aesop was worried that Ames' willfulness would ruin matters. Only Han Xiao and Ames were left behind in the main hall. Ames controlled her floating throne to land, and she walked forward to face Han Xiao with a complicated look in her eyes. When I first saw you, I never imagined that you will be standing at the same height as me one day. Upon hearing that, the scene of how he met Ames floated up in Han Xiao's mind. Ames had been high above at that time, capable of controlling his life and death with a single thought. In comparison, he had been a small grain of sand in her eyes. 10 or so years later, he was now able to stand face to face with her as equals. Anything is possible in this world, Han Xiao replied. Ames smiled and said, I know this feeling. A long time ago, I never imagined that I would become a beyond grade a super either. Han Xiao stroked his chin and did not say a word. Pausing for a moment, Ames then asked, Why are you here today? There are 3 things. 3 things. Ames raised her brows. What's the first? Han Xiao took out the evolution cube and said, This treasure is in my hands. I am prepared to allow you and all the officers of Floating Dragon to enjoy the evolution cube. Ames was a little surprised but did not reply immediately. She asked instead, What's the second matter? I request to leave Floating Dragon and allow the Black Star Army to gain independence. Han Xiao said without the slightest bit of awkwardness. Humph. This is probably your true motive, right? Ames let out a soft sigh but wasn't angry. She was already mentally prepared for this day to arrive but still felt a tinge of discomfort when Han Xiao said it. She then said expressionlessly, I have something to ask you. What is it? Were you planning to leave me from the first day you joined Floating Dragon? Ames' gaze was locked firmly on Han Xiao. Ever since she viewed the Black Star Army headquarters a few years ago, she had known that she was not suitable to be Han Xiao's leader. She just wanted to be certain of Han Xiao's thoughts. Yes, Han Xiao replied honestly. From the very beginning, he had treated Floating Dragon as a jumping board. Even if saying so would make Ames angry, he did not intend to lie. I thought so. Ames shook her head, and a tinge of sadness could be seen in her eyes. I am not a leader worth following for someone like you. She had not felt this during the initial development of the Black Star Army, but as the prestige of the Black Star Army overshadowed Floating Dragon, she had understood that a legendary character like Han Xiao was not someone she could keep. Ames did not hesitate in the slightest and did not bother trying to keep Han Xiao. She was not that weak and said with a resolute voice, All right, I understand. From today onward, Floating Dragon is Floating Dragon and the Black Star Army is the Black Star Army. You are no longer my subordinate. A notification immediately popped up on his interface indicating that he left the Floating Dragon faction. Han Xiao let out a deep breath. From this moment on, the Black Star Army was no longer a subordinate of Floating Dragon and was now an independent organization. What is the third matter? Ames asked expressionlessly. I hope that the Black Star Army can form an alliance with Floating Dragon, Han Xiao said. I hope that you will fight alongside me against Heber and Psyker. Upon hearing that, Ames' face immediately became a little strange. She had already heard about the Beyond Grade A battle that shook the Shattered Star Ring. She was puzzled about Han Xiao's actions. Since you want my help, why did you choose independence? You know that I would definitely help you if you chose to remain in Floating Dragon. Han Xiao smiled and said with a carefree tone, I know. That's why I gave you a chance to choose. Ames was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what Han Xiao meant. The way she saw it, as long as Han Xiao chose to remain in Floating Dragon, he could tie Floating Dragon to him and ensure that she would help him to deal with his enemies for sure. However, Han Xiao did not choose to make use of his identity as a Floating Dragon officer, but chose to request help after leaving Floating Dragon. This meant that Han Xiao did not want to make use of her. If not, he could choose to borrow Floating Dragon's strength to deal with Heber and Psyker before gaining independence. It would be akin to making full use of her before leaving. In truth, Ames had also considered such a possibility before their meeting. Even Ames herself did not know if she would have rejected Han Xiao if he had chosen such a route. The development of the situation was truly out of her expectations. Are you not afraid that I will reject you? Ames suppressed the surprise in her heart and spoke calmly. Your life will be in danger if you want to fight both of them alone. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to pass this tribulation? Han Xiao smiled and said, I believe that you won't reject me. Aim's face then darkened, and she said coldly, You are no longer my subordinate, and I haven't accepted your alliance. Do you really think that I care a lot about you? Or do you think that you have some chips in your hands that I won't be able to reject? Do you want to make use of the evolution cube to persuade me? And go back on your word if I don't agree. My promise is valid regardless of whether you form an alliance with me. Han Xiao shook his head. That was something I brought up before leaving Floating Dragon. I am providing that benefit to you as an officer of Floating Dragon and do not plan to make use of it as a bargaining chip. You can treat it as my compensation to thank Floating Dragon for taking care of me. Ames had a strange look in her eyes, and she sized Han Xiao up as though she did not recognize him. You are not someone like that in my mind. The way she saw it, the sequence of Han Xiao's requests was completely wrong. He chose to leave Floating Dragon before seeking help and did not wish to use the evolution cube as a bargaining chip for their alliance but compensation toward Floating Dragon. This was akin to surrendering his advantage and leaving the decision in her hands. Why? Ames asked. Han Xiao's current actions had overturned her impression of him. Han Xiao smiled. I just feel that there isn't a need for there to have so much scheming between us. Ames' expression froze in place, and her breathing seemed to have stopped for a second. She then looked at Han Xiao deeply and took 2 steps back. I don't know if the words you have said are true or false, but I can at least see some sincerity. Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly, and he said, It seems like we have come to an agreement. I agree to your alliance. Ames' eyes shone before she slowly said, Besides, I have long wanted to have a fight with Heber. Although you are a new beyond grade A super, you definitely won't drag me down with your strength. Ha ha ha. You are still the Ames that I know. Han Xiao raised out his hand to shake Ames' hand. Alliance mate, please take care of me in the future. Ames looked at Han Xiao's hand, which was floating in midair, and snorted. Humph, you used to call me your Excellency Dragon Emperor, but call me Alliance Mate now. After saying that, she raised out her hand as well. Both of them shook hands. Their alliance was set up from this moment on. After shaking hands, they let go, and Han Xiao had a strange look on his face. When they were shaking hands, Ames had squeezed hard as though she was throwing a tantrum. However, Han Xiao's physical defense was too high, and he did not feel much. Han Xiao shook his head and looked at the door of the palace. Still eavesdropping? All of you come in. Keela, Aesop, and the others walked out from behind the door with embarrassed looks on their faces. They had all worried that Ames and Han Xiao would fall out with each other and did not go too far away. They had all been eavesdropping outside the door and were a little embarrassed since they had been caught. In actual fact, all of their actions could not possibly escape from the senses of a beyond grade A. It was just that Han Xiao and Ames could not be bothered with them. Upon seeing the both of them resolving matters harmoniously, the atmosphere in the place became relaxed, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Black Star Army had left Floating Dragon, both parties had formed an alliance and they were still allies. The barrier between both parties disappeared immediately, especially since the officers of both parties had a good relationship in the first place. Aesop was extremely relieved that Ames did not lose control of her emotions, and the outcome was much better than what he had expected. For 2 beyond grade A organizations to form an alliance, they would be able to gain a huge advantage in the Shattered Star Ring, and it was extremely beneficial to both parties. My prediction back then wasn't wrong. Ames will develop better with Black Star beside her, Aesop thought to himself. Back then, he had felt that Black Star would become the Dragon Emperor's right-hand man to support her to the next level. Although his guess was not wrong, he had gotten a small detail wrong. Black Star would not be the Dragon Emperor's right-hand man but an equal to the Dragon Emperor. Alright, since you are willing to work together with me, we have to decide how we should deal with Heber and Psyker, Han Xiao said. What are you prepared to do? Ames said with excitement. It has been some time since they issued a challenge to me, but I have yet to give them a reply. It is time for me to give them a reply. Since they want to create trouble, we should muddy the waters further. I will issue a joint response with you and shake the Shattered Star Ring even more. Han Zhao's eyes gleamed. He could also make use of this opportunity to announce the independence of the Black Star Army and their alliance with Floating Dragon. Han Xiao was sure that this would increase his influence to the next level. "I thought that you'd ask me to keep this matter a secret and give them a good surprise," Ames replied. "We won't be able to hide it from them, and there isn't a need to do so. Since they challenged us openly, we can also reply to them openly," Han Xiao said. "Since they want to be high profile, we shall accompany them in being high profile." Ames revealed a look of interest. "It sounds very fun." As Hadavi and the others heard that, they immediately grew excited and were agitated to the point they had goosebumps. The Shattered Star Ring had 5 beyond grade supers, and 4 of them were involved in this battle. Only the Magus was left out, and he would probably run over to join the fun. If that was the case, this battle would involve all the beyond grade supers in the Shattered Star Ring. This was a 1 in 100 years event, and it would definitely go down in the annals of history. Just thinking of the sight of the 5 beyond grade A appearing together made Hadavi's blood boil. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly said, "Before that, I have to fulfill my promise." After saying that, he took out the evolution cube and looked at Ames. "Do I need to make any preparations?" Ames asked. "You don't need to." "All right," Ames nodded. Although she did not chase after strength, she was extremely curious about the evolution cube. Opening the evolution cube, a wave of black particles surrounded Ames, and the gene evolution started. Han Xiao looked at the other officers of Floating Dragon, and after seeing them nod, he controlled another new wave of black-colored energy to evolve their genes. Only Aesop waved his hands. "Old man, don't you want to use the evolution cube?" Han Xiao asked with doubt. "Don't need to worry about me." Aesop waved his hands. "I used it a few hundred years ago when this item was still in the ruins. If not for the fact that it was too large and I was too lazy to find someone to shift it away, it would have been mine." Han Xiao truly did not know what to say. The gene evolution continued for quite some time, and all the officers of Floating Dragon completed their evolution. Their strength experienced varying degrees of improvements, and they all had looks of joy on their faces. Only Ames was still being surrounded by the black particles. After a few hours, Ames broke out of the cocoon and experienced a huge change. All the others had gone down to rest, and Han Xiao was the only one left in the hall. He was currently seated on Ames' throne and scrolling through the forums for entertainment. Upon seeing Ames exit, he walked forward to Ames with a look of curiosity. "How do you feel?" Ames did not reply, and her brows were furrowed as though she was trying to feel something. Her figure then disappeared suddenly. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment and extended his senses to feel the undulations of space around him. At his current level, apart from his 5 basic senses, he could detect other things such as radiation, energy waves, and so on. After extending his senses, Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. He could see Ames making circles around him in the void dimension. "You are able to enter the void dimension?" Han Xiao asked with shock and entered the void dimension as well. "It seems like this is my new ability," Ames said excitedly. Floating Dragon Island was built on top of the skeleton of a void dragon, and Ames had consumed the void dragon pith before. Thus, she had a trace of void genes in her, which was activated by the evolution cube. Although they were not from the same beyond grade A race, they both had void genes, and a portion of their genes were similar. After playing for a while, Ames left the void dimension and began testing her new strength. The effect of the evolution cube is truly amazing. The strength, range, and control of my force field have been increased, and my physique seems to have improved. That is because your attributes have increased. Han Xiao had some experience with this. Ames did not have an interface and could not see the changes in her body. Chapter 771, "You'd better not run." Chapter 771, "You'd better not run." After both parties formed an alliance, Floating Dragon changed their drifting trajectory and headed toward the headquarters of the Black Star Army. They would work together with Han Xiao during this period. Since Ames had chosen to fight by Han Xiao's side, she naturally had to bring her personal weapon along. Floating Dragon had another 2 more islands, and using it to smash others would definitely be more painful. Han Xiao then got Reynolds to inform the Army's logistics department to modify some empty backup satellite fortresses. Han Xiao was prepared to give them to Ames so that she could use them as her weapon. After all, she could not always use her main camp as her weapon. After using the evolution cube, everyone rested for a day before Han Xiao and Ames gathered all the officers together. This time it was to reply to the tyrant's challenge. Before announcing his response to the world, Han Xiao decided to contact the tyrant privately. The secret war had been fought for such a long time, and the two parties had not contacted each other before. The last time they had seen each other was more than 10 years ago at the tyrant's gathering. Back then, he had been only Ames' follower, and Heber had tried to recruit him. Han Xiao did not have the tyrant's communicator number, but Ames had it in her communicator. This time, he was going to borrow Ames' communicator to contact Heber, which Ames had no issues with. Han Xiao then opened Ames' communicator and pulled out Heber's number from the blacklist. Because of Heber's pursuit, Ames had always blocked his number. Han Xiao then sent a communication request to the tyrant. Beep beep. After a few seconds, the communication request went through, and Heber's image appeared on the communicator. Ames? You are finally going to. Black Star. Heber immediately frowned. Ames' name appeared on his communicator, and he thought that Ames had finally thought things through and decided to agree to become his partner. However, he had never imagined that the call would be made by Black Star. Ames formed an alliance with you? Heber immediately reacted. Han Xiao only nodded. Heber's eyes narrowed, and his expression remained emotionless. For a few years, many organizations had been spreading rumors about the Black Star Army and Floating Dragon splitting up. When Han Xiao became a Beyond Grade A, Heber knew that both of them would definitely split up, and Heber was hoping that Black Star and Ames would become enemies as a result. The outcome that he did not want to see was the two of them becoming allies. It seems like the little tricks of those organizations weren't able to shake your relationship, Heber said calmly. You don't seem anxious at all. Han Xiao raised his brows. It makes no difference to me, Heber said. Tell Ames that I will give her a final chance. As long as she stays out of this matter, I can ignore her. I will not show any mercy otherwise. Get your head out the clouds. I didn't ask you to show any mercy, Ames said coldly upon hearing those words. Heber ignored her and said to Han Xiao while shaking his head, Black Star, I gave you a chance a long time ago. It is a pity that you didn't treasure it and rejected my invitation. If you are contacting me to plead for mercy, it is too late. We are now enemies, and there isn't anything to talk about between us. I called you to respond to your challenge. Set a time and place, Han Xiao said with a deep voice. Through his observer's mark, Han Xiao knew that Psyker had contacted Heber privately and invited Heber to work together with him. However, the tyrant rejected and insisted on dealing with Black Star alone but did not stop Psyker from going to view their battle. Thus, both parties had issued separate challenges. Han Xiao also understood Heber's thoughts from the conversation between the two. Heber did not only want to take revenge but also want to establish his prestige with a new Beyond Grade as Super. Heber wanted to have as many people paying attention to this matter as possible and thus publicly set a time and invited the various organizations to watch the battle. All right, Heber said resolutely. The time will be set 20 days from now. The location will be in the Desolate Universe Belt between the Colton Star Cluster and Sol Star Cluster. I will announce the coordinates publicly. Choosing a neutral region between the two made it convenient for Bloodshed Land to send out their army and create a confrontation between Purple Crystal and Clent. It was still equivalent to both the civilizations fighting a proxy war. Heber set the date 20 days from then so that the news would be able to spread throughout the star field and attract more people to witness his battle with Black Star. However, he would not drag the battle on for too long as he did not want to give Han Xiao too much time to prepare. He also did not want the matter to die down and wanted to establish his prestige when Black Star's influence was at the peak. If Black Star wanted to back out of the battle, Heber would not lose out either. Heber could just say that Black Star was afraid of him and did not dare appear for their battle. He would also be able to build up his prestige as well and have a reason to visit the Black Star Army headquarters. All right, you'd better not run when the time comes, Han Xiao said without much hesitation. Han Xiao then hung up without waiting for Heber to reply. This fellow is still as domineering as usual. How annoying, Ames said with her eyes narrowed and her force field energy being gathered in her palms. Every time she saw the tyrant's annoying face, she had the urge to smash her floating dragon down on him. In any case, the time and location have been decided. We just have to show up when the time comes. Han Xiao looked at all the officers. You lot heard the conversation, right? Announce it to the public in the name of the Black Star Army. Understood. Sylvia nodded and started a long-distance conference. As the chief administrative official, public relations was her job. There's still 20 days. Han Xiao's eyes glimmered. It seemed like this would be all the time he had for preparations. The challenge given out by the tyrant and star pupil created a huge commotion in the Shattered Star Ring, but Black Star had not given an official response. Many individuals had their appetites whet and were looking forward to the development of the matter. Because of the storm created by the battle, many supers who wanted to join the Black Star Army controlled themselves and waited to observe what happened. Thus, there were not too many who applied to the Black Star Army during this period. However, Han Xiao was also aware about this and thus did not start his recruitment. 7 days after the challenge was issued, the Black Star Army finally made a response. Black Star accepted the challenge. Not just that, the Black Star Army had also announced a shocking piece of news. From that day on, the Black Star Army would leave Floating Dragon and gain independence. Many organizations had intentionally spread rumors that led many to believe that the Black Star Army would cut off all ties with Floating Dragon after gaining independence. However, the truth had shocked many. The Dragon Emperor Ames had actually chosen to form an alliance with Black Star and deal with the Tyrant and Star Pupil. This was something that no one had expected. Black Star had to fight alone originally and face the challenge of the Tyrant and Star Pupil single-handedly. Many individuals could not help but break out in cold sweat for this newly ascended beyond Grade A. However, the interference of the Dragon Emperor immediately leveled the playing field. A total of 4 beyond Grade A supers had entered the fray. This was like a stimulant that caused the entire star field to blow up with excitement. Regardless of whether they were ordinary citizens or members of large organizations, everyone was extremely clear about one thing. A huge show was about to erupt in the star field. In the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin looked through a report on his communicator and thought to himself, Black Star accepted the challenge officially? He's even taking the Dragon Emperor. It was now a 2-on-2 battle, and the Shattered Star Ring had 5 beyond Grade A supers. This meant that his presence would influence the direction in which this matter developed, and everyone else knew that as well. It seems like there will be people looking for me very soon. Austin shook his head. Beep beep. Just as he thought that, Psyker called him. Austin let out a helpless chuckle and accepted the call, hanging up after chatting for a short while. Just when he hung up, another call arrived. It was Han Xiao this time. It has been a while since I last saw you. You didn't disappoint me indeed, Black Star. I actually have to thank you. Han Xiao smiled. Thank me for what? If not for you telling me about information regarding the evolution cube, I may not have been able to obtain this item. Oh, I see. Austin smiled and said straightforwardly, I know why you called. Psyker called me before this. Han Xiao's eyes glimmered, and he did not beat about the bush. Since you already know our intentions, what do you plan on doing? Both parties wanted to attract Austin to their side. Austin's eyes narrowed, and he said, although I have some ties with Psyker, he never agreed to lend me the evolution cube. Now that he's lost the evolution cube and this chip is in your hands, are you prepared to use it in exchange for my help? That's right. Han Xiao nodded. Austin was no fool, and there was no need for Han Xiao to waste his time explaining it to Austin. Unexpectedly, Austin shook his head and said, I am very willing to provide compensation for using the evolution cube, but I cannot agree to this matter. Han Xiao's heart sank. However, Austin added, don't worry. I don't intend to help Psyker either. You want to remain neutral? Han Xiao was surprised. Austin smiled and said, the silent Shattered Star Ring has been stirred up again after so many years. How can I allow this wonderful show to end prematurely because of my interference? Ha ha ha. This darn old man just wants to watch the world burn. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Austin wanted to be a spectator and watch the show by the side. Furthermore, he felt that there would be a chance to use the evolution cube in the future based on Blackstar's character. Thus, Austin was not prepared to join any side this time. To a beyond grade a super like him who was used to maintaining his neutrality, he was willing to give up some benefits to remain on the sidelines and watch the show. At his current level, he did not have to restrain his own personality and preferences. Furthermore, both parties were beyond grade as supers, and he would offend the other party if he chose to get involved. Austin was no fool. Remaining neutral was the best choice for him. Austin's attitude was resolute, and it would be impossible for Han Xiao to persuade him. Thus, Han Xiao hung up after a short casual conversation. Although he did not manage to bring Austin to his side, Han Xiao was not too disappointed. He had never planned to have Austin on his side from the very start. It would be a pleasant surprise if he could succeed, but his failure was well within expectations. At the very least, Psyker also did not manage to pull Austin over to his side. The situation was already clear, and the division of the beyond grade A supers would not change. If that was the case, Han Xiao could only find aid from other organizations. In the Crimson Dynasty Embassy on the mother planet of the Klent Kingdom. Klent wants us to help them deal with Blackstar? Within the office of the embassy, the Crimson Dynasty envoy Zoel looked at the Klent emissary with a smile. That's right. Blackstar is in the Purple Crystal faction and killed a few dozen of our Calamity grade supers, dealing a huge blow to our high-level combatants. Now that Blackstar is a beyond grade A super, he will become a bigger obstacle to us. Our strength is limited, and we hope that the Crimson Dynasty can provide us with some aid, the Klent emissary said respectfully. Zoel tapped his fingers on the table and looked at the party silently without talking. He was the envoy that the Crimson Dynasty had sent to Klent, and he had been there for many years. He was also the envoy who Han Xiao had met at the Tyrants' gathering many years prior. The lifespan of the Crimson Dynasty race was extremely long, and 10 years was not much to them. Over 10 years ago, when Klent openly submitted to the Crimson Dynasty, Zoel had surfaced from the dark and built an embassy on the Klent mother planet. This represented the diplomatic ties between the Crimson Dynasty and Klent. At the same time, he had the authority to mobilize any army that the Crimson Dynasty stationed in the Shattered Star Ring. The three universal civilizations had their own secret factories in every star field, and the army that they had stationed in every star field was enough to start a war with 2 to 3 star cluster civilizations at the same time. The authority to control the secret armed force of the dynasty was enough to show how high a status Zoel had in the Shattered Star Ring. He was the individual with the highest authority in the envoy party. Zoel thought for a while before saying, "I will consider Klent's request. Please leave for now." Upon hearing that, the Klent emissary could only take his leave. "Black Star," Zoel muttered. Zoel naturally had some understanding toward this new beyond grade A super, who had created a huge commotion in the Shattered Star Ring recently. In truth, Zoel had been constantly updating Black Star's shocking battle record in the dynasty's database over the past 10 years. Klent did not wish for Purple Crystal to have a beyond grade A ally and requested for the Crimson Dynasty to help them get rid of Han Xiao completely. As an envoy of the Crimson Dynasty, Zol's sights were naturally set at a very high level. It was not that he was being full of himself. Even if there were many beyond grade A pillars in the Crimson Dynasty, he would not underestimate other beyond grade A supers. It was because he understood the strength of a beyond grade A super that he knew that a beyond grade A should not be provoked easily. It was not that Zoel did not want to help Klent deal with a local beyond grade A super, but that he had an interest in Black Star. He completed his beyond grade A journey in 20 years, and he is the first in history to accomplish such a feat. He still has a long life ahead of him, and his potential is immeasurable. Furthermore, such a character had snatched the evolution cube, which was hidden by the Arcane Church. Perhaps I can find the opportunity to interact with him. As for the thoughts of Klent, as an envoy of the dynasty, why did he have to give a star cluster civilization an explanation? Right at that moment, his communicator rang, and the face of his subordinate surfaced. "Your Excellency Zoel, a special individual wishes to speak with you. Should I patch the communication through?" "Who is the other party?" "Black Star. He actually took the initiative to find me?" Zoel paused for 2 seconds before nodding. Patch him through. Chapter 772, Negotiations and Hidden Currents. Chapter 772, Negotiations and Hidden Currents. After waiting for a while, Zol's figure appeared on his communicator. Han Xiao raised his brow. Since the Crimson Dynasty embassy did not reject his communication request, it meant that they were interested in negotiating with him. This was a good opening as the Crimson Dynasty was an important part of his plans. With a smile, Han Xiao said, "It has been many years since I last saw you, Envoy Zoel." "That's right. It has been more than 10 years since we last met, and you were participating in the Tyrants' gathering beside the Dragon Emperor back then. I still remember you trying to persuade Ames to join the Crimson Dynasty. Although you didn't manage to succeed, I have a very deep impression of you," Zoel said with a smile. His good attitude toward Han Xiao was not only because Han Xiao was a beyond grade a super, but also because of how Han Xiao seemed to lean toward their dynasty. "It turns out that you still remember," Han Xiao smiled. "Back then, I felt that it was extremely likely for the Crimson Dynasty to win the Flickering World, and history has proven my prediction correct." Zol's smile became brighter upon hearing that. Over 10 years ago, Black Star had predicted that the Crimson Dynasty would successfully take control of the Flickering World. Zol's impression of Han Xiao immediately rose. "You are truly able to see far ahead. Of course, I doubt anyone can look further into the future than me." Han Xiao thought to himself. This was the benefit of being familiar with the storyline. Before even eating today, he knew what kind of **T he would have tomorrow. After pausing for a while, Han Xiao got to the purpose for his call. "My thoughts have not changed since 10 years ago, and the Black Star Army has already left Floating Dragon. I do not need to persuade anyone, and I can make the decision myself." Zol's eyes lit up, and he said, "If I didn't understand those words wrongly, you wish to join the Crimson Dynasty?" "That is the reason for my call today." Han Xiao nodded. Because of his advancement, the Black Star Army had the right to be called a Beyond Grade A organization. However, the upper limit of his organization would be dependent on his resources and network. In the galaxy, the 3 universal civilizations were the largest possible backers, and he would be able to obtain a huge amount of resources as long as he joined one of them. At the same time, he also needed a strong ally to protect the Evolution Cube. Psyker and the Arcane Church definitely would not give up on the Evolution Cube, and the Federation of Light might even choose to intervene. All the large organizations in the universe would have their eyes set on the Evolution Cube, and it was impossible for the Black Star Army, which was still at the star cluster level, to defend against all these ill intentions. Among the 3 universal civilizations, the Crimson Dynasty was the most ideal ally to Han Xiao. He would be able to gain early access to the Flickering World and also foil Clent's plan to obtain victory in the Secret War. Those were all important factors affecting his benefits. Of course, there was another reason beside this. Han Xiao had been part of the Crimson Dynasty faction in his previous life, so he had more information regarding the storyline and chance encounters in the Crimson Dynasty. Among the 3 universal civilizations, he admired the Crimson Dynasty the most. The history of the 3 universal civilizations could be traced back to the Origin era, which was before the Exploration era, and these 3 civilizations were not born during the same period. The Federation of Light was the oldest, followed by the Arcane Church, and then the Crimson Dynasty. The time period of their uprising was separated by a few thousand years. The Origin era was the most chaotic era and lacked historical records. At that time, there was not a single powerful civilization to unite the galaxy, and the different star fields were not connected to each other. All the civilizations were alone and explored the dark universe on their own. At that time, the 3 universal civilizations had not reached their current heights, and there were other civilizations in their star field that exceeded them in terms of strength. After many years of development, they finally eliminated all their opponents in their various star fields and obtained the rights to rule over a star field. They then began to explore the desolate universe belts. The central galaxy where the 3 universal civilizations were located was the starting point of these 3 civilizations, and they were all neighbors of one another. They naturally discovered each other's presence and wanted to get rid of each other. As such, war broke out between the 3 universal civilizations, and this became a turning point between the Origin era and Exploration era. The 3 universal civilizations then worked together to start a new era. During the exploration era, the three universal civilizations fought each other while exploring the outside world. With the central galaxy as the core, the flames of war spread toward the outside with more and more star fields being discovered. During the process of exploring these new star fields, more and more civilizations were forced to join the battle, and the war became extremely ferocious. Many civilizations were destroyed because of this war. The war that spread throughout the entire galaxy was extremely miserable. In fact, a few desolate universe belts in the present galaxy were originally star fields. They were star fields that had been reduced to a desolate universe belt because of the flames of war. Back then, the three universal civilizations did not have their current strength, and there were a few powerful civilizations at the same level as them. The evolutionary civilization was one of them. If these civilizations had survived, they would very likely have become universal civilizations as well. However, it was a pity that they were wiped out during the wars in the exploration era. Only the Federation of Light, the Arcane Church, and the Crimson Dynasty had managed to survive. They then consolidated their authority and stopped the war to allow themselves to catch their breath. After many years of peace, the Federation of Light and Arcane Church had begun to display signs of stagnation in their development. Only the Crimson Dynasty did not fall in times of peace and maintained their ambition and development. Thus, Xiao thought highly of the Crimson Dynasty. A civilization full of ambition would always create the opportunity for development. Forming an alliance with the Crimson Dynasty would definitely give him a brighter future. Upon hearing Xiao's response, Zoel did not reply immediately but fell into a deep thought. He had originally intended to probe Black Star to understand his intentions but never imagined that Black Star would immediately request to join the alliance. It was not anything new for a beyond grade as super to join a universal civilization, but it was definitely a matter out of his authority. Thus, he had to report the matter to his superiors. Zoel secretly estimated Xiao's value. Black Star's strength and potential are undeniable. Since more than 10 years ago, he's leaned toward the dynasty and definitely isn't an opportunistic individual. Furthermore, the Black Star army has a sizable influence in the Shattered Star Ring, and it would be advantageous to the exploration of the flickering world. Furthermore, he still has the evolution cube in his hands. Right. I need to have a good talk with him about the evolution cube. The evolution cube originally belonged to Psyker and was protected by the Arcane Church. Now that it was in Xiao's hands, it was an important bargaining chip. Thinking about this, Zoel said, I need to be clear about something. How are you going to deal with the evolution cube? A bright smile could be seen on Xiao's face. This item will naturally be a part of the conditions. We can use a sharing method to deal with the evolution cube. The Crimson Dynasty will support me in keeping the evolution cube, and you guys can send an unlimited number of individuals to use the evolution cube. This was the cooperation method that Psyker and the Arcane Church had opted for. However, he was not prepared to have an exclusive contract with a universal civilization like Psyker. Psyker used the exclusive contract to get the Arcane Church to give more support to his star pupil holy race, but Xiao did not have a race to bring up. The benefits from sharing the evolution cube with other civilizations would be greater. Not bad. Zoel nodded. This was within an acceptable range. The upper echelons of the dynasty will probably accept this condition. We can help you deal with some obstruction on the outside. Apart from this, do you have any other conditions? Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was the time for them to negotiate about benefits. I have a few requests, Xiao said with a serious expression. First, I hope that the Crimson Dynasty will provide resources to me and the Black Star Army. No problem, Zoel replied without any hesitation. With the evolution cube, we will be willing to provide more resources. Second, I hope that the Black Star Army can join the Flickering World Exploration Squad. Haha, I think that the dynasty would have requested that you go even if you didn't mention this matter. Xiao only nodded. That's right, the Shattered Star Ring is the nearest to the Flickering World, and if the Crimson Dynasty needs a vanguard force, the organizations in the Shattered Star Ring will be their first choice. The entrance ticket to the Flickering World definitely would not be a problem. Third, I hope that the Crimson Dynasty will not speak on behalf of the Klent Kingdom with regards to the secret war, Zoel frowned upon hearing that. This is a decision for the upper echelons and not within my authority. I cannot give you any assurance on that. This request was not something that he had expected but was still reasonable. After fighting for so many years, it would not be strange if Black Star wanted to obtain victory. However, Clint was also an ally of the Crimson Dynasty, and this was a question of which party had greater value. Even Zoel could not guarantee what the upper echelons would decide. No problem. Han Xiao waved his hands. These are my 3 greatest conditions. I will report the matter up. Zoel then suddenly said, right, I heard about the conflict between you and Heber. Do you need me to mediate on your behalf? Since Black Star was about to form an alliance with the Crimson Dynasty, the Tyrant and Black Star could be considered allies as well. Their battle was akin to friendly fire between both parties. Although the public challenge could not be rescinded, they only needed to announce that Black Star had joined the Crimson Dynasty. At that time, both parties naturally would not fight. That isn't necessary, Han Xiao rejected. Zoel thought for a while and came to a realization. He then said with a smile, you're right. I was the one who lacked consideration. It would not be good for Black Star's image if the Crimson Dynasty came out to resolve the conflict between the two. The outside world would think that Black Star had chosen to join the Crimson Dynasty because he could not escape the Tyrant. If you don't have anything else to add on, I will report your conditions to my superiors, right? Han Xiao suddenly thought about something. I have a small request. I hope to obtain some mechanic cutting-edge knowledge within 20 days. The Crimson Dynasty naturally had the entire set of class knowledge, and cutting-edge knowledge was not that precious to them. Perhaps he would be able to activate the skills of the Emperor Mechanic before the battle. With Han Zhao's current construction speed, 20 days was enough for him to build a large number of machines with his new knowledge. Zoel nodded. If it was ultimate knowledge, the upper echelons might still need to consider the matter, but cutting-edge knowledge was nothing to them. After all, the other party was a beyond grade A super who was about to join their alliance. This could be considered basic treatment. All right, await my reply. This was only their initial negotiation, and the exact outcome would be determined by the upper echelons of the Crimson Dynasty. At the same time, in some region of the Shattered Star Ring, Psyker was rushing toward the Colton Star Cluster. Since the Dragon Emperor has decided to intervene, it seems like this matter won't go so smoothly. Psyker was not in a good mood. Heber insisted on fighting Black Star alone and refused to join hands with him. Thus, Psyker could only issue a separate challenge to Han Xiao. However, Psyker had also found a good opportunity from this. Since Black Star was maintaining the evolution cube in its portable form, Black Star would definitely take the evolution cube around with him. During the day of the battle, Black Star would reveal some flaws when fighting Heber. At that time, he would have an opportunity to snatch the item back from Black Star. At that time, it would be useless for the Tyrant to reject him. As long as the Tyrant and Black Star began their battle, he would be able to join the battle anytime, and no one would be able to stop him. He would not have to clash head-on with Black Star if he wanted to seize such an opportunity, and the odds of his success were pretty high. Psyker's final objective was the evolution cube, not dealing with Black Star. He was not bothered about the views of others. For the development of his race, losing a bit of reputation was nothing. Originally, this plan of his could not have gone wrong. Black Star was due to be fighting alone, and while his focus was on the Tyrant, he would definitely not be able to deal with another beyond grade A super. However, Ames' interference had foiled his plans. Since Black Star had an ally, Ames would definitely stop him if he wanted to launch an attack. It would then be impossible for him to snatch the evolution cube from Black Star using such a method. Unless someone could restrain Ames. The best candidate was Austin, but that darn old man only wanted to watch the show by the side and refused to help. Thus, he could only look for other helpers. Thankfully, he had a powerful ally. It seems like I can only seek help from the army that the Arcane Church stationed in the Shattered Star Ring. They should be willing to take action if it is to restrain a beyond grade A super. Psyker's eyes lit up brightly like a light bulb. Chapter 773, Star Field Trend. Chapter 773 Star Field Trend. After the time and location of Black Star and Tyrant's challenge was announced to the outside world, A huge storm was ignited throughout the shattered star ring. All of a sudden, spaceships that numbered in the billions flew toward the Colton star cluster, where the battle was going to happen. Regardless of whether they were free galactic residents or from large organizations, none of them were willing to miss out on this rare event in the star field. They all rushed to the battlefield to witness the battle for themselves. As the party involved in the battle, Bloodshed Land led their troops to the desolate universe belt near the border of West Wind and demarcated the battlefield. Purple Crystal resolutely decided to support Han Xiao and led the Section 0 troops to the battlefield as well. The Black Star Army did not remain idle either, and under the orders of the various officers, numerous armed satellite fortresses rushed over from various star systems to support their army commander. Bloodshed Land and Section 0 began a standoff with each other, and the gap between them formed the demarcated battlefield. There were numerous spaceships piloted by the galactic residents who went to join in the fun from all around the star field. Numerous spaceships of different models were packed tightly and formed a huge ocean of spaceships that one could not see the end of. Looking at the ocean of spaceships, a nebula seemed to have been formed from the lights of the spaceship. It was an extremely majestic sight. Furthermore, there were more spaceships arriving every day, and the size of the audience was growing by the second. The different galactic media groups had also arrived at the destination of the battle and adjusted their broadcasting equipment. It was still too early for the battle, and all the Beyond Grade supers had yet to arrive. However, a huge crowd had already formed, and many were already excitedly anticipating the arrival of the battle. This was not just a clash between Beyond Grade supers but also a once-in-a-lifetime event for the Shattered Star Ring. Beyond Grade supers had an exalted status in the hearts of the galactic residents, and they were like superstars that every family knew about. Everyone wanted to personally witness their strength. The 20 days of preparation time allowed the commotion of this event to be blown up even greater, with over 60% of the galactic citizens discussing the event. As the battle drew nearer, the anticipation of the galactic residents also grew greater. The various betting groups in the galaxy would not let go of this huge business opportunity, and they all sprang into action. Very quickly, the betting ring for the Tyrant and Black Star's battle was opened up, and a huge number of bets were made. The various betting groups had a different payout rate, but Heber's payout was generally lower than Han Xiao's. This proved that the majority had more confidence in the Tyrant. Although both were Beyond Grade supers, Han Xiao was a newbie after all and only had a single battle record with another Beyond Grade super. However, the Tyrant was different. He was an old powerhouse with a long history. As a Beyond Grade super who had only been around for a month, Han Xiao's status in the Shattered Star Ring was naturally not as high as the Tyrant's. Most of the mercenaries were gamblers, and although their boss was the one fighting, the warriors of the Black Star Army could not help but place their bets as well. Even the officers were not immune to gambling. Haluz took the most and bet it all on Han Xiao. Most of the officers also placed their bets on Han Xiao but only bet a small amount to show their loyalty and trust. There were only a few exceptions. You placed all your bets on the Tyrant. Sylvia glared at Reynolds with disbelief. Reynolds said with a solemn expression, "According to probability and my calculations, the Tyrant's odds of victory are more than 30% higher than His Excellency Black Star." Sylvia shook her head helplessly. "Don't you believe in our teacher at all?" "I only believe in science," Reynolds said expressionlessly. Rosalind, who was lazing around by the side, listened to the conversation with interest while drinking some wine. Rosalind was now the teacher of the Black Star Army and was in charge of building up a culture within the army to increase the sense of belonging of the soldiers. At this moment, Rosalind smiled and said, "According to what I know, our vice commander also placed his bets on Tyrant. Furthermore, he placed quite a large bet." "Loggy!" Sylvia flew into a rage and charged out of the door. She was the chief administrative official and had a great deal of authority in her hands. Although Loggy was the vice commander of the army, Loggy pretty much ignored all the affairs of the army, so Sylvia had the courage to confront Loggy. To think that he had placed his bets on the enemy as the vice commander. This was too outrageous. Reynolds' expression also changed slightly as he heard that. "Oh no." Loggy also placed his bets on Tyrant. "The winning chance of our army commander will be increased by 10% at least." Rosalind laughed. Hey, hey, hey. I thought you only believed in science. Magic is also a part of science, Reynolds said with resignation. However, regardless of how he placed his bets, he still hoped that Black Star would win. Freebnoll.com. Because of Black Star and the Tyrant's battle, the Secret War also came to a halt, and the players did not have any battles to fight in. Even the main storyline mission was stopped because of this event. To the players of the Shattered Star Ring, this was the largest event in the 3 versions. Black Star was already the leader that all the players had recognized, and his status was elevated further after he entered beyond Grade A. Although Han Xiao did not issue any faction missions, all the players located in the various regions followed the forces of the army and arrived at the battlefield to support their army commander. This was not the first time that the Black Star Army had held a collective event, but the number of players participating in this faction event was the highest in history. The forums were filled with threads regarding the cause and effect of this battle, and one of the threads received huge approval from the other players. The thread said that this battle would be a turning point for the destiny of the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army was the main faction in the hearts of the Shattered Star Ring players, and Black Star had been the main character NPC ever since version 2.0. Together with the growth of the faction, the benefits that the players could receive also increased, and almost all their needs in terms of missions, levels, skills, knowledge, equipment, and so on were fulfilled. A single faction was better than the addition of many different factions in other star fields. Thus, the players in the Shattered Star Ring did not need to waste any time farming favorability with the other factions. As such, the Black Star Army was treated like a special existence that only the players in the Shattered Star Ring could enjoy. Many of the players had tried to analyze the future of the Black Star Army. According to the experience of the players from the other star fields, some were worried that the Black Star Army would not continue to exist forever and would suffer from some irreparable damage during the later versions. At that time, all the benefits that they currently experienced would be gone, and they would have to join different factions like the players from the other star fields. Could they really remain in the Black Star Army forever? No one knew. Such a question had always existed but was not mentioned very often. Most of the players could not be bothered to make such wild guesses, and only the players who enjoyed diving deep into the storylines analyzed the question. Summer Night Flower was one such individual. In the intense discussions on the forums, this battle became an important factor to predict what happened in the future. If the Black Star Army could achieve victory, the Black Star Army would soar to greater heights, and their faction would go up to the next level, still appearing in the next version. But if the outcome of this battle did not go as planned, the feelings that the players had toward the army would also undergo a subtle change. Bunhit Dog was affected by the topic being discussed on the forums. The Black Star series videos were his most popular series, and he was the one who wished for the successful development of the Black Star Army the most. I must gather enough material this time to make an explosive video, Bunhit Dog swore to himself. In the Aquamarine Federation, Bennett placed down the communicator in his hands, and a look of concern could be seen on his face. News of the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant had spread throughout the Shattered Star Ring. Now that planet Aquamarine was connected to the galaxy, everyone was able to view the galactic web, and the events in the galaxy were no longer a secret to those on planet Aquamarine. This is probably the strongest opponent that you have faced, right? Bennett lamented. Nero, who was doing his homework, raised his head and asked curiously, "Daddy, what are you talking about?" Bennett waved his hands, and Nero sat down on Bennett's thighs obediently. "Your godfather is being dragged into a dangerous storm. A powerful opponent challenged him, and he chose to accept the challenge." Bennett briefly described the situation. Nero was still a child, so Bennett skipped many details and only told him that Han Xiao was in danger. Nero was Han Xiao's godson, and Bennett was prepared to hand his child over to Han Xiao. "What should we do?" Nero rubbed his head. "Daddy, will you help Godfather?" Bennett laughed helplessly and said, "Your godfather doesn't need my help. You will understand all this when you grow up." They were too far away in terms of realms, and he did not even have any intention of contacting Han Xiao as he did not want to disturb Han Xiao. Bennett hugged Nero and looked up at the sky above. He knew that Han Xiao was in some part of the galaxy and prayed for Han Xiao. "Old friend, The large fleet that set off from the Black Star Army headquarters met up with Floating Dragon and flew toward West Wind together. A few days later, Zoel took the initiative to contact Han Xiao to inform him of the Crimson Dynasty's response. The dynasty accepts your requests, and I welcome you to our alliance on behalf of the dynasty. Zoel said these words with an official tone before smiling and adding, "We are now one big family." Han Xiao clenched his fists and was truly excited. "May we have a pleasant working experience. Don't worry, our dynasty has plenty of experience in this regard, and will always treat a beyond grade a super with sincerity. You can rest assured," Zoel said with a smile. The three universal civilizations were at odds with each other, and every beyond grade a super ally was an important deterrent. Thus, they would not bully their beyond grade a supers for sure. The moment their alliance was confirmed, the universal civilization would treat their allies with the utmost respect in order to keep them. The Crimson Dynasty is now taking care of matters regarding the flickering world and will pass by the Shattered Star Ring along the way, Zoel said. It shouldn't take too long for the resources from the dynasty to reach your hands. However, we can only work together officially after your battle with the tyrant comes to an end. During this period, the dynasty will send the contract to me, and we just need to sign it when the time comes. Although a contract was not very restrictive to a beyond grade a super, this was a way for the government to officially confirm their alliance, and it had a political meaning. Han Xiao nodded upon hearing that. Joining the Crimson Dynasty was the way for him to achieve greater heights, and the benefits of his decision would slowly begin to show. Currently, he had to deal with the tyrant first before he had time to deal with the development of the Black Star Army. The dynasty also has a request for you. The dynasty hopes that you can make a trip to the Central Galaxy. The upper echelons would like to meet you and introduce you to the other beyond grade A allies of the dynasty. For him to appear in the Central Galaxy with the status of the Crimson Dynasty's ally, this was akin to the Crimson Dynasty showing off to their neighbors their new chip. He did not have anything against this. Since he was willing to accept the support of the Crimson Dynasty, he naturally had to play his part. Although this meant that many organizations would label him as part of the Crimson Dynasty and draw the attention of the dynasty's enemies, his own scope of operations was mainly in the Shattered Star Ring, and the other organizations would not casually make trouble for him. Han Xiao shrugged. No problem. There is something else. My intelligence net noticed that the Arcane Church's forces have been mobilized and are moving toward the location of the battle. They may be there to provide backup for Psyker, Zoel said. I will mobilize the Crimson Dynasty's army to be present on the day of the battle as well. This is what we have agreed upon, and we will help you fend off other powers. You guys are also going to watch the battle? Han Xiao stroked his chin. Is this all right? Won't people suspect you? Of course not, Zoel said. After all, the tyrant is also our ally. Han Xiao almost burst into laughter upon hearing that. That's right. The Crimson Dynasty can use Heber as an excuse to mobilize their forces, and no one will suspect them. Not a single person will be able to guess that they are actually there to help me. The Crimson Dynasty would not intervene in the battle between Han Xiao and the tyrant. This could be considered an internal battle, although the tyrant was still in the dark regarding this. However, Psyker was not one of their allies and was a latent threat. The Arcane Church's goal was naturally the Evolution Cube, and the Crimson Dynasty would not allow anyone to snatch the Evolution Cube. One more thing, Zoel added. Your request for cutting-edge knowledge has been approved. I will send you the data later. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Compared to the resources that he had yet to receive, this was a much more practical benefit. There were 9 cutting-edge knowledges for the mechanic class, and he had learned 4 from Purple Crystal. There were 5 more that he had not grasped, and he had sent a list to Zoel previously. How many cutting-edge knowledges will the dynasty give me? How many? Do you have some misunderstanding about universal civilizations? Zoel laughed. We will give you everything. Chapter 774. Spending potential points sure is comfortable. Chapter 774. Spending potential points sure is comfortable. They are truly a wealthy bunch. Han Xiao was overjoyed. A universal civilization naturally would not be petty with a beyond grade A super. Apart from ultimate knowledge, they would be able to freely give him all the knowledge from basic up to cutting edge. In his past life, Han Xiao had needed to farm for contribution points in order to obtain new knowledge, but things were completely different now. The conversation then ended after chatting casually for a while. Not too long later, a file was sent to him. Looking at the file, joy filled Han Xiao's face. Han Xiao had already obtained the cutting-edge knowledge controllable annihilation weapons from the armed branch, abnormal state energy from the energy branch, and advanced space application and quantum network matrix from the control branch. The file that Zoel sent over contained the last 5 cutting-edge knowledges. Armed branch, cutting-edge material science, and ultra-composite mechanical architecture technology. Energy branch, beyond visible energy transfer and activation theory. Control branch, space-time dimension exploration. The entire set is now complete. Han Xiao was extremely excited. He belonged to the control branch, and learning a cutting-edge knowledge required 4 points. However, learning the knowledge of the other 2 branches required 12 points each. Han Xiao saved a large amount of potential points when he advanced into Beyond Grade A. Although it was not enough to level all the knowledges up to their maximum level, it was enough to level all the knowledge up by 1. It was impossible for players to be so extravagant, and in Han Xiao's previous life, the players could only choose 1 or 2 cutting-edge knowledge to learn. However, Han Xiao was different. He had a large sea of experience points to level up his skill, and he was able to farm for plenty of potential points. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to learn all the cutting-edge knowledge. Heber probably thinks that 20 days is too short. Han Xiao chuckled in his heart. Compared to other mechanics, the interface was his biggest advantage. As long as he paid the relevant potential points, he would be able to rapidly learn new knowledge and save a large amount of time. Thus, he was able to achieve rapid growth during the limited time before his battle with the tyrant. Without any hesitation, Han Xiao spent his potential points to learn all 5 cutting-edge knowledges. Mechanic class cutting-edge knowledge, space-time dimension exploration, detected. Do you wish to spend 4 potential points to learn it? Learning in progress. Do not cancel. 9%, 24%, 57%. Success. You have learned space-time dimension exploration, mechanic class cutting-edge knowledge, cutting-edge material science detected. Do you wish to spend 12 potential points to learn it? Learning in progress. Do not cancel. Success. You have learned cutting-edge material science, mechanic class cutting-edge knowledge. A large amount of information flowed into his brain, but with Han Xiao's current intelligence, this load was negligible. The new knowledge that entered his brain was broken up and reorganized before being stored in his memory palace. After spending 52 potential points to learn the 5 cutting-edge knowledges, the names of these knowledges lit up on his knowledge tree with an orange light. In the class knowledge tree, basic knowledge was white in color, advanced knowledge green, high-end knowledge purple, cutting-edge knowledge orange, and ultimate knowledge gold. Right at this moment, a few notifications popped up on his interface. Prerequisite requirement fulfilled. Your skill, Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel, has been activated. Prerequisite requirement fulfilled. Your skill, Secondary Dimension Army, has been activated. Prerequisite requirement fulfilled. Your skill, Mechanical Force, Emperor's Power, has been activated. The 3 Emperor mechanic skills, which were originally grayed out, had turned green to indicate that they could be used. The new knowledge that he had acquired fulfilled the prerequisite knowledge for these 3 skills, and only the final skill, King's Mentor, had yet to be activated. Not only did the skill need activation theory, it needed a higher level ultimate knowledge. Because King's Mentor was a skill to help nurture his strength in the long run, this skill would not be able to help him much for the battle in 10 days. Thus, Han Xiao was not too anxious about activating it and planned to find another chance to activate it in the future. With the Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel, my mechanical army will be able to engage in long-range battles and enjoy the boost from my mechanical force even without my appearance. This means that my mechanical army now has the ability to go on a long-distance mission on their own, and the Secondary Dimension Army skill means that I no longer have to use army boxes. I can receive reinforcements at a much quicker speed and bring around a much larger force with me. Han Xiao was extremely satisfied. The skills of an emperor mechanic were extremely powerful, but that was not all he had gained. Following the changes in his knowledge tree, the new knowledge also brought him new skills. You have learned active mechanical force. You have learned advanced machinery construction. You have learned fine material refinement. You have learned legendary enhancement. You have learned machinery fusion. Han Xiao raised his arms to release mechanical force, and the mechanical force in his palms experienced a change in color. A light golden color could be seen amid the blue bolts of lightning, and it looked extremely luxurious. This was the effect of active mechanical force, which came from the knowledge activation theory. It is a passive skill that could increase one's machinery affinity by 150% at level 1 and 280% at the max level. Advanced machinery construction was the upgraded form of basic machinery construction. It largely increased the speed of construction, and as long as the raw materials were sufficient, raw materials could rapidly be transformed into spare parts before being assembled into machines. This skill could also increase the effect of waste modification. Originally, machines could only be recycled for 4 times, but the upper limit had been increased to 8. The original 20% decrease in a machine's attributes had fallen to 10%. Fine material refinement and legendary enhancement were the upgraded abilities of a mechanic's basic skills. They increased his ability to work with new materials and also strengthened his machinery. Both machinery fusion and King's Mentor came from activation theory and were used to strengthen his soldiers. They bestowed a mechanical soldier with the ability to swallow other machines and decompose the target to snatch the target's armor and equipment. This was a way for a mechanical soldier to evolve and grow. The two skills did not overlap. King's Mentor increased the energy of a mechanical soldier, whereas machinery fusion improved the hardware of the mechanical soldier. Explaining it simply, King's Mentor was used to increase a mechanical soldier's energy, whereas machinery fusion increased a mechanical soldier's body strength and basic stats. Both skills were complementary and could increase the strength of a mechanical soldier when used together. These skills are extremely important to increase my strength in this phase, Han Xiao thought to himself. Using the evolution cube resulted in a 10-month experience penalty, and Han Xiao was not planning to waste his extra experience leveling up during this period of time. He was prepared to use it to increase the level of his skills instead of increasing his chances during the battle with the tyrant. After looking through his new skills once and raising most of them to the max level, Han Xiao closed the interface. These new skills should be used on his mechanical army, and his strength would definitely reach a new peak after the next 10 or so days. Han Xiao passed all the miscellaneous tasks over to his officers and remained in the workshop to construct his new machinery. The others knew that he needed to prepare for battle, and even Ames did not disturb his seclusion. The date for the battle soon arrived. The desolate universe belt outside of West Wind was bustling with activity and had become a sea of spaceships. After traveling for 20 days, numerous spaceships rushed over from all the different regions, and there seemed to be a never-ending sea of spaceships. In every star field, star cluster, star system, and planet, the number of people watching the live broadcast of the event was many times that of those present. The battlefield had become the stage for the trillions all over the galaxy. Not a single beyond grade A super had arrived at this moment, and everyone was waiting excitedly for the main characters to arrive. Bloodshed Land and Section Zero's fleets were currently in a standoff with each other, and both Clent and Purple Crystal had sent out their official fleet to maintain order. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and the secret war looked as though it was about to erupt and become a war between two civilizations. However, both parties had extremely good self-control and had a tacit agreement to not escalate the conflict. There are truly too many people. In one of the Star Diamond grade flagships, Ralph looked out at the sea of spaceships. Even with his authority and status, he could not help but feel nervous at such a majestic scene. The number of spectators was probably in the trillions. It would be impossible for us to maintain order if chaos breaks out. Ralph felt his heart thumping. When will Black Star arrive? The Black Star Army headquarters just sent a message and said that His Excellency Black Star's fleet will arrive soon. Ralph felt his palms drenched in cold sweat as he tried to imagine what would happen next. He had not brought the Purple Crystal Fleet over for fun, and was prepared to provide reinforcement for Black Star when needed. After finally gaining a beyond Grade A ally, Purple Crystal was not willing to give up on Black Star. If the battle was to Black Star's disadvantage, Purple Crystal would reinforce him even if it meant an all-out war. Since the secret war was already in a stalemate, Purple Crystal was not afraid of flipping the table. Furthermore, the authority to mobilize the fleet was in the hands of Ralph and a few other military commanders. Thus, Ralph truly had a heavy feeling in his heart. In the Section 0 camp, the Black Star Army fleet was in the most prominent spot with tens of thousands of spaceships present. The players were present within the Black Star Army fleet, and they looked out at the scene before them. The battle is going to begin today. Frenzied Sword clenched his fists tightly. All the players around him had looks of curiosity, anxiety, excitement, agitation, and many other different emotions. The scale of this gathering was one that they had never witnessed before and the largest event in the 3 versions of Galaxy. None of the players wanted to miss out on such an event. In the Bloodshed Land faction, there was also a batch of players present. They were the Traitor Army with Summer Nightflower in the lead. Summer Nightflower looked at the Black Star Army fleet with a complicated look on his face. I was once a part of them. The way Summer Nightflower saw it, the battle between the bosses of Bloodshed Land and the Black Star Army was his final chance to prove himself. The Mercenary League had sent their forces and occupied a VIP spot. How many years has it been since such a majestic event took place in the Shattered Star Ring? The big shots of the Mercenary League were chatting casually, and Gureja could not help but lament. He was the leader of Sky Ring and one of the upper echelons of the Mercenary League. The last time Beyond Grade A Supers publicly challenged each other was 276 years ago. It was Austin fighting one of the powerhouses from the previous generation, right? Another army commander said. More than 200 years ago. Heh, I was still a small guerrilla captain back then, Underworld Feather said while chewing on some snacks. I bet you definitely didn't have such a weird fetish 200 years ago. Gureja could not help but look at the dry meat in Underworld Feather's hands. What weird fetish? I am a gourmet. Underworld Feather rolled her eyes. Gureja shook his head and ignored her. Since Black Star has already become a Beyond Grade A Super, regardless of the outcome of the battle, I will invite him to become the chief of our Mercenary League. All of us will be able to find more development opportunities if we are under him. All the army commanders nodded, and no one disagreed. The Mercenary League could be considered a large organization in the Shattered Star Ring, and the Black Star Army was one of the founders. None of them minded Black Star becoming the nominal leader of their organization as it would bring them a brighter future. Freewenville.com. There were many other organizations that Xiao had cooperated with before present as well. Right at that moment, a blue whirlpool-like transportation door suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield and expanded rapidly. They're finally here. At this moment, the crowd erupted in a huge commotion. The excitement that everyone had been suppressing was ignited once again. Chapter 775. The battle begins. Chapter 775. The battle begins. Everyone in all the spaceships stopped talking, and their gazes were fixed on the transportation door in the middle of the battlefield. The wormhole-like transportation door enlarged continuously as though it was limitless. The largest spaceship present currently was the armed satellite fortress of the Black Star Army. But the size of the transportation door had already exceeded that of an armed satellite fortress. The radars of all the spaceships began ringing as they detected a large energy surge. The next moment, a majestic castle covered in a colorful magical shield floated out from the transportation door. The complicated engravings on the spherical shield looked like exquisite decorations, and they shimmered as though they were breathing. The treasure of the hidden Red Robe Abbey, Palace of Hidden Spells. Austin is here. He actually brought his entire base over. He is truly too high profile. Is he here as a spectator or to help one of the parties? Although the first Beyond Grade A to arrive was not involved in the battle, the spectators were still extremely excited. Since Austin had made his appearance, this meant that all 5 Beyond Grade A Supers in the Shattered Star Ring would gather there. This fellow is also here to join in the fun? Ralph was startled and was worried that Austin would spoil his plans. The commander of Bloodshed Land, Jord, also felt nervous. I wonder if Austin is an enemy or ally. Jord gulped nervously. Psyker was the one who had contacted Austin in private, and thus Jord was not clear of Austin's intentions. The Palace of Hidden Spells very quickly completed its descent, and the transportation door shrank rapidly before disappearing with a flash of light. Austin's main camp was a beyond Grade A Universal Treasure Mage pagoda, and he had engraved a large number of teleportation formations on the pagoda so that it could engage in long-distance travel. Numerous mages living in the Palace of Hidden Spells walked out of the castle and gathered together on one of the balconies to munch on snacks as they waited for the show to start. Austin then appeared on top of the castle with his Forbidden Sorcerer squad and controlled the Palace of Hidden Spells to find a good spot beside the battlefield. Tisk, why am I the first one here? Youngsters these days don't have any sense of time, Austin lamented. He had rejected both parties' requests to form an alliance and was there to watch the battle. In order to ensure that he could watch the show comfortably, he had even shifted his entire house. Just when the spectators were discussing Austin's intentions, a commotion broke out from afar. A gigantic fleet approached the battlefield, and all the spectators who saw the insignia on the fleet could not help but make a path for them in shock. The insignia on the outside of the spaceship was one that everyone could recognize. It was the insignia of a universal civilization, the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church had made an appearance as well. This was a small portion of the fleet that the Arcane Church stationed in the Shattered Star Ring. The frigate was composed of a special Arcane Church model, which had a thin disc-like shape with the entire body covered in black and dark purple. 3 gigantic empty holes could be seen on the body of the spaceship in a triangular formation with a dark red energy ball floating in the middle of the holes. It served both as an energy furnace and annihilation weapon. The flagship was of the butterfly model with a ball in the center and a few hundred butterfly wings connected on both sides. These wings were currently in their closed form and looked like a single pair of wings. Although the spaceship was made from metal, it was made from a special alloy and had a soft, silky texture. When the flagship entered battle, all the butterfly wings would open and slide along the surface of the ball in the middle to form a sun-like shape. The Arcane Church fleet entered the battlefield without any obstruction, and a spaceship flew out from within the fleet. When the hatch of the spaceship opened, Psyker flew out from the spaceship. He was the second beyond Grade A to arrive. His body floated in front of the Arcane Church fleet, and his gaze was fixed on the Purple Crystal and Section 0 fleet far away. Despite being a tiny ant compared to the gigantic fleet, the attention of all the spectators was gathered on him. Everyone took a deep breath. Psyker has arrived. The Arcane Church has actually sent a fleet with him. Is this the attitude of a universal civilization? It was no secret that the Arcane Church was behind the Star Pupil Holy Race, but the universal civilizations had not displayed an official stance with regards to this matter yet. For them to appear at this moment, it meant that they were about to interfere in the battle. This was something that all those present did not expect. Regardless of whether they were the spectators present or those watching the live broadcast, everyone was shocked. They originally thought that this battle was only a conflict between beyond Grade A supers. However, the appearance of a universal civilization meant that the situation had become a lot more complex. Things aren't looking good. The Arcane Church is here to help Psyker. Ralph immediately felt as though a huge enemy had descended. The fleet sent by the Arcane Church was extremely powerful and was comparable to the fleet of both Purple Crystal and Section 0. Furthermore, how would Purple Crystal and Section 0 dare fight a universal civilization? On the other side, Jord became wary. Because the Star Pupil Holy Race was too far away from the battlefield and could not send a fleet to support Psyker, everyone had thought that Psyker would come alone. However, the appearance of the Arcane Church meant that Psyker was the one with the most powerful backing out of everyone who was present. The special position of a universal civilization made all the organizations present tremble slightly. However, before everyone could accept the changes before their eyes, another fleet descended. Upon seeing the incoming fleet, everyone present was dumbfounded. The Crimson Dynasty, yet another universal civilization. The technological skills of the Crimson Dynasty were obviously extremely different from those of the Arcane Church. The spaceships of the Arcane Church had a mystical and magical style, while the spaceships of the Crimson Dynasty had a heavy industry style. The spaceship had a solid metal beauty and emanated a tyrannical pressure even from afar. The Crimson Dynasty squeezed into the battlefield and stopped beside Clint, entering the face-off with the Purple Crystal Fleet as well. They looked as though they were there to support Tyrant. 10 days prior, Zoel had agreed to Clint's request for them to send a fleet to support the Tyrant. Upon seeing their backing arrive, Jord immediately became relaxed, and he looked at the Black Star Army camp with a sneer. "Do you see that, little brother? Do you have any backing? We have 2 on our side." On the Star Diamond grade flagship, Ralph's face was completely pale, and he felt his legs turn to jelly. He had never expected that things would turn out as such. The situation was not just bad at this moment. It was hopeless. If both parties broke out in a conflict later, they would not be able to hold their own against 2 universal civilizations. Right at that moment, all the spectators finally snapped out of their stupor. Both the Crimson Dynasty and Arcane Church have arrived. 2 universal civilizations are standing against Black Star. Black Star only has Purple Crystal behind him, and his situation truly looks pathetic. A new beyond grade a super actually has to face such a situation. Huh? I think his luck just ran out. In the eyes of the spectators, both universal civilizations were going against Black Star together. The alliance of the Tyrant and Star Pupil was far too powerful, and Black Star was definitely on the losing side. At the thought of Black Star's predicament, cold sweat slid down the spectators' backs. At the same time, the bets placed on the Tyrant rapidly surged up like mad. The various betting rings only planned to stop accepting bets after the arrival of Black Star and Heber, but were forced to immediately stop accepting bets. All the players in the Black Star Army camp could not help but feel anxious. This was the first time that they witnessed the peak characters of the universe, but they were all enemies of their faction. "It seems like our army commander is in trouble." Maple Moon clenched her fists tightly. Frenzied Sword also could not help but worry, and his fists were clenched tightly as well. Although the Black Star Army was the main camp in the hearts of the players, the brainwashing of the 3 versions had made all the players believe that the universal civilizations that had existed for a long time were the true tyrants of the galaxy. Originally, there were plenty of players who were optimistic about the battle, but the changes in the situation made it such that the players could not even force out a smile. Many individuals could not help but be shaken. The next few versions would definitely revolve around the universal civilizations, but their Black Star Army had become an enemy of the universal civilizations. This was not a good sign at all. On the contrary, Summer Night Flower was overjoyed. The reason behind his inclination to the Bloodshed Land was because the Bloodshed Land would give them a path to join the universal civilizations. On the other hand, the Black Star Army only had the Purple Crystal Civilization above them. The appearance of the Crimson Dynasty was like an injection of confidence, and Summer Night Flower began to regain confidence in his belief. "Do you see that? This is what I meant by a limited faction growth," Summer Night Flower said with a face full of smiles. "I have emphasized this point since the start. We cannot be dazzled by the short-term benefits placed before our eyes like the players of the Black Star Army. We should look far into the future and make the right choice instead." At the same time, many of the officers in the Black Star Army flagship had bitter looks on their faces. Logie then said with a sigh, "It seems like I will die here today." The other officers would usually tease Logie about his pessimism, but no one replied that day. Even they could not help but feel pessimistic. They had not forgotten that their army commander had to face 2 different challenges. Even if he could hold his own against the Tyrant, there was still a Psyker who wanted to force Black Star to give up the evolution cube. No matter what, they felt that it was better for Xiao to give in and take the initiative to hand over the evolution cube. There were 2 universal civilizations eyeing up the evolution cube, and their strength just could not hold a candle to universal civilizations. They truly could not understand how their army could keep the evolution cube. One of the Calamity grade officers could not help but say, "Well, if he chooses to behave stubbornly." "Shut up." Sylvia glared at him hatefully. "Our job is to obey the orders of our commander. What do you want to say?" Everyone could not help but look at each other helplessly. Hopefully Black Star doesn't lose his rationality. Right at this moment, a bloodshed land spaceship flew over from afar and came to the center of the battlefield. Heber had finally arrived. He was equipped with a set of heavy armor and floated in the middle of the battlefield like a small mountain. All the spaceship's radars began to ring after detecting his frightening energy. Heber then turned around to glare at Psyker, warning Psyker not to interfere with his plans. Psyker retreated a distance expressionlessly. The tyrant is here as well. Only Black Star and the Dragon Emperor are left. They're here. All the spectators turned around to look, only to see a Black Star fleet arriving together with the floating Dragon Island. Because the floating Dragon Island could not travel at a high speed, Han Xiao and Ames were the last two to reach the battlefield. The surrounding spaceships made a path for the humongous floating dragon to enter the battlefield. Everyone is finally here. The spectators' excitement had reached the peak. Ames floated up into the air, and Han Xiao also flew out from his spaceship, looking at Heber and Psyker from afar. Han Xiao had filled the empty mechanic slot, and the 5 beyond grade A supers of the Shattered Star Ring were different classes. The spectators could not help but feel as though a ceremony was going on, and they were all witnessing this once-in-a-lifetime ceremony. Han Xiao turned around to look at Ames, and both of them nodded to each other. He then glanced at the huge crowd, and his face could not help but contort. Aren't they afraid that I may accidentally kill a few lucky audience members? Han Xiao then looked at the Palace of Hidden Spells and shook his head helplessly. Finally, his gaze landed on Heber. After sizing Heber up for a while, Han Xiao connected to the tyrant's communication device, and his voice sounded in Heber's armor. I am here, little Tai Tai. How do you want to fight? What did you call me? Heber was stunned for a moment. Heh, I will call you whatever I like. Han Xiao chuckled. Heber could not be bothered to reply and said, Black Star, I've thought highly of you since over 10 years ago. This proves that my foresight wasn't wrong. It is a pity that you rejected my invitation and made the wrong decision. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't know how to treasure it. Han Xiao curled his lips and said, Don't talk about such useless things. Don't you want to make use of me to establish your prestige? That's right. Heber did not bother hiding anything. You are only alive today because you didn't have any value for me to uproot before, and you really didn't disappoint me. I let you keep your life until today so that I can use your fresh blood to paint my throne. At the Beyond Grade A level, one was only able to gain fame by killing another Beyond Grade A super, and this had always been the tyrant's goal. In his eyes, as long as he could increase his prestige, more and more talents would come under him. However, the other 3 Beyond Grade A supers were not easy to deal with, and he did not have a reason to take action. Even Ames, who had her abilities countered by him, had impressive life-saving abilities. Thus, he had decided to rear up a Beyond Grade A enemy and get rid of the fellow before he could grow up fully. Han Xiao was the target whom he had chosen. Upon hearing those words, Han Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Since you like rearing pigs so much, you'd better be careful not to get squashed by the pig. Right at this moment, Han Xiao's interface lit up. You have triggered S-ranked mission, Tyrant Heber. Mission Introduction. A Beyond Grade A super stands at the peak of the galaxy, and Heber is one of them. Are you sure you want to battle him? Mission requirements. Last for as long as possible under Heber's attacks. Battle method isn't restricted. You can only leave battle mode for 30 minutes at most. There are no restrictions to the number of times you can leave battle mode. Reward. You will be able to attain the corresponding reward by fulfilling the corresponding requirements. Only 1% of the time out of battle mode will be counted toward the mission. Last for 10s, 100 million experience. Last for 30s, 230 million experience. Last for 1 minute, 450 million experience. Last for 2 minutes, 700 million experience. Last for 3 minutes, 900 million experience plus 1 legendary point. Last for 7.5 minutes. Character summon card, Tyrant Heber, 3 billion experience. Last for 20 minutes. The opportunity to draw one of the Tyrant's abilities or talents, 8,500 million experience, plus 1 legendary point. To think that it is actually such a mission. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. A beyond grade a super was a true boss and an unscalable mountain. Even if the players had his current level, they would not be able to defeat a beyond grade a super with a body full of molding talents. The only difference was the amount of time they could last. In his previous life, there were some players who had challenged beyond grade A supers, and a portion of them triggered special S-rank missions like this one. It had given them rewards based on the amount of time they could survive. In his previous life, it was incredibly difficult for most of the players to last even a minute. The only method they had was to leave combat mode and escape to the best of their abilities. Because only 1% of the time was calculated, this meant that only 18 seconds would be counted toward the mission at the very most. If the players wanted to earn the reward for lasting 20 minutes, they would have to leave combat mode more than 60 times at least. Furthermore, they had to ensure that the beyond grade a super would not catch up to them for 30 minutes. This meant that they needed to escape from the beyond grade a super for more than 30 hours. It was a mission that was almost impossible to complete. Xiao had challenged a beyond grade a super before, and his best record was only a few minutes. However, the interface's judgment of a mission rating was on the basis of the player's strength, and Xiao was an exception. He did not need to leave combat mode and could choose to fight head-on. With his endurance, 20 minutes would only be a warm-up. Xiao let out a deep breath, and his bluish-gold mechanical force burst forth. Behind him, a large mechanical army appeared, forming an endless wave of black. Emperor Mechanic, Secondary Dimension Army. Upon seeing that, Heber cracked his neck, and his body exploded with a ball of fire. The next moment, the mechanical army welcomed a shooting star-like figure. Chapter 776, The Battle. Chapter 776, The Battle. In the past 10 days or so, Xiao's mechanical army had gained millions of members, and the enhancements of all the models were completed. The enormous army stood before Heber, firing at him with all kinds of ranged weapons. The psionic particle cannon's dark energy annihilation beams formed a bright rain of light. The pugilist flames all around Heber's body expanded into a huge golden light sphere thousands of meters wide, forming his protective energy layer. His tiny mountain-sized body charged forward, carrying a long tail of flames behind, and headed right into the wave of machinery like a meteor. The storm of attacks crashed onto Heber's protective shield, leaving clusters of explosions on the path behind him. Facing the focus fire head-on, Heber dashed right into the formation of the mechanical army, penetrating the defenses of the mechanical soldiers layer after layer, heading right toward Xiao. He decided to use his strength against the enemy's weakness, to quickly defeat Xiao in close-range combat. Horrifyingly tanky, as expected for a beyond grade A pugilist. Xiao glanced at the combat information and raised his brows. Heber's level, attributes, and health were all question marks. The interface showed that many of Heber's molding abilities were triggered. There were low damage immunity, true damage immunity, fixed damage reduction, and many other damage reduction abilities. These abilities and his beyond grade A pugilist energy shield reduced the strength of Xiao's attacks tremendously. Heber was immune to true damage as well as any damage that did not exceed a certain level, and only the portion that exceeded that level would be calculated. If the damage immunity limit was 100 and the raw damage was 110, Heber would only take 10 damage. A part of that 10 damage would then be reduced by his protective energy shield, and the remainder would be reduced once again by his resistance talents. The damage would only count for Heber after so many layers of reductions. The most terrifying thing was Heber's recovery ability was pretty good, too. Although not as powerful as Xiao's, it still gave him a lot of sustainability. This was the true beyond grade A tank. Xiao's eyes focused. He had known long ago that this would be a tough battle. Hadavi had true damage immunity and low damage immunity as well, but as he was an Esper, his attack was not very high. In comparison, Heber was clearly more comprehensive as a beyond grade A pugilist that excelled in both attack and defense. Hence, Xiao had no interest in fighting a beyond grade A pugilist with his body. Even though he was quite tanky, the difference in a beyond grade A's main attribute and subattribute was way too huge. Fighting Heber in close-range combat was basically looking for a beating. Seeing that Heber was heading right toward him, he immediately knew that Heber wanted to end this quickly. His lips curled up, Although this was the right strategy for a pugilist to use against a mechanic, this also meant that the tyrant was very confident in his offense and clearly ignored his indestructible body nickname. "You think it'd be this easy?" Han Xiao snorted. He casually threw a luck curse on Heber. "Doesn't matter if it works, use it first." Different strategies had to be used against different opponents. Han Xiao quickly changed his strategy into moving around with his speed and surrounded Heber with his mechanical army. The mechanical army was more powerful after receiving beyond grade A bonuses. With the bonuses that he currently provided with his machinery affinity, just a few thousand normal mechanical soldiers would be able to fight a normal Calamity grade. Furthermore, he had the sustainability given by advanced machinery construction, so he was not afraid of the battle dragging on. Most importantly, a huge portion of his mechanical soldiers could penetrate Heber's defenses. Despite the damage dealt being reduced tremendously, given the sheer size of his army, they were able to deal rather considerable damage to even Heber. This was indeed the strength of the army style against any class. The human wave tactic would always be a threat. Han Xiao knew that there were no shortcuts against an opponent like the tyrant. The only thing he could do was slowly reduce his health. The energy of the mechanical suit flowed into the thrusters. Han Xiao turned into a stream of light and moved swiftly through the battlefield. The wide battlefield gave him more than enough space to distance himself. Energy flames erupted with Heber's every movement, like a fixed star exploding, shattering tons of mechanical soldiers. However, the shattered machinery quickly reformed under Han Xiao's mechanical force and kept intercepting Heber in changing formations. As a beyond grade A, Han Xiao had all kinds of devices that gave him mobility. His speed was higher. Although Heber was not slow, he was much bulkier comparatively, so he could not close the distance. Heber broke a giant soldier into pieces and frowned. The battle will drag for too long this way. There had been no beyond grade A mechanic in the Shattered Star Ring for many years, so Heber did not have much experience fighting a mechanic of the same grade. But he knew that the source of a mechanic's strength came from their knowledge and time. It had been less than 2 months since Black Star became a beyond grade A, so he had extremely limited time to learn knowledge and did not have enough chances to expand his machinery. This was the time when he would be the easiest to deal with. Freeobnovel.com. Therefore, what Heber wanted was an overwhelmingly one-sided victory, not a protracted battle. "I have to use more energy." Heber took a deep breath, not of air but the dark energy that was everywhere in the universe. Every single one of his cells absorbed the dark energy like a bottomless hole and quickly split open. The next second, his mountain-sized body expanded, instantly destroying his armor and turning into a tall giant dozens of meters tall. He had entered the second stage directly. He was a unique beyond grade A species. Furthermore, pugilists beyond grade as basically all had one specialty. Their gene limiter was removed. In other words, his body strength theoretically had no limits. Heber extended his palm, aimed at Han Xiao far away, and shook his head. "You're talented indeed. If you had enough time, you might have become someone like Manison in the future." Pity. The next moment, everyone's vision was filled with white light. A blinding light sprayed out from Heber's palm. This shockwave blast was extremely fast, and it was not just shot out but could be controlled remotely by Heber. Han Xiao dodged dozens of times but was still hit by the beam. His entire body showered in the red-gold pugilist flames. However, this shockwave blast did not explode like expected but solidified into energy like a long tentacle, grabbing Han Xiao. Judging energy level. Judgment failed. Your energy level is lower than the opponent's. You have entered energy-locked state. You can no longer use energy. Han Xiao was shocked. The pugilist flames around him formed a restricting force, making the mechanical force in his body entirely quiet and trapped in his cells. His link to his mechanical army was cut. He tried to break away from the pugilist flames but was faced with terrifying resistance. His body movements were extremely slow. It was almost as if he was fixed in the beam of light. "This is..." Han Xiao's pupils constricted. "Come here." Heber quickly pulled with his hand. The red and gold light beam shrank and pulled Han Xiao toward him at a high speed. Energy was the extension of the body for pugilists. In terms of the strength of energy, pugilists were the master among the 5 superclasses. To pugilists, the so-called abilities were just different techniques. There were trillions of pugilist styles in the universe and countless abilities. This ability was the compression of pugilist energy, forming a special force field when hitting the target, suppressing the target's energy with his own energy. It was like deploying a barrier around the target, forcing the target's energy in his body. This could only be avoided if the target's energy level was higher or equal to Heber's. Heber was a senior beyond grade a super who had lived for many years. He knew many energy training techniques, and his energy level was unfathomable. The mechanical army focused fire on Heber under the control of the artificial intelligence. However, without Han Zhao's mechanical force enhancements, they could not even penetrate Heber's defenses. Han Zhao's brain worked quickly. I need to think of a simple method to get out of this. Heber will definitely use this more than once. The cooldown of Void Hyperdrive is too long. It will work once but not twice. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. He activated the talent that he had not used for a very long time. Chaos Entity, Release. He turned into a cluster of gray fog and became a chaos body, then immediately followed it up with Void Hyperdrive, getting out of the red-gold light beam before returning to human form. Void Race's talent. Heber had read Han Zhao's information before and was not surprised. The intelligence showed that Black Star's void travel could not be used for a few minutes. As he had used it now, it meant that he had lost one trump card. However, what the intelligence did not know was that if Han Xiao used Void Hyperdrive type talents as a chaos body, the cooldown would be reduced to just more than 10 seconds. This was the talent of Chaos Observer. Back then, he had not been as famous as he was now, and he rarely showed this ability to anyone. Han Xiao reconnected with the mechanical army and breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. Initially, he wanted to fight the tyrant with his own strength. Now, however, he realized that there was indeed some distance between himself and Heber. Given how tanky he was, his life would not be in danger, but the situation would definitely be bad for him. Since this battle was witnessed by countless people, Han Xiao did not want to just have the lower hand throughout the entire fight. I wanted to save this, but apparently I won't be able to. Han Xiao licked his lips. He opened the interface and activated an item. Character Summon Card. Reynolds. Perfect Mechanical Sense. Han Zhao's eyes widened instantly. His pupils were filled with lightning. The mechanical force flowing inside the mechanical soldiers became blinding. Blue and gold light overflowed from the gaps of the machinery. At this instant, Han Zhao's machinery affinity rocketed. The 1.4 times increase made his mechanical army immensely stronger. Heber's movements paused for a second, and he looked confused. Feels a little different. This is the power of a Beyond Grade A amazing. The audience stared at the two of them in shock. Many people only had an idea of what Beyond Grade As were, but never had they witnessed any battles between Beyond Grade As. They were all dazzled. His Excellency Tyrant is marvelous during battle. George's face was filled with excitement. Most of the pugilist officers of the Bloodshed Land had personal admiration for the Tyrant. Seeing the Tyrant showcase his strength, the people of the Bloodshed Land were exhilarated. On the other hand, the Purple Crystal Civilization and the ally organizations of Han Xiao were all nervous. Ames did not interfere with their duel. As long as Han Xiao did not say anything, she had no need to fight the Tyrant. Ames was not closely staring at Psyker. Han Xiao had told her that as soon as Psyker did anything, it was best to stop him instantly. Psyker glanced at Ames, then looked at the battlefield again, narrowing his eyes. Black Star is stronger than when he fought me, but he's still no match for Heber. The Tyrant getting the upper hand is certain. Psyker shook his head in his mind. The current situation was within his expectations. He had a very clear idea of how strong the Tyrant was. Black Star being able to fight him evenly did not mean that he could do the same against the Tyrant. Psyker was not afraid of Heber because psychic attacks happened to be the Tyrant's weakness, just like how he feared the Tyrant's raw strength. Hence, they minded their own business and never messed with each other. However, Black Star could not make use of the Tyrant's weakness like he could, and the Tyrant's raw strength was clearly stronger than a new Beyond Grade A's. If it was an ordinary new Beyond Grade A, the Tyrant might really kill him. However, having fought Black Star before, Psyker currently had the most knowledge of Black Star's strength, but he did not share this with Heber. Black Star also has a very tough physical body even among beyond grade as not much worse than Heber's. He should be able to last a very long time. They're still not going all out. When they're more worn out, only then it will be the time for me to make a move. Thinking of that, Psyker glanced at the arcane church flagship behind him. He knew that in the command room of the flagship, the commander of the fleet was waiting for his signal. At this time, a meteor-like shadow flashed past the edge of his vision right into the Bloodshed Lands formation not far away, shattering a few spaceships. Psyker turned and looked over, soon becoming shocked. The one that was blown away was the Tyrant. Psyker was a little stunned. As he quickly turned around and looked at Han Xiao, the look in his eyes gradually changed. It seems I still underestimated you. Chapter 777, Sudden. Chapter 777 Sudden. The energy Han Xiao was giving off had become much stronger. The power of the mechanical army had increased instantly. Not expecting this, Heber had been blown away by the countless particle cannon attacks. Heber's continuously growing momentum was broken, which shocked countless spectators. Black Star hid such power. The look in Psyker's eyes slightly changed. The energy that Han Xiao was giving off surprised him. He was certain that Black Star had not been this strong when he fought him more than a month ago. Is this his trump card? Ames could not help but glance at Han Xiao. A tint of shock flashed through her eyes. Seeing their own boss penetrating their formation, Jord's expression changed for the worse. The excitement of the Bloodshed Land officers was instantly extinguished. Although Heber had merely taken a small hit, the Bloodshed Land officers had initially thought that the Tyrant would have the complete upper hand as the opponent was just a new beyond grade a super. The current turn of events shocked them. The mechanical army chased after Heber. By this time, Heber had already stabilized himself. His face was grave. Having been taken by surprise, he was a little angry. His fist charged forward, shooting a thick pugilist impact wave toward the mechanical army. The mechanical soldiers responsible for defenses moved from the back to the front, forming an enormous psionic protective shield in front of the army. The star-shaking fist crashed onto the shield. The blinding red and gold light quickly expanded, exploding like a supernova, filling everyone's vision with white light. As the mechanical army was stopped by the star-shaking fist, Heber took the opportunity and dashed out. He made a turn and pulled the battlefield away from the Bloodshed Lands forces. Han Xiao followed right behind and chased him with his mechanical army. With the enhancements of perfect mechanical sense, the mechanical army was tremendously stronger, be it in terms of offensive defense. The millions of mechanical soldiers surrounded a single person, the light of psionic energy flashing non-stop within the battlefield. Suddenly, Heber slowed down. He endured the focus fire and explosions with his body and launched another energy-lock shockwave blast toward Han Xiao. However, this time Han Xiao had experience. He quickly escaped from it with his chaos body and void hyperdrive. Heber was astounded. He had thought that Han Xiao's void hyperdrive was still in cooldown. The same ability won't work again on me. Having realized that he had judged it wrong, Heber frowned. Now that this ability no longer worked on Han Xiao, he had no choice but to patiently deal with the mechanical army while thinking of another way. With every punch, kick, and shockwave blast, tons of mechanical soldiers were heavily damaged or even instantly destroyed. Heber, however, was not unharmed. Wounds gradually started to appear on his mountain-sized body. With his energy increasing his cell vitality, the old wounds kept recovering, but new wounds kept appearing as well. The mechanical soldiers that he had destroyed were repaired time after time by Han Xiao's waste modification and advanced machinery construction. Feeling the flowing mechanical force in his body, Han Xiao was thrilled. Perfect mechanical sense is really a godlike ability. The 1.4 times total machinery affinity multiplier was a powerful molding talent. The damage the mechanical army dealt to Heber was clearly on another level. More than half of the raw strength difference between him and the Tyrant was mitigated by perfect mechanical sense. Sadly, this molding talent came from Reynolds' character summon card and was not yet his own. He only had 3 chances to use it. This was the second. After fighting for quite some time, Heber's expression gradually became graver. Initially, he had thought that no matter how talented the new Beyond Grade A was, his combat capability would not be too high. Yet, Han Zhao's current combat capability had shattered this thought directly. The situation suddenly became even. Heber's plan to quickly end the battle was instantly broken, and he was forced into destroying machinery with his bare hands in a long battle. Long battles were the strength of army-style mechanics. Heber knew full well that the combat had fallen into Black Star's control. If this carried on, it would be bad for him. What he wanted was to make an example out of Black Star, but if the battle became even, it would be the other way around. Not only would he fail to build more reputation, he would even lose it and become a stepping stone for Black Star's name. Black Star was a new Beyond Grade A who lacked fundamentals. Being able to fight him, a known senior Beyond Grade A, evenly would definitely be beneficial for Black Star. Furthermore, he was the one that had demanded this battle. If he turned out to be unable to defeat Black Star, he would definitely be extremely ashamed. Close combat was the strength of pugilists. Although Heber also knew ranged abilities such as the Star-Shaking Fist, a Beyond Grade A mechanic like Black Star had way too many ways to block ranged attacks. In order to heavily damage Black Star, the only chance was to get close to him. Heber's close-range damage output was horrifying. Among all the Beyond Grade as in Galaxy, no one would remain unharmed after a close-range explosive combo of a Beyond Grade A pugilist, not even Heber himself. He did indeed have one ability that could instantly get close to Black Star. However, he could only use it every once in a very long time. Black Star had many dodging and fleeing abilities, so he would be able to easily get away from him again if he failed. Heber was rather troubled. Slippery guy. Heber frowned. The window of opportunity to get close to Black Star would only last for an instant. He had to wait for a chance. Heber fought intensely with the mechanical army. The explosions lightened up the sights of all the audience. Almost all the spaceship radars of the spectators were repeating alarms continuously. High energy reaction detected. Please get away immediately. High energy. If the battlefield was a planet, it would have been destroyed long ago. It seems even. I can't believe it. Black Star is matching up to the Tyrant. The Tyrant seems to have the lower hand now. Countless spectators were stunned. Their impression of Black Star was continuously refreshed. Seeing that Han Xiao stood his ground, the Black Star army players were thrilled. Black Star gained control of the battle using the kiting strategy. The Tyrant's only way of breaking this is to get close. However, he seems to be unable to get across the mechanical army. Inside the battleship of the army, Hao Tian analyzed the battle. As a pro player, despite his level not being high, his PvP senses were still very sharp. Pugilists are good at explosive power at close range, Frenzied Sword said. As long as the captain maintains this kiting, he will not be defeated. Given that the mechanical army can last that long. That's what I thought. Unhit Dog nodded. However, at this time a sudden change occurred in the battlefield. Hao Tian, Frenzied Sword, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Not good. The focus fire of the mechanical army created blinding explosions and obstructed the audience's vision. At this time, surrounded by the mechanical army, Heber suddenly disappeared. The next instant, he appeared behind Han Xiao immediately. As expected, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had expected this. He had known that Heber would have a teleportation-type pugilist ability, so he had prepared for it long ago. However, he had to admit that Heber had picked a great opportunity. Just as Han Xiao was about to dodge with Void Hyperdrive, all the abilities on his interface became gray. Heber has used racial talent, Giant's Gaze, on you. You have entered Force Silence state. All abilities are frozen. Duration: 0.3 seconds. Han Xiao's pupils constricted. He had no way to break free from a Force Silence type ability. Heber had waited so long to use this and surprised him. This interrupted his Void Hyperdrive and held him in his place. With a cold expression, Heber punched right through the psionic shield and onto the Battle Tiger mechanical suit. An impact wave flew into Han Xiao's body. Heber has used the ability Strength Punch, molecular vibration on you. Judgment failed. Your STR is more than 1,000 lower than the opponent's. You have entered out of control state. You are unable to control your body. Duration 0.8 second. This is bad. He had been avoiding getting comboed by Heber all along, but Heber's attacks were not easy to deal with. Now he was on the passive side. The next second, red and gold fists landed on his body like a thunderstorm. The punches created countless afterimages and pits on the mechanical suit. Dong! Dong! Heber's every attack was a different pugilist ability. As soon as he successfully landed the first disabling ability, he would be able to use continuous disabling abilities. Due to his vastly superior strength and dexterity, the judgments for those abilities would usually all succeed. The terrifying combo damage caused the armor of Battle Tiger and Han Zhao's own health to plummet. With cold murderous intent in his eyes, Heber went all out without hesitation. He planned to heavily injure or even immediately kill Han Xiao in one combo. The developments of the battle made the expression of countless people change drastically. Black Star is in danger, Austin murmured. Being controlled by Heber at close range was more than enough to threaten the life of a Beyond Grade A. Ames could not help but look over. Chance! At this instant, Psyker moved. He rushed right into the battlefield, straight toward Han Xiao at an extremely high speed. Distracted, Ames was a second slower to respond. Anger appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to drag Psyker back with her force field, the fleet of the Arcane Church suddenly fired. Highly condensed annihilation beams headed toward Ames. Ames did not expect the fleet to suddenly attack. She hastily turned around and stopped the attacks of the fleet with her force field. In just an instant, Psyker approached Han Xiao and Heber. Black Star is being pinned down by the tyrant. This is the opportunity to grab the evolution cube. The sudden change of situation shocked everyone. In their eyes, it was clear that the Arcane Church had broken the rules, restraining Ames with their fleet while Psyker suddenly attacked Black Star together with Heber. It was as if Black Star had fallen into a desperate situation in an instant. Teacher! Black Star! Captain! The expressions of Sylvia, Herluz, and the army officers all changed drastically. Chapter 778 Counter. Chapter 778 Counter. As another punch landed on Han Zhao's chest, Heber noticed the abnormality. He quickly turned around and stared at the quickly approaching Psyker. Want to grab the evolution cube? Heber looked at Psyker with hostility. Psyker had publicized the information regarding the evolution cube, clearly stating his goal. Although Heber was interested in it, he had no means of locating the evolution cube. He refused to cooperate with Psyker because he did not want anyone to disrupt his duel with Black Star and break his plan to make an example. Seeing that the Arcane Church had suddenly attacked to restrain Ames and Psyker was clearly using him, he was enraged. His eyes were filled with warning as he stared at Psyker. Expressionless, Psyker continued to charge forward. He had to retrieve the evolution cube even if it meant offending Heber. In his senses, the evolution cube was right on Han Xiao. His psychic energy had already shot toward Han Xiao. As soon as he got the evolution cube, he would retreat and not waste energy fighting him. Seeing that Psyker had ignored his warning, the hostility in Heber's eyes became stronger. However, there was no way he was going to let Black Star go and turn around to attack Psyker. Psyker had publicly stood against Black Star by demanding a battle with Black Star just like he did, which means that they were on the same side. If he gave up on the opportunity to heavily damage Black Star to stop his supposed ally, the situation would go out of control. Psyker had already tied him up using his standpoint. Due to many factors, Heber had no choice but to watch Psyker approach, unable to stop him. He was enraged. With a gloomy expression, Heber decided to get back at Psyker after he finished dealing with Black Star. At this moment, to his shock, his punch was suddenly stopped. His eyes quickly moved away from Psyker and back to Han Xiao. Shocked, he realized that Han Xiao, who was supposedly unable to move, suddenly regained control and stopped his fists with his hands. Instantly responding, Heber's muscles expanded. A powerful surge of energy flowed into his arms. Just as he was about to forcefully break away from Han Zhao's block and disable Han Xiao again, he was stunned. A terrifying power came from Han Zhao's arms that matched his own. What's going on? Heber looked at Han Zhao's face with shock. Half of Han Zhao's mechanical suit helmet was broken, showing half of Han Zhao's face and his calm eyes. Really horrifying damage. Almost took half of my health. Han Xiao licked away the blood at the tip of his lips and grinned. Sadly, we have fought for far more than 20 minutes. The mechanical army had stalled the tyrant for long enough, so he had obtained the tyrant's character summon card long ago. Character summon card. Tyrant, Heber. Usages 1/3. Effect. Plus 4000 STR duration. 40 minutes. With the increase in his strength, he became immune to Heber's disabling abilities. The next second, Han Xiao clenched his fists and grabbed Heber's hands. Surging power filled his body. With a turn of his waist, he lifted Heber and threw him right at Psyker. What? Disbelief appeared in Heber's eyes. I lost to a mechanic in a battle of strength. Are you kidding me? This made Psyker's expression change dramatically as well. Black Star had obviously been pinned down by Heber. He did not expect him to be able to escape it that fast and with raw strength. The mechanical army far away regained its mechanical force bonuses and fired at Heber and Psyker. Psyker had no choice but to stop and block the attacks with his psychic shield while grabbing Heber and helping him regain balance. The violent attacks exploded on the psychic shield. The expanding light obstructed their sight. Before the two of them could make the next move, they suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Turning around, they saw an enormous satellite penetrating the attacks outside the psychic shield and crashing directly toward them. Not having the time to think about anything else, Heber rapidly absorbed dark energy and turned his body into a giant. His fists launched toward the armed satellite, hoping to stop its impact. However, the difference in size was too huge. Heber and Psyker were both slapped onto the surface of the satellite. Aim's eyes were flickering with a green light. Her force field pushed the armed satellite forward like a marble, drawing an arc and crashing toward the Arcane Church's fleet. The attacks of the Arcane Church fleet had caused her to be unable to stop Psyker in time, which made Ames quite displeased. Luckily, Black Star had gotten out of the dangerous situation himself. Without hesitation, she immediately backed Black Star up and set the Arcane Church fleet as a target as well. Facing the enormous armed satellite, the Arcane Church fleet fired without hesitation. The storm of dark energy blasts fired on the armed satellite and destroyed it. Freeobnovel.com. This was the biggest explosion since the start of the battle. The strong light caused by it made the eyes of countless spectators hurt and forced them to close their eyes. Only stronger supers could barely open their eyes. As the aftershock of the explosion dissipated, only then did everyone see the current situation. Han Xiao and Ames stood in the middle of the battlefield together, while Heber and Psyker endured the explosion and hovered before the Arcane Church's fleet. For beyond grade as on two sides stood against each other. The situation had taken too quick a turn, and the people could not react immediately. Once they figured out what happened, their eyes gathered on Han Xiao. The situation earlier had been dire for Han Xiao, but Han Xiao had used raw strength to fight back against Heber. He had used the most direct and straightforward method to break the situation of being surrounded by Heber and Psyker. Who? Sylvia took a deep breath. She had been really startled earlier. Gila's fists opened, and her tense body relaxed. The audience calmed down and once again focused on the battle. Psyker and Ames both acted. It's probably not a duel but a battle now. The Arcane Church interfered. Not just the beyond grade, as even the fleets of two sides might start fighting. The Crimson Dynasty will definitely respond as well. This might cause another war. I feel like we should back off a little more. Countless people were feeling nervous. The Arcane Church's involvement changed what was initially a duel between beyond grade as the situation became complicated. Just in terms of forces, Heber's side with the Crimson Dynasty and the Arcane Church had the complete upper hand. If the fleets took part in the battle, Black Star's side would definitely be at a disadvantage. Psyker's expression was not looking good. After his failed attempt, his plan was shattered. Since he had already acted, he would not be able to watch from the side anymore. He could only snatch the evolution cube head-on, which would be much more difficult. He turned around, looked at Heber, and saw that Heber was looking at him with sharp eyes as well. Psyker knew that he had offended the tyrant due to what he had just done. He sighed in his head before speaking to Heber with psychic energy. Ames has joined the battle. You won't be able to duel Black Star anymore. They will fight you 2-on-1, so you need help. We'll settle what happened earlier in the future. Let's work together first. I have the Arcane Church, you have the Crimson Dynasty. Using our fleets, help me retrieve the Evolution Cube, and the Arcane Church and myself will give you more than enough benefits. Heber frowned. His plan was messed up, and he really wanted to suffocate Psyker. When Psyker asked him to work together, he had suggested a similar plan. Back then, he had rejected it, and he still did not want to agree. He did not invite the Crimson Dynasty. They had made a certain deal with Clint, which Heber did not know the details of. However, since the Crimson Dynasty had come, they were there to back him up. He did not want a duel to turn into a full-out war. It would be far off from his initial intentions. At this time, the Crimson Dynasty's fleet suddenly moved, attracting everyone's attention. The Crimson Dynasty fleet turned around, aiming their countless cannons at the Arcane Church's fleet. Before anyone could react, the Crimson Dynasty fleet suddenly fired. Countless particle cannon beams blasted into the Arcane Church's fleet. Suddenly being attacked from the side, the Arcane Church had no time to react. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Han Zhao's eyes lit up suddenly. Zoel acted. Chapter 779, 779 Your ally is not bad. 779 Your ally is not bad. What is the Crimson Dynasty doing? Jord was stunned. He could not understand why the Crimson Dynasty suddenly attacked the Arcane Church. Aren't we on the same side today? Ralph was startled by this sudden turn of events as well. He was at a loss. Both the Crimson Dynasty and the Arcane Church were on the enemy side, so why did one suddenly attack the other? The Arcane Church hastily adjusted their formation to face the Crimson Dynasty. While guarding against the attacks, they tried to counterattack. The Crimson Dynasty was behind the Bloodshed Land formation, so the Bloodshed Land fleet and the Klent fleet were affected as well. Psyker's expression suddenly changed as he quickly distanced himself from Heber. Was this your plan? All kinds of speculations appeared in his mind. Was Heber's sudden betrayal revenge for his earlier interference? Or was this planned long ago? Could it be that Heber was so mad that not only did he want to make an example out of Black Star, but him as well? Could it be that the Crimson Dynasty wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him, an Arcane Church ally in the Shattered Star Ring? Psyker could not help but to make many guesses. However, he realized that Heber looked puzzled as well, as if he did not know why the Crimson Dynasty had suddenly attacked. Heber had no time to care about what Psyker was thinking. He turned into a meteor and flew back to the Bloodshed Land formation, entering the closest spaceship and borrowing their communicator. Jord, contact the Crimson Dynasty's men and ask them what they're doing. Your Excellency Tyrant. Their commander told us to attack the Arcane Church with them and did not mention the reason. Jord hastily replied in the communication channel. Then contact Klent's men. Tell them to ask the Dynasty emissary Zoel for the reason. Oh, okay, Jord replied. The officials on their mother planet are trying to contact Zoel. Zoel had been staying in the Crimson Dynasty diplomatic building on the Klent mother planet all along. He had only deployed the Crimson Dynasty garrison but did not go to the scene personally. The two Universal Civilization garrison fleets had fired at each other. Many nearby observers were affected and blasted into pieces. The other observers backed away in panic. Countless spaceships turned around and escaped from the battlefield. The situation became chaotic in an instant. Everyone was busy dodging stray bullets, and no one paid attention to the main participants. The Black Star Army and the Purple Crystal's fleet on the other side were not affected. Seeing that the enemies were in chaos, they were confused. Han Xiao did not publicize becoming the Crimson Dynasty's ally, so Han Xiao and the Crimson Dynasty were the only ones that knew about it. Due to the sudden change, both Heber and Psyker's attention was diverted, and they had no time to care about Han Xiao. Han Xiao and Ames, who were in the middle of the battlefield, did not chase after them. They looked at the battle between the Crimson Dynasty and the Arcane Church from far away. Han Xiao suddenly smiled. With the Crimson Dynasty's attack, this should end soon. This is your doing? Ames turned to look at Han Xiao, and then it occurred to her. You've joined the Crimson Dynasty. She did not know about this either. Before this, she had thought that she was Han Xiao's most powerful ally there. The tyrant wants to step on me to increase his reputation, and Psyker wants to take back the evolution cube, Han Xiao said slowly. I also want to use this opportunity today to increase my influence. I'm a new beyond grade a super, so I need to achieve many deeds to have a reputation like the tyrant's, which will take too long. An opportunity for the tyrant is also an opportunity for me. I can use this battle to obtain a ton of reputation and fame. Ames raised her brows and said, It sounds like you don't need my help to deal with the dangers today? Or did you think I'm not good enough? Don't misunderstand. I'm just used to having more than one plan. Han Xiao smiled with resignation. The Crimson Dynasty and the Arcane Church did not turn out to fight a full-out war. Very soon, both sides stopped firing and distanced themselves from one another. The atmosphere was tense. Still puzzled, the observers all focused on the Crimson Dynasty's fleet from far away. Everyone wanted to know why the Crimson Dynasty had done what they just did. At this time, the trillions of spaceships at the scene all received a message from the Crimson Dynasty. This was an announcement made in the official Civilization public communication channel, a channel shared by the civilizations above the star system level, only used to make official announcements. Any message sent using this channel would be received by all devices within a certain area. This is the Crimson Dynasty Shattered Star Ring Garrison K-004 Fleet Commander, Xiao, hereby sending a warning to the Arcane Church. Firstly, this battle is monitored by the Crimson Dynasty. Any organization breaking the rules will be firmly stopped by us. Your interference has violated the rules. Secondly, the Black Star Army is the Crimson Dynasty's ally. The evolution cube currently belongs to the Crimson Dynasty. Any organization planning to snatch it will be seen as the Dynasty's enemy. After hearing this announcement, be it Klent, the Bloodshed Land, the Purple Crystal Civilization, even the Black Star Army, or any other observer, everyone's eyes widened with shock. When did Black Star become the Crimson Dynasty's ally? So, the Crimson Dynasty is actually not here to help the tyrant but Black Star. Everyone was stunned. Heber's expression changed drastically. Why didn't I know about this? George's mind was blank. The Bloodshed Land was the Crimson Dynasty's ally, and now the Black Star Army had become the Crimson Dynasty's ally. Did that not mean that they were now on the same side? The two sides had fought for a decade, but they had become allies. What the F? Summer Night Flower's expression stiffened, and his face turned pale. Initially, he had thought the Bloodshed Land's biggest advantage was having the Crimson Dynasty as their backer. Now, however, the Black Star Army had the same thing. As his last shred of hope shattered, Summer Night Flower's heart was filled with regret. Suddenly, his vision was blocked by a shadow. He turned around and saw that the players around had surrounded him with unfriendly expressions on their faces. The Black Star Army has become the Crimson Dynasty's ally. When did this happen? Ralph was astonished. Comparatively, all the players of the Black Star Army were overjoyed by this news. Opposing the Crimson Dynasty was not optimal. They had initially been worried about the Black Star Army's future. They had never expected the army to become the Crimson Dynasty's ally. The millions of army players were relieved immediately. Becoming an ally of a universal civilization meant that the Black Star Army had a channel for even more growth and that its potential was even greater. Many players' previously shaken beliefs became firm once again, and they were more confident in the army now than ever. *T. I thought it was the end of us. The captain somehow got to the Crimson Dynasty. The term, Black Star Networking Group, is definitely accurate. It seems that our army will most likely last for many versions. Amazing. I'm going to be famous again. Bun Hit Dog recorded footage with a huge grin on his face. Inside the Black Star Army flagship, the many Calamity grade officers breathed a sigh of relief, followed by joy. The captain made a backup plan long ago. With the Crimson Dynasty backing them, the Black Star Army was no longer an ordinary beyond grade A organization. The many officers were thrilled and glad that they made the bet years ago to become a pillar of the army. They did not make a mistake in believing in Black Star. Inside the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin's eyes sparkled. I see. Not only did you showcase your power by fighting the tyrant, but you also publicly announced your support from the Crimson Dynasty, enhancing your reputation and indirectly solving your battle with the tyrant. You single-handedly turned this feast today into an event to increase your fame. Heber and Psyker both fell right into it. You're the biggest winner this time. A strange smile appeared on Austin's face. Good, a person with ambition. The shattered star ring is finally going to become boisterous. No wonder you were so calm. You joined the Crimson Dynasty using the evolution cube. Psyker had a complicated feeling. Now that the Crimson Dynasty had their hands on the evolution cube, the difficulty in snatching it back was beyond his abilities. Seeing the situation, he sighed and sent a message to the Arcane Church Fleet commander. Retreat. With the Crimson Dynasty expressing their standpoint, no matter what the Bloodshed Land and Clent were thinking, the Crimson Dynasty would be part of this. Since Black Star and the Tyrant stood on the same side and he had become their common enemy, the Arcane Church Fleet would not be able to do anything by staying there. After considering both the pros and cons, Psyker felt retreating was the best choice. Hence, even though he was very displeased, he still made a decisive decision. Under the eyes of the crowd, the Arcane Church Fleet slowly retreated and left the battlefield, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. The Crimson Dynasty did not stop them. Their goal had been to make the Arcane Church retreat all along. The Arcane Church has retreated. Psyker left too. Countless people turned to look at Heber. With one of the people that demanded a duel with Black Star leaving, the tyrant was the only one left. The direction of the situation was in the tyrant's hands. Originally, everyone had thought that the tyrant and Black Star were enemies, but they had just discovered that they were allies. This duel had become an internal conflict between the Crimson Dynasty's allies. Hence, the tyrant was in a very awkward position. Heber's earlier confusion looked sincere, so most people believed that Heber did not know about this. If that's the case, will he still insist on fighting Black Star now? The situation had taken many turns, and no one knew what was going to happen next. The Bloodshed Land remained at the ready. Heber did not return to the battlefield to continue fighting Han Xiao immediately. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Xiao from far away, and Han Xiao was looking at him. As Heber did not make a move, the battlefield had entered a strange silence. Inside the spaceship, Heber asked Jord in a deep voice, "Did Clent respond?" "They're still talking to the Crimson Dynasty." Jord could hear that Heber's tone was unpleasant. At the same time, in the Crimson Dynasty embassy on the Clent mother planet. "Envoy Zoel, what is the meaning of this? Didn't the Crimson Dynasty agree to fight Black Star together with us? Why did you accept Black Star as an ally?" The outcry of the Clent high-level officials sounded from the communicator. Zoel raised his eyelids and slowly replied, "I don't think I ever agreed to this request. I dispatched the garrison to the venue and only said that it was to back up our ally. Clent is our ally, as is Black Star. Our target is just Psyker and the Arcane Church backing him up. You misunderstood, that's all. But you did not notify us about Black Star becoming your ally." "Oh!" Zoel raised his brows. "Does the dynasty have to notify you every time we gain an ally? Do you also want the dynasty to give you all of our military secrets?" Chapter 780 Heber Stellar Furnace Cultivation. Chapter 780 Heber Stellar Furnace Cultivation. "I did not say that. But you knew Black Star is our enemy, yet you did not tell us about it. Doesn't that go against our agreement? If we'd known that Black Star was on our side in advance, we definitely would have told the tyrant to cancel this duel, and the joke today wouldn't have happened. You're exaggerating it." Zoel was not angry and smiled. "Hiding this news was Black Star's request, and I agreed personally. I dispatched the garrison to the scene to prevent the situation from getting out of hand. Furthermore, didn't the results of what happened today turn out to be beneficial? The entire star field now knows you people, and the Black Star Army have become allies, which is beneficial for both of you. Overall, not only did you guys not suffer any damage, but you actually benefited from it. After all, such a grand occasion like this rarely happens. The Clent official clenched his teeth and smiled. Looks like we misunderstood you. That's right, Sai, but I am indeed responsible for this. How about this? I will confess my wrongdoings to the dynasty superiors and request for resources compensation for you. What do you think? Zoel said with a smile. There's no need for that. We misunderstood you in the first place. You've done nothing wrong. All right then. Nonetheless, to express my apology, please accept the resources compensation. Okay. As Zoel ended the communication, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He nodded with satisfaction. Clent is smart, good. Not long after, the Bloodshed Land received Clent's message at the scene. Your Excellency Tyrant, Clent has responded, George stammered. Speak. They said that Zoel was the one that agreed to make Black Star an ally. Clent told us to stop the duel and retreat immediately. Clent knew that they had been tricked by the Crimson Dynasty, but what could they do? They still wanted a piece of the flickering world, so it was impossible for them to rescind the agreement. They could only swallow it up. Black Star's chips were too attractive. Clent knew clearly that the Crimson Dynasty would certainly not reject the evolution cube, so they could only accept it. Fortunately, the duel was mainly the Tyrant's idea. Clent did not suffer much damage, so they had quickly compromised. Heber closed his eyes. After a while, he then reopened his eyes and squeezed out a word between his clenched teeth. Retreat. The order sounded from the Bloodshed Land's commanding channel. The many Bloodshed Land officers all became spiritless, like they had lost all their energy. George's face twitched with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. The Crimson Dynasty, Clent, and the Bloodshed Land's fleets left one after another, leaving only Purple Crystal and the Black Star Army's people at the scene. The Bloodshed Land retreated. Haha! In the countless battleships, the warriors of the Black Star Army cheered with joy. Influenced by the atmosphere, many players followed along in the cheering. Ames smiled. Although Han Xiao keeping this a secret made her feel a little unhappy, seeing Heber getting tricked by them made her feel very pleased. The expression on Han Xiao's face under the helmet was filled with mockery. Tyrant? As their battle had been stopped, a winner was not decided. However, during the battle, he had fought the Tyrant on even ground, so no one would think that he had joined the Crimson Dynasty because he was afraid of the Tyrant. On the other hand, despite being the one initiating this duel, the Tyrant had left in the end. This meant that Heber had become his stepping stone, defining his position in the Shattered Star Ring. He would no longer be underestimated by some people because he was a new beyond Grade A. At this time, a legendary point notification popped up on the interface. You have received 3 legendary points. Starfield Legendary Point, Shattered Star Ring Battle against Tyrant. Your battle with Tyrant Heber is known by all of the Shattered Star Ring. This battle will be passed around by one after another across the Starfield, along with your name. Starfield Legendary Point, Shattered Star Ring, ally of the Crimson Dynasty. Universal civilizations are the biggest forces of this galaxy. You have become an ally of one of them, the Crimson Dynasty. Starfield Legendary Point, Shattered Star Ring, Starfield Signature Character. Your name echoes through the entire Starfield as one of the signatures of this Starfield. From this day forth, whenever the Shattered Star Ring is mentioned, your name will be linked to it. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Starfield Legendary Points bonus to experience was much higher than that of Star Cluster Legendary Points, and they were extremely difficult to obtain. He had received 3 at once, which meant that his plan to command respect through this duel had been very successful. When what had happened spread throughout the universe, his reputation in the Shattered Star Ring would certainly rocket once again. At this time, Ralph sent a communication request. Han Xiao knew what Purple Crystal's reaction to this would be, so he had thought of what to say long ago. Black Star. The communication connected. Ralph's face appeared on the tactical screen under the mechanical suit helmet. Ralph looked hesitant. I know what you're going to say. Han Xiao spoke first. Becoming the Crimson Dynasty's ally was my idea. As you guys know, the secret war is not looking good for us. In order to destroy Clent's plan, the only way is to do it through people with a high position. Using myself as the chip, I exchanged for their stand regarding the secret war. This was the method to win the secret war I told you about. Ralph opened his eyes with a complicated expression. He had initially thought Black Star would abandon Purple Crystal. Once he heard what Han Xiao said, he felt much better. Luckily, Black Star still remembered Purple Crystal's support and requested the dynasty to give them some benefits. At least he was not someone to abandon them even after accepting so many resources from them. You and the Crimson Dynasty, Sai. I know you guys hope to maintain the neutral ground of the civilization, but I'm different. I'm Purple Crystal's ally too, like a bridge between you guys and the Crimson Dynasty. This will be beneficial to a certain extent for all three of us. Ralph nodded. This was indeed true. He knew what Han Xiao meant. He wanted to be the Crimson Dynasty's ally while continuing being Purple Crystal's ally. Of course, Purple Crystal was not satisfied with this. They had funded and supported the Black Star Army for close to a decade, all because they wanted to be the biggest partner of a Beyond Grade A. However, a universal civilization had gotten to Han Xiao first. Ralph was unsatisfied. However, after more thought, he could only feel resignation. After that fight, the Black Star Army would become even more powerful. If Purple Crystal rescinded the agreement, the Black Star Army would not be afraid since they had an even better ally. In the end, the one suffering the most losses would be Purple Crystal. The best solution currently was to continue the partnership and share the profit brought by the Black Star Army. After investing so much resources for so long, Purple Crystal was not willing to gain nothing. Understood. I will report this to the upper echelons. Ralph calmed his emotions down and secretly admired Black Star's guts. Wait for the good news. Han Xiao smiled. If he was just an ordinary Beyond Grade A, he might not have been able to make the Crimson Dynasty change their standpoint on the secret war. However, with the evolution cube in his hands, things were different. Han Xiao ended the communication and secretly felt relieved. Things were going great. Han Xiao felt relaxed. Having become a Beyond Grade A, he had truly entered the top circle of Galaxy. Most of the restrictions he had once faced as a Calamity grade were now gone, and the weight of his name had become tremendously heavier. This time, a teleportation gate opened beside Han Xiao and Ames. Austin, who had been observing from the side, walked out from it. Hee. Congratulations, Black Star, Austin said with a smile. Hee. Han Xiao replied with a smile as well. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's chat again during the next Tyrant party. Austin did not say much. Then, he teleported back to the Palace of Hidden Spells and activated the spells on it. The palace flew into the teleportation gate and disappeared. Tyrant party. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He wondered if the tyrant would invite him to the next party. Since things are settled, I shall get going. Ames waved and flew back to Floating Dragon. Floating Dragon slowly left. Han Xiao watched Ames leave. He then returned to the Black Star Army's flagship and entered the command room, where the army officers gathered. As soon as he walked in, everyone looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Sylvia, Herluz, announced the fleet to return, Han Xiao said. Roger. Sylvia's face was filled with excitement. Also, using the Black Star Army's name, issue a recruitment order to the entire starfield. It's time for those who have been observing to make a choice. Han Xiao smiled. Due to the tyrant's invitation to the duel, the Black Star Army had been keeping a low profile. Since the matter had been dealt with, it was time for the Black Star Army to expand and officially become a Beyond Grade A organization. freewebnovel.com. Many officers were exhilarated. This was what they had been waiting for. Han Xiao turned and looked at Faiden. He had yet to complete the mission to draw the tyrant's ability because he wanted to touch Faiden for some luck. Patting Faiden on the shoulder, Han Xiao gave everyone a few words of encouragement and sent all the officers away, saying that he needed to rest. Han Xiao returned to his room alone and opened the interface to claim the reward. You have received the reward. Draw Heber's one ability/talent. Tip: Heber is a pugilist. Part of the abilities/talents are adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Phantom Combo, Ability, plus 75% close range attack speed. Duration, 7s. Cost, 80 energy. Cooldown, 18ths. 2. Star Tossing Power, Ability, use energy to enhance your cells, plus 600 STR. Duration, 20s. Cooldown, 120s. 3. Weakness Observation, Ability, plus 30% close range critical chance. Duration, 15ths. Cooldown, 180s. 4. Close Range Killer Talent, plus 40% close range attack and attack speed, plus 2 levels to all close range combat abilities. 5. Heber Stellar Furnace Cultivation, Ability, a secret technique the tyrant uses to cultivate his energy. Current effect, plus 500 energy. Training times, 0 out of 650. This must be used on a fixed star. The effect of every training session depends on the time spent on the fixed star. Maximum effect per training, 25 energy. Minimum, 0. Cost, 6 million experience per training session. Scanning through the first 4 options, Xiao was a little disappointed. Beyond grade A pugilists had many abilities, so the chance of getting something good was exceedingly low. The first 4 options all had very limited effects. However, the last option made Xiao surprised. This is what Heber uses to train his energy. This is good stuff. Some of the pugilist's powerful energy came from talents and some came from cultivation-type abilities. When someone reached beyond grade A and wanted to continue becoming stronger, they would start searching for all sorts of abilities to train their energy. The longer one had been a beyond grade A super, the stronger one's energy would usually be. His current health energy cycle had reached an obstacle. This was because of his energy number compared to his 2 million or so health, he only had 50,000 energy, and this became a restriction to how tanky he was. Although radiation absorption increased his energy, it required a very long time. Even if he searched for energy training techniques like the other beyond grade as, it would also be highly time-consuming. Heber's energy training technique, however, was the shortcut he needed at the moment to increase his strength. A high-grade secret technique created by a beyond grade A would have a considerable effect on increasing his energy. As for the experience cost, that was enormous for the players. Xiao happened to have the experience penalty for more than 10 months, so there was no need for him to level up. The other 4 options were not very useful, so Xiao selected the last option without hesitation. You have received Heber Stellar Furnace Cultivation. Xiao closed the interface with satisfaction. The biggest problem is temporarily settled. Next is the expansion of the Black Star Army. Plans regarding the flickering world need to be brought forward as well. Speaking of which, when the army stabilizes, I will need to visit the Central Galaxy once. At the same time, somewhere in the Central Galaxy, a broadcast of the duel in the Shattered Star Ring was playing on the screen. It had come to an end and people started leaving. Beep. The broadcast was shut down, and ES-God's face was reflected on the dark screen. Contact Black Star. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.